Chapter 1. Meteor Shower May 5th, 2050 Blue Star, Huagua, Lanzhou. A sudden meteor shower illuminated half the sky over Lanzhou. Li Xinghe, startled from his slumber by the blinding light, wondered what was happening. Had dawn arrived? Rubbing his eyes, he drew back the curtains to gaze outside. To his astonishment, the sky was ablaze with countless fiery orbs, and all those awakened were gathered at their windows, marveling at this rare spectacle. Goodness, a meteor shower. Was there any media announcement about tonight's celestial event? How had he overlooked it? Li Xinghe, peering eagerly from the window, murmured to himself. At that moment, many of the meteors appeared to lose their momentum, breaking formation and hurtling towards Earth. One of them was on a collision course with the very location where Li Xinghe resided. Oblivious to this unfolding drama, he took out his phone to capture this extraordinary scene. He thought to himself, I must commemorate this once-in-a-century event. After snapping a few photos, he returned to bed, glancing at his phone to see it was 2:10 a.m. Well, dawn was still far off. He could afford to sleep a little longer, especially since he had work the next day. After graduating university, Li Xinghe had chosen to work in Lanzhou instead of following the school's placement. He was employed at a publishing company, earning just over 4,000 a month, modest pay, yet the workload was light, a factor that allowed him to remain in this position. After all, he was alone, and one person's sustenance did not burden the family. Growing up in an orphanage, he had no relatives. The only person he held dear was Xiao Wanner, a girl who had shared his upbringing. Xiao Wanner excelled academically, and they attended different universities. After her graduation, she returned to work in Xinghe City, and they had not seen each other for quite some time. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, followed by the sound of shattering glass. The house trembled. Li Xinghe, who had just fallen asleep, was jolted awake once more. Sitting upright, a gust of wind rushed through the shattered window, sweeping away his drowsiness. What on earth was happening? Was there no respite for sleep? The relentless series of disturbances frayed his patience, compelling him to rise. After dressing, he stepped into the courtyard, only to be struck dumb by the scene before him. Scattered shards of glass lay strewn about, and the flower pots were toppled, resembling a battlefield ravaged by bombardment. What was happening? Had a gas canister exploded nearby, producing such devastation? How was he to explain this mess to the landlord? Would he need to pay for the repairs out of his own pocket? Li Xinghe's expression darkened. This small courtyard was the first place he rented after beginning his career. Situated in the suburbs, the landlord's family had vacated for an extended period and, wishing to avoid leaving the property empty, offered it to Li Xinghe at a low rate. At the time, he was financially strained, and the pressure of renting in the city was overwhelming. Thus, he had no choice but to settle here. Eventually, he found the location quite satisfactory, aside from the commute, and had continued living there for 2 years. To facilitate his travels, he had even purchased a second-hand Chang'an SUV. The courtyard is situated in a quaint village beside a national highway, where the population is sparse, as most inhabitants have relocated to urban areas or ventured afar. The surrounding natural environment, however, remains rather pleasant. Transportation is relatively convenient. A mere 2-minute stroll along a small path from the courtyard leads to the national road, where public buses head towards the city. With a furrowed brow, Li Xinghe stepped out of the courtyard, eager to discern the cause of the commotion. Upon exiting, he noticed several elderly villagers had also emerged to investigate the situation. When they spotted Li Xinghe, they inquired about what had transpired. But he was at a loss and could only shake his head in response. Consequently, they meandered through the village twice, finding no unusual occurrences nor any signs of distress in the homes, which prompted a collective sigh of relief. Given the village's dwindling population, predominantly comprised of the elderly, any significant issue would indeed pose a challenge to resolve. Fortunately, with no immediate concerns, everyone returned to their abodes. Upon returning indoors, Li Xinghe took a sip of water and suddenly recalled a detail he had overlooked during his earlier inspection of the village. There seemed to be a glimmering light emanating from the back of the hillside. His attention had been primarily focused on the village, leaving the outside situation unnoticed. Perhaps the answer lay in the mountains behind. Resolutely, he ventured out again, this time driving his second-hand Chang'an SUV. Though the hill was not particularly high, rising only 200 to 300 meters, traversing it on foot would require no less than 2 hours for a round trip. The village was eerily quiet, as everyone had retreated indoors, oblivious to Li Xinghe's movements. After approximately 10 minutes of navigating the winding mountain roads, he arrived at the summit. There, he beheld a large pit in the valley, evidently caused by some impact, with a faint glow emanating from its depths, alongside something that appeared to be burning. Could it be a meteorite? A spark of excitement ignited in Li Xinghe's eyes. Perhaps there was something valuable to discover. However, as he reached for the car door, his hand hesitated. Was there any danger associated with a meteorite? Thus, he stood atop the mountain, caught in a dilemma. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely decided to investigate. After all, how hazardous could a mere meteorite be? Fear not, for if one must perish, let it be under the heavens. Despite this bravado, he retrieved a large wrench from the trunk, better to be prepared for any eventuality. He drove the vehicle into the valley, halting approximately 100 meters from the meteorite's impact site. Exiting the car with wrench in hand, he cautiously approached the meteorite. Traversing the distance of 100 meters, then 50, and finally 20 meters, it took him a full 3 minutes to cover that ground. Arriving at the edge of the crater, he peered down. The flames had long since extinguished, revealing a pit not particularly large, about 30 square meters and 5 meters deep. Aside from a dazzling blue crystal lying at the bottom, there appeared to be nothing else of note. Could it be a rare mineral? Surveying the surroundings and noting the stillness, he surmised that he was likely the sole witness to this anomaly, especially given the rural setting and the late hour when fewer people would be about. Cautiously, he edged down the side of the pit, approaching the blue crystal. Out of an abundance of caution, he first prodded it with the wrench. Surely, there would be no issues? Li Xinghe muttered to himself. With the wrench set aside, Li Xinghe picked up the blue crystal and examined it closely. It felt warm to the touch, not as scorching as he had anticipated, still emitting a faint glow. Perfectly shaped like a rhombus. Nothing else about it seemed particularly remarkable. After placing the blue crystal in his pocket, he meticulously searched the pit once more, finding no additional treasures before driving back to his accommodation. Once back in bed, Li Xinghe took out the blue crystal from his pocket and began to play with it again, noticing that its luminescence had faded, rendering it rather ordinary in appearance. What exactly was this object? He pondered its value but, after a fruitless investigation, gradually succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, the blue crystal resting on his chest began to levitate slowly, its brilliant blue light re-emerging. Ding! Life form detected. Chapter 2. The Apocalypse System. Intelligent life detected. Requirements met. Awaiting host confirmation for fusion. Unbeknownst to the sleeping Li Xinghe, he had undergone quite an ordeal throughout the night. In the depths of his dreams, a smile graced his lips, possibly due to a delightful reverie, as he murmured what sounded like a girl's name. During this night, meteors falling across the globe captured the keen attention of high-ranking officials, who promptly dispatched specialized teams to the crash sites to investigate and search for meteorite remnants. Little did anyone know that these meteors, landing on the blue planet, were releasing vast amounts of colorless, transparent gas, which quickly blended with the planet's atmosphere, being inhaled by humans and affecting flora and fauna alike. Dingling, dingling, still groggy. Li Xinghe fumbled around his bed until he finally located his phone. Hello, who is it? Li Xinghe. What time is it? Are you still in bed? Do you not want to work anymore? A gruff voice erupted from the other end of the line. It was none other than his supervisor, Wang Li, who had been overseeing Li Xinghe since he joined the editorial office, nurturing his development. Wang Li was known for his strict approach to work, but showed considerable leniency towards Li Xinghe. Oh no, I overslept. Realizing the time after hearing the voice on the phone, Li Xinghe glanced at his phone and exclaimed, "Goodness, it's already 10:30. I'm on my way to the office right now." He hurriedly replied, "You better be here in half an hour, or you can kiss your bonus goodbye." Understood. With that, Li Xinghe sprang from his bed, hastily dressing without even washing his face. Grabbing his keys, he rushed out the door. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of the blue crystal on the bed. Oh, almost forgot about this. He snatched it up, stowing it in his pocket. Time was of the essence, and he had no room for further contemplation. Jumping into his car, he turned the ignition and pressed the gas pedal. The SUV roared to life, bursting forth from the narrow path like a wild beast escaping its cage, quickly merging onto the highway. As he entered the city, the flow of traffic thickened, causing the SUV's speed to gradually diminish. Oh dear, it's nearly 11 o'clock. Why are there still so many cars? My bonus. Li Xinghe swiftly navigated through the bustling traffic, muttering complaints under his breath. At that moment, a series of collisions erupted ahead, accompanied by shrieks and cries for help. Li Xinghe slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision with the vehicle in front. The drivers ahead hastily exited their cars, vociferously cursing the lead driver. Damn it! Can't you drive? Suddenly slamming the brakes on a busy road. Another driver lamented. Now look, we're all stuck here, another chimed in. I have an important meeting to attend. What am I supposed to do? A female driver anxiously exclaimed. Quickly call for an ambulance. He seems to be in critical condition, shouted the person at the front, having witnessed the driver of the offending vehicle spitting blood and convulsing, resembling a seizure. The crowd fell silent, each person retrieving their phones to call for emergency services or the traffic police. Everyone was eager to resolve the accident promptly, wishing to avoid any delays to their own affairs. Still seated in his car, Li Xinghe contemplated getting out to assess the situation when he suddenly felt a warmth in his thigh. It was a crystal. Taking it out, he watched as the blue crystal slipped from his grasp and hovered before him. Intelligent life detected. Host, please confirm fusion. This startled Li Xinghe, his eyes widening in disbelief. What is this? Alien technology? It can float and even speak. Wait, what do you mean by intelligent life and fusion? This bewildered him thoroughly. Regaining his composure, he pondered whether it truly was some form of extraterrestrial technology. After all, it was brought by a meteorite from the cosmos. He decided to give it a try. Confirm fusion. The moment the words escaped his lips, the blue crystal swiftly entered his brain, leaving him no time to react. Li Xinghe quickly touched his head, relieved to find no abnormalities. It was a frightening experience to have something inexplicably invade his mind. Ding. Fusion successful. The apocalypse system has been activated. Detection indicates the host's body is too weak, commencing enhancement. A surge of warmth flowed from Li Xinghe's brain throughout his entire body, filling him with an unprecedented sense of ease and vitality. How marvelous. Apocalypse system, what is your purpose? Host, the apocalypse system is the pinnacle of wisdom from Apocalypse Star. This system can absorb biological energy to enhance all things. Enhance all things? That's impressive. Could it be that the energy enhancing my body just now was this? Li Xinghe mused thoughtfully. Indeed, host. The system's energy has been depleted. Please replenish it promptly. How do I replenish energy? Li Xinghe inquired once more. By defeating biological entities. Or you may also absorb energy bodies. Defeating biological entities? What kind of beings are we talking about? Chickens, ducks, or pigs? And what exactly is an energy body? At this moment, Li Xinghe's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Do not worry, host. Energy fluctuations have been detected nearby. An opportunity to gather energy has arisen. Energy fluctuations? Just as Li Xinghe remained puzzled, a commotion erupted outside the vehicle, and he noticed a stir among the crowd ahead, accompanied by a series of startled cries. Stay away from him. He's lost his mind. The first man to approach the scene retreated in panic, blood dripping from his hand. The crowd behind him also began to withdraw in alarm. Li Xinghe hurriedly exited his vehicle to assess the situation. Approaching the throng, he inquired about the unfolding events. Don't even mention it. What bad luck. I went over to check on that driver, and unexpectedly, he bit me, replied the man, grimacing as he clutched his bleeding hand. Could he possibly have rabies? Asked a strikingly dressed woman in office attire nearby. Surely not, the bitten man responded hastily. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the symptoms exhibited by the man who had bitten him bore a striking resemblance to those of rabies, causing a wave of panic to wash over him. I must go to the hospital for a checkup when the ambulance arrives, he declared before rushing to his vehicle to find supplies to bandage his wound. Li Xinghe cautiously approached the afflicted man's car, which had its door ajar, revealing the man thrashing in his seat. Li Xinghe's presence seemed to exacerbate the man's agitation. He writhed violently, mouth agape, blood frothing, his eyes gleaming with madness. Had it not been for the seatbelt restraining him, he might have lunged at Li Xinghe. Startled by the man's condition, Li Xinghe instinctively took a few steps back. What the hell is this? He exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 3. The Emergence of Abnormalities. Ding. An energy-based organism has been detected. It is advised that the host eliminate it immediately. A voice resonated in Li Xinghe's mind. Are you joking, system? That's a human being. Do you want me to commit murder? Li Xinghe replied incredulously. We live in a peaceful era. Killing is illegal, regardless of the time period. Murder is never a trivial matter. I certainly do not wish to face dire consequences. Host, the being before you is rapidly losing its humanity. Genetic mutations have been detected within its body, and it is on the verge of physical collapse, transforming into a failed evolution entity. Due to the presence of an energy source within it, immediate termination is advised. Should it transform into a failed evolution entity, its attributes will significantly increase, making it far more challenging to eliminate. Perhaps sensing Li Xinghe's confusion, the system reiterated its warning. While Li Xinghe comprehended the gravity of the situation, he found himself hesitant to act. It was not merely a matter of moral conviction. The presence of numerous onlookers weighed heavily on his mind. Should he take action, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of law enforcement. As Li Xinghe pondered his predicament, a sudden crash resounded. The rabid patient, no, the failed evolution entity, had somehow freed himself from the confines of his seatbelt and tumbled out of the vehicle. He staggered to his feet and lunged toward Li Xinghe. Good grief. I was contemplating whether or not to eliminate you. And here you are, making the first move. As the creature lunged towards him, Li Xinghe instinctively raised his foot and delivered a kick. Thud. The failed evolution entity collided with the car door and attempted to rise once more. The onlookers, sensing the escalating chaos, began to retreat in earnest. Just then, traffic police and an ambulance arrived on the scene. Li Xinghe quickly withdrew to the back of the crowd. 2 traffic police officers approached the crowd, inquiring about the incident that had occurred. What is happening here? Quickly disperse and do not obstruct traffic. One of the onlookers responded. Officer, that man is suffering from rabies. He bites anyone he sees. Look at my hand, he bit me. The 2 officers exchanged glances, then turned their attention to the man at the center of the commotion. One of the officers, with dark skin, commanded, "Everyone, step back immediately." His voice captured the attention of the rabid individual, who turned and charged at him, eliciting gasps from the crowd. The officer assumed a defensive stance. As the man lunged at him, he deftly sidestepped to the left, evading the man's furious assault. With a swift kick to the man's calf, the assailant fell to the ground. The officer then advanced, mounting the man and securing his arms firmly behind his back, temporarily subduing him. "Where are the medical personnel? Hurry over," the other officer shouted. Coming. A doctor, accompanied by 2 assistants, hurried forward. The assistants unfurled a stretcher, and with the officer's assistance, they secured the afflicted man onto it before lifting him into the ambulance. "We must depart immediately. The patient requires urgent examination," the lead doctor addressed the dark-skinned officer. "Understood. Exercise caution. The patient exhibits high aggression," the officer replied. "Right," the doctor affirmed, preparing to board the vehicle. At that moment, the previously bitten man rushed forward. "Wait. I was bitten too. I need to be examined as well. Take me with you. Quickly get in." The 2 men boarded the ambulance, which then blared its siren and sped away. "All right. Everyone disperse now and return to your business," the dark-skinned officer declared, and he, along with his colleague, began to clear the crowd and direct traffic. The congested road soon became clear. Li Xinghe, standing at the periphery, observed the farce come to an end and hastily departed, realizing he had nearly forgotten his urgent appointment at the editorial office, leaving the matter of the rabid individual aside for the moment. At the Rongxing editorial office, the tardy Li Xinghe found himself being reprimanded by Wang Li. He dared not utter a word in protest, for it was his own fault for waking late. Arriving at the office close to noon, he promised Wang Li that he would utilize the lunch break to catch up on his writing. Since this morning, multiple incidents involving rabid individuals attacking people have been reported across various regions of Blue State. According to internal sources, this predicament is not confined to Blue State. It is occurring throughout the entirety of Huagua. I need you to swiftly draft an article on this phenomenon and submit it to me before the end of the day," Wang Li instructed after finishing his reprimand. "Oh, and also write about last night's meteor shower," he added. "Understood, Brother Wang. I will ensure the task is completed," Li Xinghe promised. "All right. Off you go," Wang Li waved him away. "Yes, I am on it," Li Xinghe replied, disappearing from view. "This lad is perpetually disorganized," Wang Li muttered, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply, exhaling the smoke through his nose. Rabid individuals attacking people, a once-in-a-century meteor shower. Is there a connection between these occurrences? How could it be such a coincidence? Wang Li pondered while seated in his chair, as Li Xinghe made his way to his workstation. He reflected on Wang Ji's words about the rabies patients attacking individuals across the nation, the meteor shower, and the events he had just experienced that morning. It all seemed rather intricate. The apocalypse system. Could it be that those rabies patients are all failed evolutionary beings? Furthermore, what could have caused these aberrant mutations? And is there a connection to last night's meteor shower? A flurry of questions swirled in Li Xinghe's mind, longing for answers. "Host, your conjecture is indeed accurate. Those rabies patients are indeed failed evolutionary beings. They have not yet fully transformed. Typically, this condition culminates in 4 hours, resulting in bodily decay and a bloodthirsty disposition that leads them to attack all living creatures. Their physical forms are enhanced, making it exceedingly difficult for an unarmed individual to contend with them. Moreover, should one be bitten by their claws or teeth, they too would mutate and join their ranks." The apocalypse system elucidated. As for the origins of these beings, it has been previously mentioned, genetic mutations are the cause, triggered by the meteorites brought by the meteor shower. The substances within these meteorites reacted rapidly with the atmosphere of Blue Star, generating gases that hasten the evolution of both humans and flora. If the genes cannot adapt to these changes, mutations occur. Li Xinghe absorbed this information, realizing that these failed evolutionary beings resembled the zombies depicted in American films. For now, he would refer to them as zombies. Furthermore, it was indeed the meteorites from the meteor shower that had instigated this upheaval. Suddenly, he He recalled the system's earlier directive to eliminate these failed evolutionary beings. No, zombies, to absorb their energy, and he hastily inquired, "System, do all zombies possess energy that can be absorbed?" "Indeed, host. Each zombie contains energy that can be harvested." At this moment, Xinghe comprehended the gravity of the situation. A zombie crisis was unfolding. The scenarios once confined to film were now manifesting in reality, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The apocalypse system, sensing his internal turmoil, promptly reassured him. "There is no need for concern, host. Your body has been enhanced by this system, as long as you possess a suitable weapon. Dealing with ordinary zombies will pose little challenge. Upon collecting energy, you may further strengthen yourself, alleviating your worries. In truth, even an average person wielding a suitable weapon, overcoming psychological fears with caution, could dispatch a zombie. Why worry at all? I have the system at my side," he mused. Just as Xinghe was deep in thought, a colleague suddenly lunged at him. "Watch out," he exclaimed, and with a swift kick, he sent the colleague crashing against the wall, whereupon silence ensued. Xinghe's heart raced as he dialed, "Hello, ambulance. We have a rabies patient here." Chapter 4. Purchasing a machete. Another person has fallen ill. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many rabies cases now? Indeed, the incidents are increasing, his colleagues chimed in, sharing their concerns as those who had been bitten were taken away by the ambulance. Observing this scene, Xinghe resolved that he could no longer remain passive. It was imperative for him to take action, starting with the urgent acquisition of a suitable weapon. With determination, he rose and promptly made his way towards his SUV, dialing Xiao Wanner's number as he walked. "Hello, Xinghe, why are you calling me at this hour? Shouldn't you be at work?" Came a melodious voice from the other end. "Listen, Wanner, what I am about to say may seem unbelievable, but you must follow my instructions. Return home immediately and stockpile a substantial amount of food. Under no circumstances should you venture outside until I arrive," Xinghe urged. "Why, Xinghe?" Xiao Wanner responded, perplexed. "You are aware of the rabies cases reported today, correct? Without delving into details, it is related. Please heed my words. Do not leave your home or open the door to anyone before I reach you," Xinghe insisted. "All right, I happen to have a day off coming up, so I'll request leave to go home this afternoon." Trusting Xinghe, Xiao Wanner acquiesced, especially since she had heard about the alarming rabies incidents that had occurred nationwide, which left her feeling somewhat apprehensive. "Good. Remember to stock up on food and absolutely do not go outside." "Okay. Xinghe, please take care of yourself," Xiao Wanner expressed softly, her concern evident. "Rest assured." After concluding the call, Xinghe opened his phone's map to locate a nearby knife shop and drove there. Upon arriving at the entrance, he gazed up at an ancient sign adorned with the words Dao Jian Go, exuding an air of grandeur. Entering the establishment, he found himself in a hall filled with an array of swords and knives, overwhelming his senses with their variety. At the front was a counter, behind which a middle-aged man was polishing a long sword. Noticing Xinghe's entrance, the man's eyes brightened with the prospect of business. He set down the sword and approached Xinghe. "Greetings, young sir. How may I assist you? Our collection of swords and knives is extensive. I am certain you will find something to your liking. I seek a knife. Could you kindly recommend one?" Xinghe replied. "Of course. But may I inquire why you prefer a knife over a sword?" In these impending apocalyptic times, to conserve energy for the future, one must be prepared to eliminate zombies. "A knife is far more practical than a sword," the shopkeeper explained with a smile. "Knives are more accessible and simpler to wield, with greater lethality. Wielding a sword in combat can be rather cumbersome. We have Miao knives, mother and son knives, short knives, tang knives, and ring-handled knives," the shopkeeper continued, guiding Xinghe through the selection. At that moment, he noticed Xinghe's gaze fixated on a particular knife and proceeded to elaborate. "This is a Miao knife, measuring 140 centimeters in total length with a blade length of 100 centimeters, crafted from high-carbon steel. The handle, measuring 40 centimeters, is made from 60-year-old purple sandalwood. This is a premium piece, my young brother. Should you choose it, I can offer you a discount." The Miao knife, with its elongated blade, embodies the characteristics of both bladed and polearm weaponry, allowing for versatile single and dual-handed use. This design facilitates the effective harnessing of one's core strength, enabling rapid and relentless assaults during combat. The wielder exhibits fluid movements, striking with precision and overwhelming force, akin to a force that cannot be resisted. Xinghe found himself increasingly enamored with the weapon. "I'll take it, my good sir. How much?" Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's face lit up with delight, sensing a prosperous day ahead. 5,000. "Very well, it's a deal," Xinghe responded decisively. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback. This young man was deviating from the customary back and forth of haggling. However, he quickly deduced that perhaps this was a wealthy patron. And since the young man seemed indifferent to the price, he had no objections. All right, I shall wrap it up for you. Wait, Xinghe interjected, causing the shopkeeper's expression to shift with concern. Please sharpen the blade for me. The shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief, only to be met with a look of hesitation. Young man, sharpening is not permitted. I cannot assist you with that. An additional 3,000, Xinghe's voice rang out. The shopkeeper still hesitated. 5,000, Xinghe reiterated. Very well, no problem. The shopkeeper's smile reemerged. This transaction would leave him quite prosperous. How could he not be pleased? In ordinary circumstances, Xinghe would have haggled over the price, but given the current situation, a looming apocalypse and a zombie outbreak, who would fuss over such trivial amounts? After all, once the day was done, even the softest of toilet paper would feel like sandpaper. After settling the payment, the shopkeeper instructed him to return for the knife in 2 hours. Stepping outside, Xinghe glanced at his phone, which was inundated with alarming notifications regarding rabid individuals attacking others. Official platforms advised citizens to remain indoors and to promptly notify police if they encountered such individuals, urging those bitten to seek medical attention immediately. The rabid attacks had swept across the nation within mere hours, instilling fear in everyone. Experts were baffled, unable to discern the cause of this sudden outbreak, especially since rabies typically has an incubation period and most individuals were vaccinated. It seemed implausible for such a multitude of cases to arise collectively in such a short span. Moreover, the spectacular meteor shower and meteorite event from the previous night appeared to bear some connection to the unfolding chaos. Numerous posts flooded the internet, discussing theories of apocalypse, claims of divine retribution, and speculations about biochemical weaponry from foreign nations. While many engaged in fervent commentary, others urged trust in the government, believing that the nation would find a resolution. Xinghe couldn't help but chuckle at the keyboard warriors who, upon encountering any crisis, rushed to propagate doomsday theories and unfounded rumors. Yet this time, they had indeed hit the mark. An apocalypse was truly on the horizon. Although Xinghe was aware of the impending calamity, he refrained from voicing any opinions. At this juncture, expressing his views would only render him a target of ridicule, dismissed as a fool with tales of zombies as if he had indulged too much in apocalyptic cinema. As I picked up my phone, I noticed a supermarket across the street. Time was of the essence, and I hurriedly sought to procure essential supplies and equipment. I purchased an abundance of high-calorie foods, such as chocolate and energy bars, along with waterproof jackets and hiking boots. In a flurry of activity, I filled 3 shopping carts to the brim. The murmurs of the onlookers around me went unnoticed, for I was solely focused on completing my checkout and departing. The cashier, surprised by my purchases, nonetheless greeted me with a smile as she processed my transaction. Hello, sir, your total comes to 13,256 yuan. Would you prefer WeChat or cash? WeChat, I replied. Could you assist me in bringing these items to my vehicle? It's parked in the lot across the street. Of course, sir, the cashier responded with a smile. With the help of 2 supermarket employees, I loaded the 3 carts of supplies into my SUV, filling the trunk to capacity and crowding the back seat as well. Now, I merely awaited the arrival of my machete, after which I could seek a secure location to weather the impending zombie outbreak. After all, wandering the streets amidst a zombie apocalypse would surely be courting death. Glancing at the time, I noted it was nearly 3:50 p.m. It was time to retrieve my blade. Boss, how is it going? Is my knife ready? Upon hearing my voice, the shop owner emerged from the back room, brandishing the machete in his hand. Ah, here it is, young man. I've just finished it. Take a look and see if it meets your satisfaction. As I accepted the machete from his hands, its weight felt just right, and the blade was sharp beyond measure. Excellent, an impressive knife, I remarked with satisfaction. Let me get it sheathed. The shop owner retrieved a scabbard and a wooden box, carefully packing the machete within. I slung the wooden box over my shoulder and made my way to my next destination. Chapter 5. The Zombie Outbreak at the entrance of the Huanyu Hotel. A renowned 5-star establishment in Blue State, I was struck by its commendable service. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, I would never have had the chance to stay in such an opulent hotel. The mere thought of the cost, over 1,000 yuan for the most modest room, was enough to deter most wage earners, let alone the extravagant presidential suites that could easily exceed 10,000 yuan for a single night. Why did I choose this venue? On one hand, the hour was growing late, and I wished to avoid unnecessary wandering. Should the zombie outbreak occur while I remained without a secure refuge, I would find myself facing certain doom amidst a horde of the undead, with perhaps no hope of retaining my very form. On the other hand, being a weekday, the Huanyu Hotel had few guests, offering a heightened sense of safety in the event of an outbreak. Upon entering the lobby, I promptly reserved a luxurious presidential suite. The astonished gaze of the receptionist followed me as I accompanied the butler to the elevator. It was a surprising sight indeed, a seemingly ordinary young man securing such an extravagant accommodation. Upon entering the suite, I was astounded by its lavish furnishings: 3 bedrooms, a recreational lounge, a meeting area, a fully equipped kitchen, a dressing room, a study, an outdoor swimming pool, and a gym. Additionally, a private chef was at my disposal, with a butler standing by at the entrance. Clearly, I had underestimated the situation. After instructing the butler to prepare some food, I dismissed him, ready to settle into my temporary haven. The butler indicated that he could be summoned by ringing the bell when needed. Setting down the machete, Li Xinghe reclined on the soft, expansive bed. His errands to procure the blade and gather supplies had left him utterly exhausted, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate period, Li Xinghe was abruptly awakened, realizing he had succumbed to sleep. It appeared his fatigue had overwhelmed him, leaving his mind in a state of tension. Rising, he noticed that darkness had enveloped the sky. Upon glancing at the clock, he saw it was already 6 o'clock. He had slept for nearly 2 hours. The butler had arranged food on the dining table, keeping it warm. As he devoured his dinner, he could not help but appreciate the exquisite flavors. Indeed, the fare was distinctively refined, befitting a 5-star establishment. Just as he finished, he heard noises emanating from outside. Approaching the door, he peered through the peephole but discerned nothing. Pressing his ear against the door, he could distinctly hear a woman's piercing cries. "Don't come near! Don't come near! Monster! Help! Help!" accompanied by unsettling growls. The sounds were reminiscent of something other than human. Before Li Xinghe could open the door to investigate, the woman's voice abruptly ceased, followed by an eerie sound of chewing in the silent corridor, sending shivers down his spine. Could it be zombies? It must be zombies. It was already 6 in the evening, and the outbreak had likely commenced. Furrowing his brow, Li Xinghe murmured to himself. Suddenly, a realization struck him, prompting him to dash to the balcony. Looking out through the window, he beheld chaos in the streets, teeming with zombies. Smoke billowed from numerous vehicles, likely the result of their owners transforming into zombies, leading to a calamitous collision. The air was filled with screams and pleas for help, mingling with the zombies' roars, leaving him incredulous that this was still the blue star he called home. How could a single day transform into such horror, rendering it unbearable? Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, the zombies had begun their rampage. The astute had already retreated to the safety of their homes, while those still outside largely fell victim to the zombie slaughter, either reduced to mere bones or bitten and turned into one of them. Blood and corpses littered the streets. The once thriving city had descended into chaos. Had the outbreak completely manifested in the span of a brief slumber? Witnessing the scene before him, Li Xinghe felt a wave of melancholy. What was destined to come had indeed arrived. Since this was now reality, he resolved to confront it bravely. Warner was waiting for him. Returning to the living room, he retrieved the sharpened machete from the wooden box, feeling a surge of confidence. With a weapon in hand, he felt better equipped to face the zombies. Approaching the door once more, he pressed his ear against it, and the chewing sounds persisted. Time waits for no one. Li Xinghe pondered, as he found himself merely 5 or 6 meters away from the zombie, which had its back turned to him. If he dashed forward with utmost speed, he could strike just as the creature turned. Ding! The system's voice chimed in, reminding him, "Please be aware, the zombie's weakness lies in its head. Only a severe blow to the brain can bring it down." Well, now that he was aware of its vulnerability, he could not let such a splendid opportunity pass. He thought to himself, seizing the moment while it was preoccupied with its meal. Stealing his breath, he swung the door open entirely, the creak of the door alerting the zombie, which began to turn. In a swift motion, Li Xinghe propelled himself forward, covering the distance in mere strides. And with a quick flourish of his machete, he severed half of the zombie's head in one decisive blow. Indeed, the machete was sharp. It was not as challenging as he had anticipated. He was astonished by his own speed. The zombie had not even completed its turn before it was felled. Its head cleaved in half. Too easy, he mused. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 1 zombie and earned 10 energy points. Please collect the crystal core from the zombie's brain promptly, the system announced. A level 1 zombie? And a crystal core? What exactly was that? Host. The freshly evolved zombie is classified as a level 1 zombie. Zombies continuously evolve through consumption, progressing to level 2, level 3, and so forth up to level 9. The crystal core serves as the energy source for the zombies, providing them with sustenance, the system explained. So that was it. Li Xinghe approached the severed brain of the zombie, which was a grotesque mix of red, white, and yellow. accompanied by an overwhelming stench of blood that caused him to gag. Goodness gracious, this is intense. He prodded with the machete, and indeed, a transparent crystal core rolled out. He set it aside, rinsing it clean with water before examining it closely. It appeared unremarkable, merely a transparent crystal. At that moment, the system's voice resonated again. Energy crystal detected. Would you like to convert it into energy? Yes, he replied. Why hold on to it if it serves no purpose? As soon as he uttered the words, a blue light shot from his forehead, and the transparent crystal vanished from his hand, presumably transformed into energy. Paying no mind to the two corpses in the corridor, Xinghe hurried back to his room. After taking a sip of water, he began to contemplate calmly before calling upon the system. System, you mentioned that you could enhance all things through energy? Indeed, host. Your body has already undergone enhancement. Upon hearing this, Xinghe suddenly realized, indeed, from the morning's unsuccessful evasion of the evolved creature to his recent explosive speed in dispatching the zombie, his body had indeed improved significantly. Thus, he resolved to continue strengthening himself further. System, how much energy is required for another enhancement? Host, the body enhancement earlier this morning utilized the system's remaining energy due to the detection of your frail condition. It was merely a fundamental enhancement. Now, to elevate your body to a level 1 evolved state requires 100 energy points. 100 points of energy are required to evolve into a level 1 mutant. Having just eliminated a zombie, I obtained 10 points, and the crystal core also granted an additional 10 points. In total, slaying a single zombie yields 20 points of energy. It appears that I must vanquish 4 more zombies to achieve my evolution into a level 1 mutant, Xinghe pondered. The immediate priority, therefore, is to clear this floor of zombies and accumulate sufficient energy for the transformation. After organizing his belongings, he donned a small hiking backpack filled with food and water, switched into a tactical jacket and hiking boots, and armed himself with a machete before stepping out once more. Chapter 6. Successfully advancing to level 1 mutant. Upon entering the corridor, the sight of the zombies and the female corpse lying there greeted him. His next task was to eradicate the remaining zombies on this level. However, most of the doors to the rooms were tightly shut, rendering entry nearly impossible without a key. Approaching the female corpse, he recalled the hurriedness of his previous exploration, and now, upon closer inspection, he noticed that her innards had been nearly devoured. Her face still bearing an expression of terror. The dimly lit surroundings added an eerie atmosphere. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a small brown bag beside the female corpse. Judging by her attire, she must have been a guest, likely in possession of a room card. Snatching up the bag, he opened it, and, indeed, found a room card, S105. She must have been a guest of room 5, while Xinghe resided in room 2, conveniently located just ahead. Arriving at room 5, he first pressed himself against the door to listen for any sounds. Hearing nothing, he used the room card to unlock the door and slowly pushed it open. The expansive living room revealed no hiding spots. After shutting the door behind him, Xinghe began to inspect the room. The bedroom, kitchen, study, balcony, and gym, none contained any zombies. Just as he was about to leave, he glanced up and noticed the bathroom. A sudden urge to relieve himself struck him, which he had overlooked in his earlier anxiety. Unable to resist any longer, he pushed the bathroom door open, only to find a woman standing inside. As she abruptly turned, her face contorted in a grotesque snarl, her decayed mouth revealing exposed gums, and her skin rotting away, she let out a chilling scream and lunged toward Xinghe. Cursing himself for neglecting to check the bathroom, he dashed into the living room. Grabbing the machete from the table, before he could fully unsheath it, the female zombie was nearly upon him. He swiftly evaded her initial attack and kicked the table over, disrupting her advance. This provided him a moment to draw the machete. As the zombie charged again, he plunged the blade into her mouth. Utilizing her momentum, the machete pierced through her skull. The female zombie immediately ceased her struggles, and in that moment, Xinghe discerned her condition. Clad in a cleaning uniform, she was likely a hotel maid who had turned into a zombie while tidying the suite, trapped in the bathroom with the door shut. And neither had been aware of the other's presence due to the quietness of the situation. Unbeknownst to him, Xinghe's oversight nearly plunged him into peril, awakening him to the reality that in this apocalyptic world, danger lurks in every corner, and one must remain ever vigilant. Furthermore, the spear must never leave his grasp. Had he wielded it, there would have been no need to flee. Ding. Energy collected. 10. Please, host, collect the crystal cores promptly. The system's voice resonated in his mind. With the spear drawn, the zombie fell feebly to the ground. Xinghe pried open the creature's skull, extracting a white crystal. Rinsing it clean with water before holding it aloft, exclaiming, "Absorb." The white crystal vanished in an instant. At last, he could relieve himself. The tension had reached a breaking point. After resolving the immediate threat, Li Xinghe returned to the living room, his gaze landing on the fallen janitor zombie. The janitor must possess room cards for other chambers. How else could she have accessed them? Thus, he rummaged through her attire, and indeed, he discovered 4 room cards. Excellent. Just when he was troubled about how to enter the other rooms, fortune smiled upon him. The cards were labeled S101, S103, S104, and S106. There were only 6 suites on this floor, and he had now secured access to 4. Next, he would methodically check these rooms and eliminate any lurking zombies. Arriving at the door of S101, Li Xinghe first tapped the door with the hilt of his knife. Soon hearing the guttural growls of a zombie and the sound of items being overturned within, there was something inside. His spirits lifted at the prospect of energy. He yearned to enhance himself to level 1. Even a basic upgrade had significantly bolstered his physical strength, and he could scarcely fathom the transformations that would follow. After knocking for a while, the zombie inside, drawn to the noise, charged towards the door, relentlessly pounding against it. With a swift swipe of the room card, the door unlocked, and in a decisive motion, he kicked it open. The door swung wide, sending the zombie tumbling to the ground. He advanced swiftly, delivering a lethal strike to the creature's neck, its massive head rolling away, still emitting a growl. Remarkably, this creature exhibited a tenacious will to live. Another blow split its head in twain, and he retrieved the crystal core, allowing the system to absorb it. Now he had amassed 40 energy points. Slaying 3 more would suffice. Confirming there were no additional zombies, Li Xinghe proceeded to the next room, S103, which was adjacent to the previous one. He had heard no commotion before. Tapping the door with the hilt yielded no response. He swiped the card, entered, and conducted a thorough inspection of the identical layout, finding not a single zombie. Next was S104, which similarly yielded nothing, leaving Li Xinghe in a state of frustration. Was his luck truly this dismal? Moving on to the next room, he knocked, and immediately, a cacophony erupted from behind the door, a steady pounding. Finally, a zombie. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open. The zombie stumbled but did not fall. However, that was of little concern. He stepped forward and struck, cleaving the zombie's head in 2. This creature was male, draped in a bathrobe. As I crouched down to search for the crystal core, a female zombie clad in a bathrobe burst forth from the adjacent bathroom. With no time to rise, I pressed my palms to the ground and executed a sweeping kick, sending the creature crashing to the floor. Without hesitation, I drew my blade and severed its head before it could rise again. Breathing heavily, I felt a surge of adrenaline. The entire sequence, though merely a few seconds long, could have led to injury with the slightest misstep. Thankfully, the enhancements from this morning had significantly sharpened my reflexes, allowing me to react swiftly. After a brief respite, I examined all potential hiding spots for zombies and finally extracted the crystal cores from the 2 I had vanquished. Only 1 zombie remained, and I had thoroughly inspected all 6 suites on this floor. It seemed I would have to ascend to the 9th floor, I mused. Opting against the elevator, who knew whether it would open to fresh air or a horde of zombies, I descended via the fire escape to the 9th floor. Peering through the glass of the safety door, I spotted several zombies wandering the corridor, approximately 5, if I counted correctly. This presented a daunting challenge. Dealing with 2 had already been a struggle, let alone 5. After pondering for a while, a sudden glimmer in my eye caught my attention, the fire cabinet in the stairwell. Within it lay a fire axe. The window of the safety door was not particularly thick. With the axe, I could likely shatter it in 1 blow. If I secured the safety door and then smashed the window, I could dispatch the zombies one by one through the small opening as they approached. Once I confirmed the feasibility of my plan, I sprang into action, securing the safety door before raising the fire axe and bringing it down with force. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered, drawing the attention of the zombies. One by one, they charged toward the door, colliding with it and forcing it ajar. My heart raced as I realized how precarious my situation was. Should they break through, my only escape would be back to the 10th floor. Fortunately, the safety door held firm, though it creaked ominously under the strain of their assaults. Knowing I had no time to waste, I gripped my knife tightly and plunged it into the head of the first zombie that reached through, delivering a swift death. As the creature was quickly pushed aside by its companions, another zombie extended its head through the opening, and I struck again. A chime echoed in my mind. Energy accumulation has reached 100 points. Please select enhancement target. The voice of the apocalypse system resonated sweetly in my thoughts. Without hesitation, I responded mentally, enhance my body. As soon as the words left my mind, a radiant blue light enveloped me. A wave of refreshing energy surged from my feet to the crown of my head, eliciting a groan of pleasure from my lips. Blissful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully evolved to level 1. The system's announcement snapped me back to reality, but there was no time to relish the moment. The safety door was about to give way. With a thunderous roar, 3 zombies lunged toward me as the door finally collapsed. Feeling the strength coursing through his body, Xinghe was filled with confidence and did not retreat. With a swift horizontal sweep of his spear, the head of the foremost zombie was sent flying. The zombies, oblivious to fear, surged forward without a moment's hesitation. He raised a foot and kicked the second zombie 6 or 7 meters away, then swiftly thrust his spear into the eye of the last one. At that moment, the fallen zombie had just begun to rise, pulling out his spear. He approached it and with a gentle flick, silenced it, its head rolling away as it fell. Having dispatched all the zombies, Xinghe felt no fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated, energy still surging within him. He wiped the blood from his blade, extracted the crystal cores, and converted them into energy through the system. Without the inclination to calculate, he directly inquired, "System, how much energy do I have now?" After deducting the 100 points used for enhancement. "You currently possess 80 points of energy," the system replied. "This encounter has proven quite fruitful." Xinghe nodded in agreement. "Host, you have successfully enhanced to a level 1 evolved entity, unlocking the attribute viewing function." "What is the attribute viewing function?" Xinghe asked, puzzled. "It allows you to examine the fundamental attribute data of any object or being. The attributes of an ordinary person typically measure at 888, corresponding to strength, speed, and mental power, while the attributes of these common zombies stand at 961. Ah, I see, Xinghe realized. This means that aside from strength, normal humans possess superior attributes compared to zombies. As long as one can conquer their inner fears, dealing with zombies is not an impossibility. By the way, system, what are my current attributes? Xinghe asked with curiosity. Your current attributes are 151516, up from 9910 prior to enhancement, the system informed him. With attributes that overwhelmingly surpassed those of the zombies, and with his spear in hand, Xinghe felt confident that he could face 7 or 8 zombies and emerge unscathed. Even national-level athletes could not compare to his attributes. However, he remained cautious. Zombies could afford to fail repeatedly, but he had but one life. How much energy is required to enhance from level 1 to level 2 evolved entity? He inquired. 1,000 points of energy. The system replied. Wow, that is quite a leap. Tenfold. Host, each enhancement brings substantial improvements, thus requiring a greater expenditure of energy. Very well, 1,000 points of energy means I need to eliminate 50 more zombies. The road ahead is still long. Navigating past the remaining zombies, Xinghe entered the 9th floor corridor, where most of the doors were ajar, and blood and remnants were splattered across the floor and walls. It was evident that few living souls remained on this floor. Arriving at room number 1, he noticed the doors were wooden and, lacking a key card, he simply thrust his spear into the lock area, stabbing several times until he kicked the door open. Inside were 2 zombies, which he swiftly dispatched with ease. After ensuring there were no survivors, he proceeded to the next room, where only 1 zombie awaited, which he also eliminated with a single strike. Only when he reached the last few rooms did Xinghe encounter a modicum of challenge. He operated as usual, only to be taken by surprise when a teddy dog suddenly burst forth upon his kicking open the door. He was genuinely caught off guard by the presence of a dog, especially one with such astonishing speed, far surpassing that of an ordinary teddy. Had he not fortified himself beforehand, he might have been in peril. With a swift kick, he sent the teddy tumbling back. Yet it astonishingly righted itself and charged at him once more. This was becoming tiresome. Xinghe decided to no longer hold back. With a swift stroke of his knife, the teddy was cleaved in 2, its innards spilling onto the floor. It was then that he realized this was a zombie dog. No wonder it seemed unfazed by his kick. If it had been a regular teddy, given the force behind his kick, it would have surely been dispatched immediately. Even dogs had succumbed to zombification. It appeared that no creature was spared. With a sigh of contemplation, he entered the room to investigate. The speed of this teddy suggested that its owner, too, had likely fallen victim, as its velocity must have reached 10, vastly exceeding that of an ordinary human. Upon entering, he found a woman lying in a pool of blood, her innards hollowed out, and her head a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. She must not have anticipated being killed by the very dog she had raised. It was truly tragic. Continuing to the next room, he found the door ajar. After a thorough inspection, he found nothing of note. The room was relatively clean. As it was getting late, Xinghe decided to spend the night there. He set down his backpack and entered the bathroom. Taking advantage of the remaining electricity, he indulged in a hot shower. Upon returning to the living room, he opened his backpack, retrieved some food and water, and after a simple meal, lay down on the bed. System, how much energy do I currently possess? He inquired. Host, you currently have a total of 160 energy points, the system replied. Why is it 160 points? Did I not defeat 3 zombies and 1 teddy? Li Xinghe asked, puzzled. The energy gained from defeating a zombie, including the crystal core, totals 20 points, while the zombie dog contributes 30 points, the system clarified. Understanding dawned on Li Xinghe. Despite the small size of the zombie dog, its speed was indeed far superior to that of a typical zombie, rendering it more dangerous and justifying the 30 points of energy it provided. As he lay on the bed, Li Xinghe reflected on the events of the day. Although it had only been a brief span of time, he had experienced a great deal. The world was no longer what it had been yesterday, and he, too, was no longer the same Li Xinghe. While others cowered in their homes, contemplating how to evade zombies, he was steadily growing stronger through their defeat. Returning to the present, he realized he required 840 energy points to upgrade to a level 2 evolutionary body, necessitating the defeat of at least 40 more zombies. The immediate priority was to cleanse the hotel of all zombies, rapidly enhancing himself to a level 2 evolutionary body, thereby significantly bolstering his self-preservation capabilities and enabling him to seek out Xiao Wan'er in Qinghe City sooner. Grasping his knife, Li Xinghe quickly noticed the blade was marred with numerous small dents. After a day of relentless hacking, it was clearly under duress. System, how much energy is required to enhance this knife? Li Xinghe hurriedly inquired. This Miao knife is an invaluable asset. Without it, where could I possibly find another weapon so well suited to my needs? To enhance it to a level 1 nano-alloy steel blade, 200 energy points are required. Goodness, why is it so exorbitant? It demands 200 energy points? Li Xinghe exclaimed incredulously. Host, the system replied. The strength of the nano-alloy steel blade far surpasses that of the Miao knife you currently wield, and it possesses remarkable self-repair capabilities, alleviating your concerns regarding the weapon's durability. This indeed offers a permanent solution, yet my current energy is insufficient. I shall have to wait until tomorrow to accumulate more energy for the enhancement, Li Xinghe lamented. As night fell, the once bustling city now lay in eerie silence, interrupted only by the occasional growls of zombies and the shrill screams of those unfortunate enough to be discovered. The people hiding in the city's corners braced themselves for a sleepless night, countless souls wishing this nightmare were merely a dream, hoping that with the dawn, normalcy would return. On the 4th floor of the Hanyu Hotel, a woman whispered to the little girl in her arms, "Shoo, we must not make a sound. That creature is just outside." They were concealed behind a cabinet in the kitchen. Just then, a colossal shadow loomed over them. The woman quickly pushed the little girl into the cabinet, only to be seized by an outstretched hand from the shadow, a zombie's hand. In an instant, the woman had half of her head bitten off, while the little girl, stifling her sobs, covered her mouth with trembling hands, tears streaming down her cheeks, afraid to utter a sound. Chapter 8. The nano-alloy steel blade. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room. By this time, Li Xinghe had finished his breakfast, checked his equipment, and resumed his quest to eliminate zombies. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he encountered the first survivor he had seen since the apocalypse. As he entered room 502, he noticed movement behind the door. Just as he was about to swing his knife, he realized it was a young woman in her 20s, nearly mistaking her for a zombie. The young woman screamed, "Don't kill me. Please, I'm not a monster." She retreated in panic, but there was little space behind the door to escape. "Enough shouting. If you continue, you'll truly attract the zombies," Li Xinghe replied, exasperated. Upon hearing this, the young woman ceased her cries, instead retreating behind the door to weep quietly. After a morning of battling zombies, Li Xinghe felt fatigued. Observing that the room was relatively tidy, he decided to rest there. Moreover, he had accumulated enough energy to enhance the Miao knife, which had sustained significant damage. Ignoring the young woman, Li Xinghe entered the bedroom and shut the door. Seeing that he showed no inclination to converse, she sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Once inside the bedroom, Li Xinghe set down his backpack and picked up the Miao knife. System, how much energy do I currently possess? 300 points. That is sufficient. Initiate the upgrade for the Miao knife, Li Xinghe commanded the system. A brilliant blue light enveloped the blade, causing Li Xinghe to squint. After approximately 3 to 5 seconds, a brand new alloy steel knife replaced the previous Miao knife. Despite having utilized systematic reinforcement capabilities, Li Xinghe still found it hard to believe that the once tattered Miao knife had transformed so dramatically. Its length remained the same, yet its appearance was entirely different, exuding an aura of sharpness. The blade was elongated and entirely black, resembling a silent assassin, instilling a sense of danger. Holding this nanoalloy steel knife, he could distinctly feel it was over twice the weight of the former Miao knife. The grip was exquisite. After enhancing his physical strength, he found the previous Miao knife felt as lightweight as a plastic toy, which was quite uncomfortable. Now, the weight of the nanoalloy steel knife was just right. He swung the alloy knife gently against the corner of the nightstand, and the edge glided smoothly, leaving a remarkably clean cut, sharp enough to impress. Li Xinghe was thoroughly satisfied with the alloy knife. Its self-repairing ability would have to be verified over time. Recalling the young woman outside, Li Xinghe retrieved a piece of bread and a bottle of water from his backpack, opened the door, and found her seated on the sofa. He placed the bread and water in front of her. "You must be famished. Go ahead and eat," he said. "Who are you, and how did you end up here? What is the situation with the monsters outside?" Upon seeing Li Xinghe emerge from the room, the woman finally had the opportunity to voice her questions. Li Xinghe examined the woman before him. She had a pure and pleasing appearance, yet streaks of unshed tears on her face rendered her pitiable. However, he was not in the mood to indulge in sentimentality. "I am Li Xinghe, a guest on the 10th floor. How did I arrive here? I fought my way down. As for the zombies outside, I can only tell you that I am equally in the dark. What is the situation outside now? I saw zombies everywhere from the window. I attempted to call the police at 110, but the line was constantly busy," she inquired further. "I imagine the entire Huagua has become a paradise for zombies. Order has completely collapsed. Expecting government rescue is a luxury. They are likely too preoccupied with their own survival," Li Xinghe replied. Upon hearing this, the woman's hope was utterly shattered, leaving her in a daze. "By the way, what is your name?" After conversing for a while, Li Xinghe realized he still did not know her name. "My name is Wang Yan. I am a staff member at the Huanyu Hotel. I had just arrived at the hotel yesterday afternoon to prepare for my shift when my colleagues transformed into those monstrous beings. I hid in this room," she explained. "I kept trying to dial 110, but no one answered. I hadn't ventured out until you appeared because I heard the monsters roaring in the corridor." Li Xinghe nodded, considering her fortunate. Most individuals were caught off guard and either bitten or overwhelmed by zombies, ultimately becoming one of them or serving as their sustenance. After all, no one could fathom that those around them would suddenly transform into zombies. "You should eat something. I will take a rest," he said, turning away from Wang Yan and returning to the bedroom. After a night of hunger, Wang Yan quickly devoured the bread and drank nearly half a bottle of water before the gnawing sensation of hunger finally subsided. Upon returning to his bedroom, Li Xinghe reclined on the bed to rest. Having completed the reinforcement of his Miao knife, he found himself lacking in energy once more, as if he had returned to square one. However, the issue regarding his weapon had been thoroughly resolved. Now on the 5th floor, he was uncertain whether the energy remaining on the 4th floor would suffice to elevate him to the 2nd level of evolution. After contemplating for a moment, Li Xinghe shook off his thoughts. It was best to engage and see how it went. If he fell short, he would face it then, sooner or later. He had to venture out. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room on the 2nd floor of the Huanyu Hotel, 2 security guards, one stout and the other slender, were vigilantly monitoring the screens. "Brother, that fierce one has been in room 502 for quite a while without emerging. What should we do? Could he have met his end?" inquired the slender guard. Slap. The stout guard smacked the slender guard on the head. "What nonsense are you spouting?" That formidable individual wielded a knife and slaughtered his way from the 10th floor down to the 5th. What ordinary monster could possibly contend with him? Our only hope for survival is to wait until he reaches the 2nd floor. "Oh, you're right. We're entirely reliant on him now. With so many man-eating monsters outside, we simply cannot venture out. If that brother doesn't make it to the 2nd floor tonight, even if we aren't devoured by the monsters, we'll surely starve half to death," the slender guard lamented, clutching his flat stomach with a pained expression. "Exactly. When that fierce one descends, we must cling to him tightly. We need to secure some food immediately. I'm famished, and there's nothing to eat in this place," the stout guard replied. Nodding vigorously, the two continued to watch the monitors, anxious that they might miss the opportunity to latch onto the formidable figure should he arrive on the 2nd floor. After half an hour of rest, Li Xinghe re-emerged from his bedroom. Wang Yan was still seated on the sofa, and upon seeing him, she approached urgently. "Can you take me away from here? I beg you." Li Xinghe was taken aback, but soon understood. Wang Yan had been fortunate to survive, and, having finally encountered another living person, surely did not wish to remain alone. "How about this? I'll clear out the zombies in front, and you can gather some useful supplies, such as food, water, flashlights, and power banks," Li Xinghe suggested to Wang Yan. All right. Wang Yan eagerly nodded in agreement, her face lighting up with joy. Being with Li Xinghe was far better than facing the zombies alone as a vulnerable woman. He fashioned a simple shield for her from a cabinet door for protection. Then, they both exited the room, with Wang Yin trailing Li Xinghe at a distance of 1 or 2 meters, trembling slightly as she held the makeshift shield. Let us head to the 4th floor. Chapter 9. Strength-type zombies. Upon reaching the fire escape on the 4th floor, Li Xinghe signaled for Wang Yin to crouch down. He then peered through the window of the safety door to assess the corridor's condition. The passage was strewn with congealed blood and severed limbs, resembling a hellish scene. Even Li Xinghe felt a tightening in his chest. It seemed unlikely that any living souls remained. Calling out to Wang Yin, he pushed open the safety door and cautiously stepped into the corridor. Initially, Wang Yin did not see the gruesome scene, but as she entered the corridor, she felt as though she had stepped into a slaughterhouse. Beneath my feet lay a viscous pool of congealed blood, accompanied by scattered remnants of dismembered bodies. And an unbearable stench assaulted my nostrils, prompting a wave of nausea. I instinctively grasped Li Xinghe's backpack tightly, my legs trembling, yet I dared not utter a sound. Li Xinghe glanced back, observing Wang Yin's demeanor with a sense of satisfaction. Had she panicked or attempted to flee, he would have been compelled to reconsider her presence in their perilous journey. After methodically inspecting several rooms and dispatching the zombies within, Wang Yin hastily began gathering supplies. Discovering several bags of chips and spicy snacks, along with a backpack and a few bottles of water. Once she had stashed the items into the backpack, the duo continued their search. Li Xinghe soon realized that this floor appeared to be a resting area for hotel staff, and at the end of the corridor lay what seemed to be a kitchen. As they approached the kitchen doorway, Li Xinghe became acutely aware of a troubling anomaly. Zombies. Indeed, it was peculiar that in such a gruesome scene, they had encountered so few zombies. The only ones they had faced were in the rooms they had previously checked. Unusual circumstances often herald something sinister. Tightly gripping his nanocomposite steel knife, Li Xinghe cautiously advanced towards the kitchen, its door ajar, releasing a pungent scent of blood. Upon entering, he found no zombies. The floor bore the same grim testament as the corridor, suggesting that many had once been present, only to fall victim to the zombies' rampage. The kitchen was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. After a thorough inspection yielded no results, Li Xinghe noted that the food had been contaminated. Given the current situation, preparing a meal was out of the question, but he could always return for supplies later. Just as the two were about to exit, Li Xinghe suddenly detected a faint noise emanating from a nearby cupboard. Though subtle, his enhanced physique granted him sharper auditory perception than the average person. One hand raised the steel knife, while the other cautiously opened the cupboard door. Upon glimpsing the interior, Li Xinghe exhaled in relief, lowering his arm. At that moment, Wang Yin approached, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of a small girl huddled inside the cupboard. The presence of a living soul amidst such devastation was unexpected. She had thought that no one could have survived the brutal scene outside. The little girl crouched within the cupboard, frozen in fear. Wang Yin, please coax her out and inquire about her situation, Li Xinghe instructed, stepping aside. Upon seeing the two living individuals, the girl burst into tears, calling out for her mother. Mommy, Mommy, the monster ate Mommy. Come out, child. You are safe now, Li Xinghe reassured her. After bringing the girl into a slightly cleaner room, Wang Yin took a moment to comfort her before Li Xinghe offered her bread and water. As the girl's emotions began to settle, she eyed the food, swallowing hard. Turning to Wang Yin, she received a nod of encouragement before eagerly devouring the sustenance. Slow down, don't choke, take a sip of water, Wang Yin advised from the side. Once the girl finished eating, Li Xinghe gently inquired, what is your name? I am Xiaoya, she replied. How did you end up hiding in the cupboard? Li Xinghe continued to question. My mother and I, along with a group of individuals, were fleeing from a monstrous creature. In our desperate escape, we found refuge in the kitchen. However, a colossal beast soon pursued us, devouring the others without mercy. My mother concealed me behind a cupboard, but, alas, we were discovered. In the end, my mother was consumed by a zombie, having managed to shove me into the cupboard just in time. At this point, the little girl began to sob quietly. Wang Yin comforted Xiaoya while Li Xinghe fell into deep contemplation. The presence of such a large creature might explain the absence of zombies on the 4th floor. Wang Yin, you and Xiaoya stay here. I will check the 3rd floor, Li Xinghe instructed. Wang Yin gasped but, glancing at the little girl in her arms, nodded in agreement. Alone, Li Xinghe ascended to the 3rd floor, finding the corridor still devoid of zombies. He began inspecting each room, all of which had been violently breached, revealing nothing but pools of blood. At the end of the hallway, he finally made a discovery, another kitchen, but this one was alive with sounds of a zombie feasting. Peering inside, he beheld a 2.5-meter tall, extremely corpulent zombie gnawing on a man's corpse. This creature was so massive that its head nearly brushed against the ceiling lights. Ding. New species detected. Strength type zombie. Attributes 18101. The system announced. Goodness. Li Xinghe exclaimed upon hearing the system's description. With a strength rating of 18. It was no wonder it was classified as a strength type zombie, towering over him by 3 points. However, its speed was markedly inferior to his own. System. What energy can be gained from eliminating this creature? Li Xinghe inquired. Host, the energy from a mutated zombie is 10 times that of a regular zombie. Defeating this strength-type zombie will yield 100 points of energy, and its core can be converted into an additional 100 points, totaling 200 points of energy. Well then, what are we waiting for? Charge! Li Xinghe shouted. The energy he had painstakingly collected from slaying zombies throughout the morning had all been used to enhance his dagger. Yet this strength-type zombie was worth a staggering 200 points of energy. Instantly, the zombie transformed into a prime target in his eyes. However, Li Xinghe was not reckless. He first surveyed the terrain. The kitchen was spacious, with a stove on one side and a sink on the other, flanked by a row of refrigerators. The strength-type zombie stood between the refrigerators and the sink. Li Xinghe noticed a thermal pot on the stove, seemingly filled with a large amount of hot pot base oil. As he stepped into the kitchen, the feasting zombie turned its gaze towards him, its crimson eyes widening as it let out a roar and charged at Li Xinghe. The very ground trembled beneath the beast's weight as it advanced. When the massive creature drew near, Li Xinghe swiftly pivoted and sprinted toward the stove. Passing the thermal pot, he slashed it open, causing the red oil to spill across the floor. He then took a few steps back, turning to face the colossal beast. Unperturbed by the spilled oil, the creature barreled forward, only to slip on the slick surface and tumble spectacularly before Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe leapt onto its back, poised to deliver a decisive blow and claim the 200 points of energy. To his surprise, the colossal creature reacted swiftly, tossing him aside with a roll. Ah! He exclaimed, feeling the impact as he collided with the edge of the stove. The pain made him gasp as he realized the beast was about to rise again. Without a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth against the agony, quickly regained his footing, and kicked the still-recovering giant back into the crimson oil. The creature writhed in the viscous substance, struggling to rise. Relieved, Li Xinghe rubbed his aching back, seized his alloy knife, leaped onto a nearby freezer, and plunged the blade into the zombie's skull. At last, the hulking figure lay still. Extracting the crystal core, he triumphantly secured 200 points of energy. This foe had proven formidable, with an immense strength that had nearly overwhelmed him. Having dealt with the powerful zombie, Li Xinghe returned to the 4th floor of the hotel. You're finally back. I thought you wouldn't return. Wang Yan sighed in relief upon seeing him. She had feared that Li Xinghe might abandon her and the little girl, leaving them to fend for themselves in a dire situation. I encountered a mutated zombie on the 3rd floor, but it has been dealt with. You and Xiaoya gather your things. We need to head to the 3rd floor and collect any useful supplies. Let us aim to clear the entire hotel today, Li Xinghe instructed. Okay, I'll be quick, Wang Yan replied. Though there was little to gather, she had only a backpack, and Xiaoya had nothing at all. The two followed Li Xinghe to the 3rd floor, diligently collecting supplies from each room: biscuits, instant noodles, ham, snacks, and a few bottles of drinks, enough to sustain the 3 of them for 2 days. Wang Yan's backpack was now full, while Xiaoya carried a small bag to help share the load. Let us head to the 2nd floor. Wang Yan, keep an eye on Xiaoya, Li Xinghe said. All right, no problem. Xiaoya, stay close to me, Wang Yan instructed, glancing back at the little girl. Okay, big sister, Xiaoya replied. The trio reached the safety passage on the 2nd floor, which was finally normal. However, the corridor was teeming with zombies. The further they descended, the more numerous the undead became. It appeared there were dozens lurking about. Closing the safety door, they shattered the glass, instantly drawing the attention of the horde, which rushed toward them with frenzied urgency. As the zombies pressed against the safety door, Li Xinghe struck with precision, dispatching them one after another as they approached. The little girl gasped in shock behind Wang Yan, while she, having witnessed Li Xinghe's prowess before, remained unfazed. Before they could ponder further, Li Xinghe had already eliminated the entire group of zombies. Disregarding the 2 individuals behind him, Li Xinghe hastily began to extract the crystal cores from the zombies. Although Wang Yan was intrigued by Li Xinghe's actions and puzzled as to why he was rummaging through the brains of the undead, she refrained from voicing her curiosity. One by one, Li Xinghe retrieved transparent crystals from the zombies' heads, meticulously cleaning them with his clothing before stowing them away. While it appeared that he had merely pocketed them, in reality, Li Xinghe had converted them entirely into energy, wishing to keep the capabilities of his system concealed, hence the additional step. navigating past the pile of zombie corpses. The trio ventured into the second-floor corridor, systematically checking the rooms. Li Xinghe took the lead in dispatching the zombies, while Wang Yin and Xiaoya followed behind, gathering supplies. Brother, wake up. That formidable fellow has brought a woman and a child to the second floor. The thin man exclaimed, attempting to rouse the heavy-set individual. What is it? The heavy-set man groggily inquired, blinking awake. Brother, that strong man has cleared all the man-eating monsters from the corridor and is now busy searching the rooms with a woman and a child. Really? The heavy-set man's eyes lit up with excitement. Let us go. We must seize this opportunity to align ourselves with him. Summoning the thin man, the two hurriedly made their way outside. Meanwhile, on Li Xinghe's side, after successfully eliminating several zombies, the three arrived at the entrance of the final room, which bore a sign indicating it was the monitoring room. Just as Li Xinghe was about to force the door open, it unexpectedly swung open from the inside. Upon seeing two humans emerge, Li Xinghe lowered his raised alloy knife. The two individuals, clad in security uniforms, were presumably the guards assigned to monitor the hotel's surveillance room. One was stout while the other was lean, creating an amusing contrast. The pair was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the formidable individual would be at their doorstep. The stout man then greeted Li Xinghe with a smile. Hero, this monitoring room is just the two of us. We noticed your efforts in eliminating those monsters last night and have eagerly awaited your arrival. At this revelation, Li Xinghe realized that his every movement had been clearly observed. He pondered whether his system's abilities had been detected, but upon reflection, he had only absorbed a few crystal cores in the corridor, having conducted his enhancements in the rooms and fire escape. There should be nothing to raise suspicion. In truth, the two guards had not been glued to the monitors. They merely checked intermittently and had not witnessed Li Xinghe absorbing the crystal cores, which were nearly invisible on camera due to their transparent nature. Thus, they simply assumed that Li Xinghe possessed extraordinary combat prowess, prompting their desire to ally with him. With these thoughts settled, Li Xinghe felt a sense of relief and prepared to inquire about some matters. Hero, could you spare us some food? We haven't eaten all day and are quite famished, the thin man implored. Never mind, it is getting late. We can eat while we talk, Li Xinghe replied. All right then. Let us all enter the monitoring room. Li Xinghe entered the surveillance room and discovered an entire wall lined with screens displaying real-time monitoring of the hotel. Instantly, he could discern the locations of the zombies scattered throughout the premises. In the corner stood a single bed, likely designated for the night shift staff to rest. The center of the room featured a row of tables. The group settled at the tables, and Li Xinghe gestured for Wang Yin to produce some food. After distributing a modest portion to each person, they all began to eat. The gluttonous and the lean exhibited the most unrefined eating habits. However, it was understandable, as anyone who had gone an entire day without food would hardly fare better. Once everyone had their fill, Li Xinghe turned to the plump fellow and inquired, "Where is the hotel's storage room?" It was imperative to locate the storage, as hotels typically stockpiled substantial quantities of food, water, and other supplies. With 2 additional mouths to feed, the existing provisions would scarcely last 2 days. It's on the basement level, the plump man replied after taking a sip of water. Do you have plans for the storage? I saw a delivery truck unloading goods there yesterday morning, so I imagine it's packed with supplies now. The lean man chimed in while eating. The basement level, you say? Li Xinghe fell into contemplation, observing the screens on the first floor where numerous zombies roamed the lobby, at least 20 by his estimation. The condition of the basement remained uncertain, and the surveillance did not provide a comprehensive view. Let us set that aside for now. We shall first deal with the zombies in the lobby tomorrow before making any decisions. Chapter 11. Abundant supplies. After a hearty meal, the group prepared for an early rest. The plump and lean men sought a room together for companionship, while Wang Yin and Xiaoya shared a room with Li Xinghe. After enjoying a warm shower, Li Xinghe approached the window, gazing out at the streets where only a few streetlights remained steadfast in their duty. In certain parts of the city, faint glimmers of light persisted, resembling the last vestiges of human civilization. Though sparse and weak, they still existed. A night of silence passed. The following morning, the group reconvened in the surveillance room after a night of rest. They were all acutely aware that their food supplies were dwindling. The only way to procure a substantial amount of resources now lay in venturing to the underground storage. I am under no obligation to provide you with sustenance. Any resources you seek will depend on your own merits, Li Xinghe stated as he sat in a chair. Upon hearing this, the plump man was the first to rise. Fear not, brave leader. We shall do whatever you command as long as there is food involved. I have no intention of becoming a starving ghost. Indeed, you may assign us any task. My brother and I shall follow without question, the lean man added. both of them already enamored by Li Xinghe's prowess, now eager to align themselves with him. All right, enough of this brave leader nonsense. What era are we in? My name is Li Xinghe. You may simply call me that. He replied, feeling exasperated. That won't do. You saved our lives, and we cannot be so impolite. How about we call you boss instead? The plump man suggested eagerly. Precisely. We have formed a small group, and every group needs a leader. Given your remarkable abilities, the position of boss rightfully belongs to you, the lean man added. Fine. Call me whatever you wish. Li Xinghe remained indifferent. He had little interest in such matters. In this apocalyptic era, his sole ambition was to grow stronger quickly and rescue Xiao Waner, leaving other considerations aside for the time being. Turning to Wang Yin and Xiaoya, he found them equally unopposed to the plan. All right, since everyone is in agreement, let us prepare to set off, he declared. He then instructed the two heavier individuals to procure a door panel and, with an alloy steel knife, fashioned a simple shield approximately 1.5 meters in height. This shield was hoisted by the heavier man, while the slimmer one rummaged through the kitchen for a 40-centimeter boning knife, barely adequate for self-defense. Wang Yin continued to wield a small shield crafted from a wardrobe door. Once preparations were complete, the group descended to the first floor. Li Xinghe led the way, the heavier man following closely behind with the shield, and the slimmer one clutching the boning knife beside him. Wang Yin and Xiaoya brought up the rear. Upon reaching the corridor's corner, Li Xinghe signaled for everyone to halt. In the hall, approximately 20 zombies meandered about, and he noted that the main entrance was ajar. Outside, a greater horde of zombies lurked. Although he could manage to dispatch the 20 or so within the hall while retreating, the prospect of attracting the outside zombies was daunting. However, with the involvement of the heavier and slimmer men, new strategies began to form in his mind. He turned to them and whispered, "Here's the plan. Once I charge out to draw the zombies' attention, you two find an opportunity to close the hall's entrance. If any zombies rush towards you, retreat into the safe passage and attack through the glass openings. Understand? Rest assured, boss, we've seen you demonstrate this on the monitors before. We've got it covered." The heavier man replied confidently. Wang Yin and Xiaoya remained in the corridor to provide support. All right, Li Xinghe affirmed. Seeing that everyone was ready, he dashed out. He sprinted towards the opposite end of the hall, dispatching any zombies that obstructed his path with a swift strike. The zombies within the hall, upon spotting this sudden human presence, surged towards Li Xinghe like cats drawn to fish. From their hiding place in the corridor, the heavier man noticed that all the zombies had been lured away and shouted, "Let us go." He charged towards the entrance, only to realize midway that the slimmer man had remained frozen in place. "Hurry up. What on earth are you doing?" he barked. "Brother, my legs feel a bit weak," the slimmer man replied with a grimace. "Useless," the heavier man cursed, but upon turning, he saw that the zombies outside were also drawn in by the commotion, rushing towards the entrance. Time was of the essence. If they did not act swiftly to close the door, the horde would flood in. The heavier man had no time to concern himself with the weaker man's predicament. He discarded the shield and dashed to the door, managing to secure it against the encroaching zombies. Outside, the creatures pounded furiously against the entrance, causing it to shudder violently. Realizing the severity of the situation, the heavier man yelled back to the others in the corridor, "Come help. This door won't hold for long." Hearing his voice, the three in the corridor felt a tightening in their chests. Wang Yin was the first to react, rushing forward, soon followed by the little girl, Xiaoya. Upon seeing the girl joining in to help, the thin man felt a wave of shame wash over him, instantly overcoming his fear, and he too dashed outside. "What shall we do now?" Wang Yin asked anxiously. "Quickly, let us move this cabinet to the doorway and pile up some heavy objects," the stout man said, rallying everyone to push the cabinet to the entrance. They then scoured the area for more cabinets and heavy items, accumulating them at the door. The previously trembling entrance appeared more stable now, though still swaying. It seemed unlikely to pose a problem in the short term. "Hey, your legs aren't trembling anymore?" The stout man, sitting on the ground and panting heavily, inquired without any pretense. "Not trembling anymore, brother," the thin man replied shyly, pulling out a box of cigarettes and lighting one for himself and the stout man. Li Xinghe led the zombies toward the other end of the road. Discovering it led to the back of the hotel, where an area for garbage disposal lay, flanked by rows of large trash bins. Toppling these bins created an obstacle for the zombies, some of which stumbled and fell, thereby reducing their charging speed. Seizing this opportunity, he methodically dealt with the advancing zombies. Without such barriers, it would have been quite challenging to tackle the horde. He wondered how the others inside were faring. After extracting the crystal cores from the zombies, Li Xinghe hastily retraced his steps. "Boss, you're back. What about the zombies? Have you dealt with them all?" the thin man asked. his face lighting up at Li Xinghe's safe return. Indeed, they have all been taken care of. Boss, what shall we do next? Should we head to the underground warehouse? The stout man inquired, puffing on his cigarette. Noticing that everyone was unharmed, Li Xinghe promptly led them to the underground warehouse. Descending through the passage beside the original bar, they were greeted by a mountain of supplies, eliciting smiles from each person. The thin man, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "We can have as much as we want. No more worries about food." Li Xinghe, reassured by the sight of the provisions, entered the warehouse and discovered that a significant portion consisted of daily necessities, with only a third being food and water. Nevertheless, it was ample to sustain them for half a year. After thoroughly inspecting the warehouse twice to ensure no zombies lurked within, Li Xinghe signaled to everyone to begin moving a portion of the supplies to the second floor. There remained a group of zombies outside the main entrance, and the danger was not yet averted. They would have to settle on the second floor for the time being. Everyone cheerfully transported the supplies, unaware that in a shadowy corner, a pair of luminous eyes watched them intently. Chapter 12. The Reinforcement Experiment. After a while of moving food, the stout man stumbled upon an electric cooker and hot pot ingredients in the warehouse, leading everyone to unanimously decide to have hot pot for lunch. 2 days had passed since the apocalypse began, during which they had endured hunger and subsisted on snacks and bread, making them nostalgic for warm, hearty meals. In the monitoring room on the second floor, the enticing aroma of hot pot base filled the entire room. As Wang Yan and the others piled the hot pot ingredients and vegetables high on the table, gathering around it, the slender figure retrieved a bottle of red wine from the storage room, pouring a generous glass for each person, while Xiaoya opted for a refreshing beverage. The sight of the bubbling pot filled with food made everyone's mouths water. In this apocalyptic world, it seemed that only their family could still indulge in a hot pot feast. "Boss, come and enjoy the hot pot. The ingredients are ready," shouted the slender one to Li Xinghe, who was reclining on a single bed. Lost in contemplation, Li Xinghe snapped back to reality and rose to join them at the table. Moments ago, he had been pondering several questions while lying in bed. The apocalypse system could enhance everything, yet he had only augmented his body and his meow knife. He was curious about the transformations other items might undergo once strengthened. He resolved to conduct some experiments after the meal. "Come on, boss, we toast to you." The chubby one raised his glass along with the slender one, directing their words toward Li Xinghe. "Without you, boss, we might still be hiding in that monitoring room, probably starving by now. You have saved our lives, allowing us to enjoy red wine and hot pot here." "Indeed, boss, from now on, we'll stick with you." The slender one chimed in. "Hold on. Don't be so hasty in your declarations. Truth be told, I won't remain in Huanyu for long. In a few days, I shall likely depart from here." Li Xinghe revealed. "What? Why, boss? Here, we have ample food and safety. If we clear out the zombies outside, we could live here for a considerable time." The chubby one inquired anxiously. "I need to make a trip to Xinghe City. My childhood friend is there," Li Xinghe replied. "Is it your girlfriend?" the slender one asked. "Sort of," Li Xinghe chuckled. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan, who sat nearby, felt a tinge of sadness. "So that's it." The chubby one finally understood that Li Xinghe intended to rescue his beloved, and admiration for him grew within. Xinghe City was over 300 kilometers from Lanzhou City. Before the apocalypse, it would have taken merely a high-speed train ride of just over an hour, but now, in this devastated world, transportation had ground to a halt. Even traversing a single block had become a daunting task. "Boss, how do you plan to get there? Xinghe City is so far away, and the outside is crawling with zombies," the slender one asked, echoing the curiosity of the group. "I have a preliminary idea, but it requires further experimentation," Li Xinghe replied. The others were left puzzled, unsure of what he meant. After finishing the hot pot amidst their varying thoughts, Li Xinghe instructed the chubby one to keep watch over the zombies on the first floor while the others took some rest. He himself sought a new room, preparing to thoroughly test the system's ability to enhance all things. It sounded remarkably impressive, after all. First, he inquired about the total energy accumulated by the system. "Host, you have currently amassed 870 points of energy." "Oh, has it truly reached 870 points without my noticing?" Upon reflection, he realized he had indeed dispatched numerous zombies in the past few days, alongside the 200 points contributed by a power-type zombie, which made it less surprising. Not forgetting his objective, Li Xinghe pulled a lighter from his bag. "System, how much energy is required to enhance this lighter?" 2 points of energy. "So little? Enhance it." As Li Xinghe's words faded, a radiant blue light enveloped the lighter. In the blink of an eye, the blue glow dissipated, revealing a meticulously crafted lighter nestled in Li Xinghe's palm. Upon utilizing the attribute inspection feature, A brief description of the newly acquired lighter surfaced in his mind. A rechargeable lighter that lasts a year on a single charge. Such a simple statement filled Li Xinghe with delight. Indeed, its enhanced functionality far surpassed that of his previous lighter by several magnitudes. With a mere thought, he inquired of the system, how much energy is required for further enhancement? 20 points of energy, host, came the reply. Very well, that is acceptable. Proceed with the enhancement. Once again, a wave of blue light enveloped the lighter, this time lingering slightly longer than before. When the light faded, a technologically advanced lighter materialized before him. Astonishingly, it hardly resembled a lighter at all. Had Li Xinghe not witnessed its transformation, he would scarcely have recognized it. Upon inspecting its attributes, he discovered a high-tech lighter capable of functioning in any extreme environment, powered by solar energy. Indeed, the technological advancement was remarkable. This single lighter would undoubtedly provoke considerable excitement even before the apocalypse. When he inquired about the energy needed for another upgrade, the system responded with a requirement of 200 points. Well, perhaps we shall postpone that for now. It is merely a lighter, after all. Not worth expending such energy on. Then, an idea struck Li Xinghe. If ordinary items could be enhanced to elevate their technological level and functionality, what transformations might food undergo? Thus, he retrieved a bottle of water. System, how much energy is required to enhance this bottle of water? Host, it requires 3 points of energy. Enhance. With a flash of blue light, the previous mineral water vanished, replaced by a smaller bottle, approximately 100 milliliters in size. Utilizing the attribute inspection feature once more, he was astonished to read, Stamina Recovery Potion, capable of restoring stamina, with the extent of recovery dependent on the drinker's physique. The stronger the physique, the lesser the recovery. This is indeed a remarkable find. Such a potion can restore stamina, allowing one to endure in battle, remaining steadfast. System. How much stamina can I recover by using this stamina recovery potion? The host's current physique can recover approximately 30%. Oh. So 3 bottles should nearly restore me to full capacity, and this is merely the effect of a single enhancement. Li Xinghe's curiosity grew regarding what further enhancements might yield. When he inquired about the energy required for another upgrade, the system confirmed it would be 30 points. Without hesitation, he opted for the upgrade. This time, the potion transformed into a size akin to that of an oral solution. Upon checking its attributes, Li Xinghe was taken aback. Attribute Enhancement Potion, capable of temporarily boosting the drinker's attributes by 20%, with the duration decreasing as the drinker's strength increases. Incredible. This potion can directly augment attributes for a brief period. It is a veritable weapon for counterattacks. He envisioned a scenario where 2 individuals of similar strength faced off. One consuming this potion, the outcome was all too evident. Good things, indeed. It would be prudent to prepare a few bottles of this elixir to carry with me, along with stamina restoration potions, which are equally vital and should also be stocked. After this research, Li Xinghe has gained clarity on his forthcoming endeavors. Primarily, physical enhancement is essential. Subsequently, weaponry must not be neglected. Lastly, Li Xinghe has set his sights on his SUV. Chapter 13. Level 2 Evolutionary Body. Li Xinghe retrieved 6 bottles of mineral water from the monitoring room, transforming them all into stamina restoration potions, and subsequently enhanced 3 of them into attribute enhancement potions. System, how much energy remains? Li Xinghe inquired after completing these tasks. A total of 707 points of energy. To evolve to a level 2 evolutionary body requires 1,000 points of energy, leaving a deficit of 293 points. Currently, a horde of zombies lingers outside the hall on the first floor. Eliminating them all would certainly suffice for his enhancement to a level 2 evolutionary body. With this thought, Li Xinghe proceeded to the monitoring room and instructed the chubby man to summon everyone. Our objective this afternoon is to eradicate the zombies outside the hall on the first floor. Allowing them to roam outside is not a viable option. Li Xinghe addressed the group. Indeed, boss. That group of zombies has been lingering outside. We cannot keep sending people to guard, the chubby man remarked. With the thin man nodding in agreement, Wang Yin had no objections, while Xiaoyu simply followed along with whatever they decided. All right, next. The chubby man will lead the thin man to clear away the obstacles at the entrance, leaving the bar intact. Understood, boss, he replied, leading the thin man downstairs. Wang Yin and Xiaoyu remained in the monitoring room, ready to alert Li Xinghe at the slightest disturbance. Seeing Wang Yin nod, Li Xinghe took his nanoalloy steel knife and ventured out. Upon arriving at the first floor hall, the chubby man and the thin man had nearly cleared the area. Li Xinghe joined them in moving the heavier items, leaving only a long bar at the entrance. Then, he opened the door, prompting the zombies outside to surge forward. However, the bar impeded their advance, leaving them clawing and snapping ineffectually. Without hesitation, Xinghe stepped forward and dispatched the first one with a swift strike. Immediately, more zombies followed, with 2 or 3 pressing in from behind, and the horde continued to swell. The chubby man and the thin man had somehow procured 2 steel pipes over a meter long and stood in line with Xinghe. As zombies approached, they swung their pipes, momentarily regaining control of the situation. After dispatching over a dozen zombies, Xinghe finally amassed enough energy for the evolution to a level 2 body. Had it not been for the chubby man and the thin man, he would have commenced his enhancement earlier. Once the last few zombies were dealt with, the chubby man rubbed his sore wrist, exclaiming, "Finally, we've dealt with these wretched creatures." Their incessant noise was maddening. Pushing aside the bar, Xinghe advanced to collect the zombie cores, with the 2 men following suit. Upon witnessing Xinghe rummaging through the zombies' heads, they both retched, affected by the sight. Consequently, the 2 squatted on the steps, heaving until they had expelled all the bile, feeling somewhat better afterward. "Big brother, what are you searching for within the mind of a zombie?" The slender man wore a distressed expression, clutching an energy crystal core. As Xinghe extracted a transparent crystal core from the zombie's brain, he pondered aloud, "Is this indeed the energy crystal core? What purpose does it serve?" The stout and slender individuals approached, their faces brimming with curiosity. The energy crystal core is the source of a zombie's power. It is through this object that they derive the energy to move. He hesitated momentarily, admitting, "To be honest, aside from the system's ability to convert it into energy, I am quite unaware of any other utility this crystal core possesses." System, apart from energy conversion, what other functions does this crystal core serve? Host. The crystal core can also be absorbed directly to enhance physical strength, albeit with an efficiency of only about 50% compared to direct conversion. 50%? That is a significant reduction. Xinghe mused, but does this imply that ordinary individuals can also become enhanced beings? Indeed, due to the altered atmospheric conditions of Blue Star, the surviving humans have experienced a subtle enhancement of their physical constitution. However, this improvement is limited. Only through the absorption of energy from crystal cores or other sources can humans continuously strengthen their physiques. At this realization, Xinghe comprehended that perhaps this was the evolutionary path left for humanity in the apocalypse. He continued speaking to the 2 men. As for its utility, absorbing the energy within can transform one into an enhanced being. Enhanced being? Could it be that you are one yourself, boss? The stout man exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. No wonder you're so formidable. It is indeed due to this crystal core. Precisely, Xinghe nodded. He chose to share this information for 2 reasons. First, the 2 had fought alongside him, and he deemed them reliable after their days together. Second, since ordinary individuals could only absorb 50% of the energy, he felt no trepidation about others surpassing his strength. Moreover, with the apocalypse system at his disposal, he could fortify all things, making him even less concerned about this knowledge spreading. The stout and slender brothers could not contain their excitement, exclaiming, "Boss, does this mean we can also become enhanced beings?" "In theory, yes. Come, boss, let us assist in finding more crystal cores." The stout men hurried forward to help Xinghe search for the cores. In a short while, the trio gathered all the crystal cores from the zombies. 25 zombies yielded a total of 25 cores. The stout and slender men contributed 10 cores, while Xinghe secured 15. "Here you go, boss." The stout man presented the cores he and his brother had found. Xinghe regarded the 2 thoughtfully for a moment. "You may keep these 10 crystal cores." "What? Boss, we hardly contributed much. We feel undeserving." The stout man initially rejoiced, but then reflected, "Indeed, we didn't exert ourselves significantly, as you were primarily responsible for dispatching the zombies." They had witnessed Xinghe tirelessly battling the undead, yet had only managed to vanquish a few themselves. "Take them. In these perilous times, any enhancement of strength will afford you greater self-preservation." Hesitant at first, the stout man pondered, but the slender man promptly urged him, "Brother, the boss is right. With the outside world so treacherous, bolstering our strength will also enable us to assist the boss." "Very well, boss. We shall accept these. However, the leader, how do we absorb this crystal core?" the thin man inquired. Xinghe was equally perplexed and hastily consulted the system, which provided an answer that left him momentarily stunned. He then cast a meaningful smile at the 2, causing a chill to run down their spines. "What does this mean? It feels rather ominous." Subsequently, Xinghe's response turned their faces pale. "Just swallow it." "What? You want us to swallow it directly?" the thin man exclaimed. The stout man was not much better off. Indeed, Whether you choose to swallow it is up to you. In a moment, we shall drag all these zombies outside and set them ablaze. With that, Li Xinghe retreated to his room, leaving the stout and thin men exchanging glances, rooted in place. Once back in his room and ensuring the door was securely closed, Li Xinghe hastily transformed all the crystal cores into energy. System, initiate body enhancement. Understood. Host, commencing enhancement. A familiar blue light enveloped Li Xinghe's body, followed by a warm current surging from his dantian to his limbs. When the blue light dissipated, a layer of black impurities surfaced on Li Xinghe, emitting an utterly foul odor. What is this? He quickly inquired of the system. Host, these are the impurities within your body. The potent energy has expelled all the impurities, bringing your body to its optimal state. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Li Xinghe hurried to the bathroom for a shower. Returning to his bedroom, he opened a window for ventilation and settled into a chair on the balcony to activate the attribute inspection function. Chapter 14, The Formation of the Team. His current attributes stood at 202,021, an increase of 5 points across each attribute compared to his first-level evolutionary state. Li Xinghe felt a surge of even greater power coursing through him. Grasping the railing of the balcony, he squeezed it lightly, leaving an imprint in the metal. With a bit more force, he managed to twist the entire railing into a contorted mass. Although the railing was not solid, the strength he exhibited thrilled him. His current power likely surpassed that of any human before the apocalypse. Recalling the strength-type zombie he had previously defeated, Li Xinghe felt confident that he could vanquish it in a single blow if they were to cross paths again. With his current speed, ordinary zombies would not even be able to approach him before his stamina was exhausted. It was time to leave this place. However, first, he needed to retrieve his SUV, which he had parked in the lot outside the Huanyu building upon his arrival. Now that the zombies at the entrance of Huanyu had been cleared, he merely needed to eliminate those in the parking lot to reclaim his vehicle. Meanwhile, on the stout man's side, after Li Xinghe departed, the two exchanged glances, remaining silent. After a considerable pause, the stout man finally spoke. Let us eat. Since the leader has said so, there should be no issue. With that, he took a crystal core and swallowed it whole. As it touched his saliva, it quickly transformed into a liquid, which he gulped down. Seeing the stout man's decisive action, the thin man swallowed a crystal core as well, overcoming his revulsion as the liquid slid down his throat. After a brief moment, the two individuals felt a warm current emanating from their dantian, which enveloped them in a soothing sensation, alleviating the fatigue they had experienced during their confrontation with the zombies. The plump man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exchanged a glance with his lean companion, both recognizing the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. Subsequently, they each consumed the remaining 4 crystal cores. A more potent wave of warmth surged forth from their dantian, and they distinctly felt their bodies lighten, infused with newfound vigor. They then dragged the lifeless bodies of the zombies out to the open space beyond the hall's entrance. Indeed, the leader was correct. These crystal cores undeniably enhance one's physique. I can clearly feel my strength has significantly increased. Moving all these zombie corpses feels effortless. The lean man remarked as he surveyed the scattered remains. Indeed, it appears we ought to accompany the leader in hunting zombies more frequently, the plump man mused. Both individuals sensed the transformative changes in their bodies and yearned for further strength. In this apocalyptic world, only by becoming stronger could they hope to survive more effectively. They then procured some gasoline from the warehouse and set the zombie corpses ablaze. By this time, the sun had risen high in the sky. Once these tasks were completed, the two returned to the hall and secured the doors to prevent any wandering zombies from intruding. At this moment, Li Xinghe had instructed Wang Yin to prepare lunch, inviting everyone to partake in the meal. She had prepared noodles with a savory sauce, with each person receiving an additional 2 eggs. Upon seeing the plump man and his companion enter, Li Xinghe activated the attribute detection function and noted, plump, 988, lean, 898. Both exhibited a physique slightly above the norm. Each had absorbed 5 crystal cores, with an absorption efficiency of 50% that equated to 25 points. And they needed to absorb another 15 to achieve the status of a level 1 enhanced body. Seeing Li Xinghe, the lean man promptly exclaimed, "Boss, these crystal cores are exhilarating for power enhancement. We should continue hunting zombies this afternoon." "Indeed, boss, I can hardly contain my eagerness to grow stronger." The plump man chimed in. "Very well. I had already planned to clear out the zombies in the parking lot this afternoon. Now, let us ascend and enjoy our meal." Li Xinghe called to the two as they made their way to the second floor. Having skipped breakfast and worked diligently throughout the morning, the plump man and his companion were ravenous, diving eagerly onto the table as soon as they entered. After a while, as everyone was finishing their meal, Li Xinghe suddenly announced, "I have decided that I will leave the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing this, everyone set down their chopsticks. Although they had previously heard Li Xinghe mention his intention to depart for Xinghe City in search of his childhood friend, they were taken aback by the suddenness of his decision. For a moment, they were at a loss for words, until the plump man broke the silence. "Boss, my brother and I have decided to accompany you to Xinghe City. We have no relatives in Lanzhou, and our hometown in Beihai City is likely unreachable now. It would be reassuring to travel together." "Yes, boss, with zombies lurking everywhere, nowhere feels safe anymore. It would be best to follow you. Together, we can slay zombies and grow stronger." The slender individual beside them nodded in agreement. At that moment, Wang Yin abruptly stood up, suggesting, "You must need someone to manage logistics on the road. Why not include me? My hometown is in Xihai City, adjacent to Xinghe City. If given the chance, I would like to return and see how my parents are doing." Xiaoya remained silent, but Wang Yin, having learned that Xiaoya's parents had long divorced and that she had been living with her mother who has now passed away, took pity on her. "Child, just follow me," Wang Yin said warmly. Hearing Wang Yan's words, Xiaoya lifted her head, her small face beaming with joy. "Good big sister." Seeing that everyone had expressed their willingness to leave with him, Li Xinghe had little else to say. "Since everyone wishes to accompany me, I must lay down some ground rules. You all must adhere to my arrangements on this journey. If anyone disagrees, now is the time to withdraw." "Not a problem, boss. We'll follow your lead." The two plump individuals replied in unison, with Wang Yin and Xiaoya showing no dissent. Recognizing the consensus among the group, Li Xinghe continued, "All right, let us eat quickly. We will gather in the lobby at 2 p.m. this afternoon to clear the parking lot of zombies." "Understood, boss." After the meal, Li Xinghe called the two plump individuals over, instructing them to bring along 2 steel pipes and wait outside. Moments later, he handed them 2 short firearms. Although termed short, they measured approximately 1.6 meters, the glint of the cold steel hinting at their lethal sharpness. "Boss, where did you conjure these impressive guns from?" the plump man inquired. "That's a special ability of mine," Li Xinghe replied, prompting no further questions. "I see, thank you, boss." The duo had long envied Li Xinghe's nanoalloy steel knife and yearned for a suitable weapon. However, within the confines of the hotel, their options were limited to kitchen knives or fire axes, neither of which were ideal for confronting zombies. Kitchen knives were too short for safety, while fire axes were excessively heavy, rendering them cumbersome. Thus, they had resorted to using the steel pipes, but now, before them lay 2 functional firearms, filling them with delight. "Finally, we have effective weapons." These short firearms had been enhanced by Li Xinghe through his system, costing him 40 energy points, transforming the steel pipes into the firearms. At a length of 1.6 meters, they were sufficient to eliminate zombies from a safe distance, with the sharp tips capable of easily piercing their skulls. Chapter 15. Enhanced Vehicle. At 2 p.m., the group convened punctually in the lobby, fully armed and brimming with determination. One plump individual wielded a makeshift shield in one hand and a short firearm in the other, while the slender individual also held a firearm. Wang Yin carried the shield that Li Xinghe had crafted for her, and Xiaoya, curiously, had no weapon at all. Initially, Li Xinghe had not intended to bring them along, but upon reflection, he concluded that leaving them behind might not be safe. Moving together would also serve to strengthen their resilience. In a post-apocalyptic world, women and children must possess combat capabilities, for those lacking such skills cannot survive long-term. All right, let us set off. This afternoon, our objective is to clear the parking lot and find suitable vehicles. Yes, the leader traversed the open space at the hotel entrance. And just beyond the guard booth lay the hotel parking lot. With a swift motion, he dispatched the zombie inside the booth. And Li Xinghe arranged the formation. I led the way, followed by the plump one, while Wang Yin and Xiaoya positioned themselves in the center, with the thin one bringing up the rear. Upon reaching the parking lot, a few zombies wandered nearby. Upon detecting human presence, they lunged toward us, their eyes glowing red, arms flailing, claws extended, and mouths agape, emitting continuous roars as they rushed towards Li Xinghe. After effortlessly dispatching several zombies, he intentionally let one loose to give the others a chance to practice. As a zombie charged toward them, the plump one quickly thrust his shield forward, only to be knocked back a couple of steps by the force of the impact. Thin one go. At the sound of the plump one's call, the thin one gripped his sidearm tightly and lunged at the zombie, but his aim faltered, and the weapon skewed, embedding itself in the creature's shoulder. Unfazed by the pain, the zombie surged forward, forcing the thin one to retreat. Noticing the thin one's misstep, the plump one hurried forward and thrust his weapon into the zombie's eye. causing a surge of black blood to gush forth. The zombie convulsed twice before falling still. You need to aim better. How could you miss such a large target? The thin one felt his face flush with embarrassment, especially with the larger and smaller figures observing him. He resolved to practice his aim diligently. Watching how effortlessly the leader handled his blade. With the zombies dealt with, Xinghe advanced further. Suddenly, a noise emerged from a car nearby. A zombie was trapped inside. Xinghe opened the door and swiftly plunged his knife into the creature's skull. Turning back, he instructed the others. Maintain formation and be cautious of the zombies in the vehicles. Eliminate them all while I scout ahead. Understood, boss. Came the voices of the plump one and the others from behind. Xinghe moved onward, dispatching any zombies that emerged, while the plump one and the others slowly advanced, ensuring to eradicate all the hidden zombies within the vehicles and extracting their cores. Deep within the parking lot, he spotted his SUV quietly stationed in a corner but chose to ignore it for the moment, continuing his search and discovering several desirable vehicles. Their owners now transformed into zombies, with the keys still inside. Among them, the imported Wrangler and the Land Rover Defender caught Xinghe's eye as potential selections. After some time, the plump one and the others finally eliminated all the stragglers, presenting Xinghe with a total of 16 cores, of which 6 were allocated to the plump one and the thin one. He then pocketed the remaining 10 cores, converting them all into energy. He instructed the plump one and the thin one to drive the Wrangler and the Land Rover Defender back, while he approached his own vehicle. System. How much energy is required to enhance this Chang'an? 400 points of energy. Indeed, it was quite a sum, as Xinghe had anticipated, knowing it wouldn't be insignificant. Considering that even a single blade required 200 points of energy, 400 points for vehicle enhancement was not unreasonable. System. How much energy do I currently possess? He wondered if it would suffice for the upgrade. If not, he would need to venture outside to hunt more zombies. The host currently possesses a total of 407 energy points. Xinghe now harbors doubts that the system intends to drain his energy. With 407 energy points at his disposal, it is rather fortuitous that upgrading the vehicle requires precisely 400 points. This coincidence raises Xinghe's skepticism. Observing the system's silence, he assumes it has acquiesced to his thoughts. Let us enhance it, he declares. Please select the target for enhancement. My Chang'an, he responds. Very well, commencing enhancement. A blue luminescence envelopes the vehicle. Given that it is daytime and outdoors, the brilliance is not overly blinding. After 4 or 5 seconds, the blue light dissipates. The dark gray chassis now gleams with a metallic luster, and the vehicle appears notably larger than before, with the tires proportionately increased. It resembles a car freshly emerged from the factory, radiant and striking. As he opens the door, he finds the previously worn interior rejuvenated. The already spacious cabin now even more expansive. Utilizing the attributes inspection function reveals. Defense. The body and glass are bulletproof. The tires are explosion-proof. Speed. Maximum speed of 300 km per hour. These specifications are indeed remarkable. Not only is the body and glass bulletproof, but the tires are also resistant to explosions. And the vehicle can reach a staggering speed of 300 km per hour. It is noteworthy that typical family SUVs can only achieve around 200 kilometers, let alone 300. Seated within his newly enhanced vehicle, Xinghe finds himself increasingly enamored. He ignites the engine, and the roar of power resonates. With a press of the accelerator, the car shoots forward with remarkable speed. Arriving at the hotel entrance, he spots the hefty and lean duo examining the 2 vehicles they had returned with. Though they had encountered such fine automobiles before the apocalypse, they had never had the chance to drive one. Without the advent of the apocalypse, they might never have such an opportunity in their lifetime. Upon seeing Xinghe arrive in such a dazzling vehicle, the 2 cannot restrain their astonishment. Boss, what kind of car is this? A Chang'an? I've never seen this model before. Having previously served as gatekeepers, they honestly admit they have never encountered this particular Chang'an model. It's a new release. There's only this one. Xinghe replies with a smile. You're still the best, boss. All right, enough speculation for now. You 2 go fetch some gasoline and fill up the vehicles. Wang Yin and Xiao Yu are tasked with gathering supplies, preparing food, water, and other essentials. Loading as much as they can until the vehicles are full. Understood, boss. Come on, Slim. Let's head to the warehouse, the hefty one exclaims. Wang Yin nods in comprehension and leads Xiao Yu to gather the supplies. Xinghe sits alone on the steps in front of the hotel, gazing at the distant sunset. I am finally leaving this place. I wonder how Warner is faring. She must wait for me. Suddenly, a cry pierces the air. Ah, boss, help. What the hell? What is happening? Run, big brother. At that moment, the voices of the hefty duo echo from the warehouse. What is going on? What happened? Li Xinghe questions, perplexed. Hadn't the warehouse been inspected? What could have caused them to cry for help? Without a moment's hesitation, he springs to his feet and rushes towards the warehouse. Chapter 16. Taming the mutated orange cat. Upon Li Xinghe's hurried entrance into the underground warehouse, he discovered that the two portly individuals were cornered by a feline creature. Armed with gasoline canisters, they swung them vigorously in a desperate attempt to fend off the creature's advances. The sudden appearance of Li Xinghe startled the beast, which retreated a few steps, prompting the two men to hastily retreat behind him. Boss, had you arrived even a moment later, we would have been devoured by this enormous cat. The heart of the stout man raced with anxiety. Moments ago, as they had found the oil canisters and prepared to pour, an imposing cat had emerged from the shadows. Had it not been for the thin man shoving him aside, he would have surely been pounced upon, leading to a dire fate. As the light of the warehouse illuminated the scene, Li Xinghe beheld the true form of the formidable feline. Standing at half a man's height and cloaked in golden fur, it appeared to stretch nearly 2 meters in length. Its front paws anxiously clawed at the ground, and the glimmer of its sharp claws hinted at their capacity to effortlessly rend flesh. Utilizing his attribute scanning ability, he identified it as a mutated orange cat, boasting an attribute score of 12,165 and an impressive speed of 16 points. No wonder the two men had been driven to a corner. Fortunately, this orange cat was merely level 1. Otherwise, even Li Xinghe would have been compelled to flee. Just as Li Xinghe pondered how to deal with the creature, it sprang into action. Its agile body burst forth with explosive energy, reaching the trio in a heartbeat. With a powerful leap, it extended its razor-sharp claws toward Li Xinghe's head, and if it were to make contact, its strength of 12 points could easily sever his head from his shoulders. Be careful, boss, the stout men exclaimed as they watched the mutated orange cat hurtle toward them. However, in an astonishing turn of events, the creature was sent flying backward at a pace even swifter than its initial charge, crashing heavily to the ground and struggling to rise. At that moment, Li Xinghe retracted his extended leg, leaving the two men in stunned silence. Wow, boss, that was incredible. You took down that massive cat with a single kick. The thin man, regaining his senses, remarked. This mutated cat is exceedingly fast and far stronger than you two realize. He added, yet I am perplexed as to how it came to be here. Suddenly, the stout man interjected, boss, I recall that there was a mouse infestation in the warehouse, and the manager had raised an orange cat. Could this be the very same creature? But it has grown far too large. The thin man echoed his astonishment. Indeed, it resembles a leopard, perhaps even more formidable. Upon hearing the stout man's theory, Li Xinghe began to piece together the puzzle. It was likely the very orange cat in question, yet its stealth capabilities were remarkable, having evaded detection even after 2 thorough inspections. But boss, when we were moving supplies earlier, why didn't it show itself? Why did it suddenly attack us now? The stout man remained puzzled. Felines are known for their intelligence, and this mutated orange cat has likely become even more astute. I was present earlier, and it may have deemed me a threat and chosen to hide. Today, with the two of you here and me absent, it felt emboldened to strike. Li Xinghe offered a plausible explanation. The two hefty individuals initially nodded in agreement, but soon their expressions shifted, realizing that their lack of strength had rendered them mere prey for the mutated orange cat. How disheartening it was to navigate this world, beset by zombies and now these aberrant felines, which had relegated humanity from the pinnacle of the food chain to its lowest rung. A palpable sense of crisis enveloped the two men. Observing Li Xinghe deep in contemplation while glancing at the incapacitated mutated orange cat still sprawled on the ground, the leaner of the duo inquired, boss, how should we deal with this orange cat? Shall we simply eliminate it? It was just contemplating a meal of us. Upon hearing this, the mutated orange cat began to thrash violently in the distance. Hey, this wretched creature can understand our words, exclaimed the hefty one in astonishment. Li Xinghe approached the mutated cat, which struggled even more fiercely, but the previous blow had dealt it a grievous injury, preventing it from rising. You can likely comprehend our words. Do you wish to live or die? Upon hearing Li Xinghe's voice, the mutated orange cat promptly lowered its head and lay flat on the ground. Huh, boss, what does this creature mean? The hefty man asked, perplexed. It seems to have submitted, Li Xinghe replied. He retrieved a vial of restorative potion from his jacket pocket and administered it to the mutated cat. While the potion lacked healing properties, it would restore some of its vitality, aiding its recovery. After a brief moment, perhaps due to the effects of the potion, the mutated orange cat shakily rose to its feet, startling the two men, who quickly took refuge behind Li Xinghe, fearful of another attack. All right, you two, go and refuel. I will handle things here. Be careful, boss, and watch out for a sneak attack from this creature, they cautioned before exiting with their fuel canisters. In this post-apocalyptic world, you shall accompany me from now on. I will guide you through the trials of life and help you grow stronger. Xinghe softly spoke to the mutated orange cat. The cat blinked, perhaps not fully understanding, but it nudged its large head against Xinghe's leg affectionately. From now on, I shall call you Big Orange. Upon hearing its new name, the mutated orange cat mewed in response, though the sound belied its formidable appearance. Despite its fearsome exterior, its vocalization was surprisingly gentle. Yet, anyone who underestimated it would undoubtedly pay with their life. As they exited the warehouse, Big Orange curiously surveyed its surroundings. As a mutated beast, its recuperative abilities were remarkably robust, and with the restorative potion, it was now able to move normally. Just then, Wang Yin happened to descend the stairs. Spotting Xinghe in the hall, she intended to greet him, only to be startled by Big Orange emerging from behind him, causing her to stumble and fall onto the stairs. She pointed at Xinghe's back, exclaiming, "Why you behind you? Are you referring to it?" Xinghe turned around and gently patted Big Orange's head, which squinted its eyes in apparent enjoyment. "It was discovered by the two hefty fellows in the warehouse and nearly harmed them, but I have tamed it. Its name is Big Orange." After explaining to Wang Yin, he turned back to Big Orange and instructed, "This is Wang Yin, one of us. You must not harm her, do you understand?" To his astonishment, Big Orange nodded repeatedly, leaving Wang Yin utterly astonished. Can it truly comprehend human speech? Indeed, it is a mutated feline, endowed with remarkable intelligence, destined to become one of us. Xinghe inquired about the preparations for supplies. Wang Yin, regaining her composure, responded that everything had been sorted, and the next step was to load the vehicle. "Well, you all start loading, and shortly, Fatty and the others will arrive after refueling to assist you." With that, he departed the hotel, accompanied by the orange cat. Observing Xinghe and his feline companion exit through the doors, Wang Yin released a sigh of relief. The sudden appearance of the orange cat had startled her considerably. After a moment of calming herself, she rose to her feet. As nightfall gradually enveloped the sky, the group toiled until past 9 o'clock, finally loading all necessary items onto the vehicle. After an afternoon of labor, hunger gnawed at their bellies, prompting Fatty to propose a barbecue in the courtyard, whimsically declaring, "Live today as if there is no tomorrow." Xinghe found no fault in this suggestion. The tension of recent days had weighed heavily on everyone, and a moment of relaxation was indeed warranted. Securing the courtyard gate, they set up a barbecue grill in the open space in front of the hotel, gathering various ingredients and seasonings, while Fatty brought over a case of beer. "Fatty, take it easy on the drinks. We need to depart early tomorrow, and we cannot afford any delays," Xinghe admonished as he reclined in a chair, the aroma of grilled food wafting from the table beside him, while the orange cat lay next to him, gnawing on a bone. "Sure thing, boss, just a little," Fatty's voice chimed in. As the moon ascended high into the night sky, the stars twinkled brilliantly. Xinghe observed that, in the absence of human pollution, the heavens appeared remarkably clearer. Meanwhile, not far from the Huanyu Hotel, a pair of crimson eyes fixated on the scene below. Bathed in moonlight, a grotesque visage emerged. A decayed mouth revealing sharp teeth that crunched on something, with bright red liquid trickling from the corners of its mouth. Chapter 17. Encountering an Ambush. The orange cat displays its might at the break of dawn. The group sprang into action. Some prepared breakfast, while others inspected supplies, with the orange cat basking in the sun on the steps. After their morning meal, they set off in 3 vehicles, embarking on their journey with great fanfare. Xinghe led the way in a Chang'an, followed by the slender fellow in a Land Rover Defender, accompanied by a young girl, and Fatty trailed behind in a Wrangler, with Wang Yin in tow. The vehicles maintained a distance of about 10 meters apart, facilitating mutual support. The orange cat perched atop Xinghe's vehicle, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Prior to departure, they had consulted a map and resolved to traverse through Zhaoyang district after leaving Huanyu, then proceed along the Ring City Expressway, entering the Lanqing Expressway at the Lanzhou Dong toll station. The most perilous stretch lay within Zhaoyang district, the bustling heart of Lanzhou, densely populated and currently teeming with zombies. Huanyu was situated at the district's epicenter. However, should they successfully navigate through Zhaoyang and access the Ring City Expressway, a smooth journey awaited them. After covering 300 to 500 meters upon exiting Huanyu, the convoy encountered several zombies. Xinghe, eager to test the enhanced durability of his vehicle, did not shy away from the undead, but instead pressed the accelerator, crashing through the horde. With a few resounding thuds, several zombies were flung aside, soaring through the air before crashing to the ground. Even as they struggled to rise, their heads were mercilessly crushed by passing vehicles. The fortified car proved to be remarkably robust, maintaining stability even while colliding with multiple zombies. Inside, Li Xinghe felt no discernible jolts. With unwavering speed, the convoy pressed onward, leaving the pursuing zombies far behind. However, after traveling approximately a kilometer, Li Xinghe sensed something amiss. The number of zombies surrounding them had markedly increased, particularly at the intersection ahead, where a dense throng awaited, perhaps 50 or 60 in total. As dusk approached during the apocalypse, coupled with the rising incidence of rabid attacks, it seemed implausible for so many to be on the streets. Even if zombies had begun to wander out in the past few days, their congregation at this intersection was highly suspicious. Recognizing the anomaly, Li Xinghe hesitated, unsure of his ability to pass through safely, and thus reduced speed. Halting over 200 meters away from the horde, he activated the intercom to alert the two vehicles behind him. Attention! A large number of zombies are at the intersection ahead. Prepare to turn around and navigate through the adjacent streets. Just as Li Xinghe informed the convoy to turn back, the zombie horde ahead suddenly erupted into chaos without warning, roaring as they charged towards the convoy. At their speed, they would reach the vehicles in less than 20 seconds. What the hell was happening? Had they sensed us from such a distance? Li Xinghe felt a wave of dread. Upon receiving his warning, the rotund and lean members of the team quickly turned around, only to discover that a considerable number of zombies, around 20 or 30, had inexplicably emerged behind them. Boss, it's bad. There's a horde behind us too. The panicked voice of the rotund man crackled over the intercom. What? Even a fool could recognize that the situation was dire. The appearance of these zombies was certainly not coincidental. Prepare for battle. We'll form a triangular formation with the vehicles, leaving two openings. The rotund man's vehicle, initially at the back of the convoy, now became the lead car. Given its capabilities, it was impossible to break through the encirclement of 20 or 30 zombies. And with the horde closing in fast, remaining inside would be tantamount to suicide. They had no choice but to position the cars together to create a defensive wall, utilizing the gaps between them to combat the zombies. Everyone swiftly exited their vehicles. Boss, what on earth is happening? I feel like we are surrounded, the rotund man exclaimed. Sensing the gravity of the situation, there was clearly something amiss. You and the lean man guard those openings. Leave this to me. Wang Yan, be ready to assist at any moment. Li Xinghe seized his nanoalloy steel blade and swiftly decapitated the foremost zombie that charged at them. The rotund man raised his shield, repeatedly stabbing at the zombies' heads with his sidearm, while the lean man cleared out any stragglers from behind. As the battle intensified, it quickly escalated to a fever pitch. But soon, the rotund and lean men began to tire. Though their bodies had been enhanced by absorbing crystal cores, they were still not level 1 evolved beings. After a prolonged struggle, the two men began to feel their arms grow increasingly sore, their short firearms nearly too heavy to lift, as they summoned their last reserves of strength to persist. At that moment, a particularly robust zombie charged forward, causing the heavier man to stumble. In an instant, a horde of zombies surged in, seizing the opportunity to press through, threatening to overwhelm the pair. The leaner man stood frozen, uncertain of how to respond. As the situation spiraled out of control, suddenly, a figure leapt over the heavier man's head, and with a series of sharp sounds, several zombies attempting to breach their defenses collapsed, their heads crushed. It was the agile orange cat that had intervened, effortlessly resolving the crisis. Like a gust of wind, it dashed forward, dispatching any zombies in its path with swift strikes to their skulls. At last, the two men were granted a brief respite. The battle raged on, with Li Xinghe's side witnessing zombies fall one after another, yet an uncountable number continued to surge forward. Li Xinghe, too, felt the toll of exhaustion, and he retrieved a restorative potion from his pocket, downing it in one gulp, instantly revitalizing his energy. Through the gaps in the throng of zombies, Li Xinghe spotted an unusual zombie at the back of the horde. While the others pressed forward with frenzied abandon, this particular one stood still, an oddity amidst the chaos. Unable to discern its attributes from a distance, he remained oblivious to its nature, perhaps frustrated by their inability to rend the humans apart. The peculiar zombie let out a deafening roar, inciting the horde to become even more fervent in their assault, intensifying the pressure on the group. The heavier man groaned in distress. Recognizing the dire state of his companion, Li Xinghe tossed a restorative potion towards him. Catch this, he called out. What is this, boss? The heavier man inquired, catching the vial. It's a stamina recovery potion, came the reply. Upon hearing this, the heavier man's eyes lit up. He swiftly uncapped the bottle and drank deeply. The sweet liquid invigorated him, and moments later, he felt his fatigue diminish significantly. I feel rejuvenated, he shouted, rejoining the fray. The effectiveness of the restorative potion depended on the user's physical constitution. Even Xinghe, with his level 2 evolutionary physique, could recover around 30% of his strength. Thus, it was no wonder that the heavier man, who had yet to even reach level 1, experienced a remarkable revival of over 60% upon consuming the potion. Meanwhile, the agile orange cat had dispatched the zombies to the rear. Seeing that the situation was under control, the heavier man turned and sprinted toward Xinghe, exclaiming, "Boss, we're here to assist you." He raised his shield and charged into the fray, leading the charge, while the cat joined in, and together they pushed back the undead. Realizing that victory was within reach, Xinghe intended to instruct the cat to eliminate the peculiar zombie, but after a thorough search, he discovered that the strange zombie had vanished without a trace, leaving him with no choice but to abandon the thought. Chapter 18. The police station. Once they had dispatched the remaining zombies, the group collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Xinghe, equally exhausted, hurried to the vehicle and transformed a box of water into restorative potions, distributing 2 bottles to each person, one to drink now and one to keep in reserve. This battle vividly demonstrated the significance of restorative potions, prompting Xinghe to promptly stockpile an additional 20 bottles for contingency. Everyone unscathed? After scanning the group, he was met with a chorus of head shakes. "Boss, I can't shake the feeling that today's zombies were different. They even set ambushes. I thought we were done for," the lean one remarked, still haunted by the encounter. "If my suspicions are correct, the root of this anomaly lies with that peculiar zombie. It appears capable of controlling others, and even anticipated our moves before retreating upon realizing the situation had turned unfavorable. Could it be that this zombie possesses intelligence?" The plump one ventured, voicing his conjecture. "Goodness, if zombies have indeed gained wisdom, what hope remains for humanity?" Xinghe shared a similar sentiment, regretting the escape of that zombie. Had he been able to utilize his attribute scanning, he would undoubtedly have gleaned valuable insights. Never mind that for now. Let us rest and swiftly locate the crystal cores. At this pronouncement, the eyes of the 2 plump companions sparkled with excitement. With so many zombies, think of the crystal cores we could collect. Our share will be substantial. With renewed vigor, they abandoned rest and immediately began excavating the cores. Wang Yan, who had previously learned from Xinghe about the potential of crystal cores to enhance physical attributes during their meal, suppressed her disgust and joined in the search. In this post-apocalyptic world, every survivor yearned for strength, and women were no exception. After approximately half an hour, the group finally unearthed all the crystal cores. The plump one laid out a piece of clothing on the ground, forming a neat pile of cores that totaled a remarkable 83. "Boss, it's time for you to distribute them," he declared. After a moment of contemplation, Xinghe decided that the 2 plump companions would each absorb 8 cores, needing 12 more to achieve first-level evolution. Consequently, he allocated 24 cores to them, while Wang Yin and Xiaoye each received 5 to enhance their physical attributes temporarily, with further considerations for their evolution to first level to follow. Xinghe held no selfish motives. He too sought enhancement, and resources needed to be utilized judiciously. Wang Yin and Xiaoye lacked significant combat prowess, primarily managing logistical issues. Hence there was no necessity to invest heavily in their development. The plump and lean ones, however, possessed a degree of combat capability, and prioritizing their evolution to first level would bolster the overall strength of the team. Eager to absorb their cores, the plump and lean ones wasted no time. Before long, both had successfully evolved to the first level. Observing this, Xinghe noted their respective attributes, the plump one at 131,212, and the lean one at 121,312, each having gained 5 points, marking a significant enhancement in their prowess. "Boss, I feel an overwhelming surge of power within me. Is this what it means to be a first-level evolved being?" the plump one exclaimed, clenching his fist. "Indeed. Both of you are now first-level evolved beings. Your physical capabilities have been greatly amplified." Their joy was palpable. They could hardly contain their eagerness to confront a zombie. "Boss, what level of evolution are you at now?" the lean one inquired with curiosity, speculating that Xinghe, being so formidable, must be at least a second-level evolved being. "I have just reached the second level of evolution." As expected, the lean one's assumptions were confirmed. At that moment, the large orange cat approached, and upon noticing its keen desire for the crystal cores, Xinghe decided to share 10 with it, which it promptly swallowed in a single gulp, letting out a satisfied burp afterward. Once Wang Yin and the others had finished absorbing the crystal cores, the convoy continued its journey. As they progressed, the number of vehicles on the road gradually increased, haphazardly clustered together, significantly impeding the speed of their advance. Boss, I've discovered a police station along our route on the map. Should we consider stopping by? There may be useful equipment inside, perhaps even firearms. The plump man exclaimed with growing excitement. A police station, he reiterated. He makes a valid point. A police station is bound to have supplies. Currently, we are all dressed in ordinary clothing, armed only with rudimentary shields, making us highly vulnerable to the undead. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. If we could obtain protective gear and weapons, our chances of survival would dramatically improve. Moreover, should we find firearms, we would possess long-range lethal weapons, allowing us to eliminate zombies without direct confrontation. With that thought, Xinghe picked up the walkie-talkie. All right, let's proceed. Our objective is the police station. After an hour of travel, they arrived at Hualin Street, with the police station situated approximately 400 meters ahead. However, Xinghe and his companions hesitated to approach, as the area had seen a surge in zombie activity due to an increase in rabies cases before the apocalypse, leading many to flock to the station for reports. Consequently, the vicinity was teeming with zombies. Moreover, Xinghe had spotted a towering figure within the station, a strength-type zombie. This creature loomed even larger than the one Xinghe had encountered previously at Huanyu, standing out among the other zombies like a crane among chickens. What should we do? Boss, there are too many zombies. We can't enter without clearing them out. The plump man voiced his concern. Xinghe furrowed his brow at the sight of the horde. While they could likely manage a regular zombie count of 50 or 60 with their current strength, the presence of a strength-type zombie complicated matters. He could handle it himself. But leaving the plump man and the others to face the horde alone would be exceedingly risky. They needed a clever strategy to eliminate a portion of the zombies first. At that moment, Xinghe noticed a department store by the roadside. Plump man, let's disembark and check if that store has any loudspeakers. Huh, boss. What do we need loudspeakers for? Don't ask too many questions. Hurry up and call for the thin guy. Understood. After disembarking, they first dealt with the nearby wandering zombies before entering the department store. In a short while, the two emerged with several loudspeakers in hand. Making their way back to Xinghe's vehicle, Xinghe rolled down the window. You two should proceed a bit further, about 300 meters. Set the loudspeakers on the ground, and then quickly retreat, placing one every 50 meters. At this moment, the plump man and his companion comprehended the plan, to use the loudspeakers to attract a portion of the zombies for elimination before tackling the remainder. Cautiously, they approached the police station with the loudspeakers, halting at a distance of 300 meters, where they noticed numerous zombies had already spotted them and were rushing forward. A loudspeaker blared to life, announcing, 2 yuan, 2 yuan, everything for 2 yuan. Come and choose, don't miss out as you pass by. The resonant voice echoed through the quiet streets, causing the zombies near the police station to turn their heads. Countless pairs of crimson eyes fixated on the two plump figures, sending a chill down their spines, prompting them to flee. Sprinting 50 meters, they hastily discarded one of the items they had thrown on the ground, finally reaching Xinghe. Gasping for breath. All right, prepare for battle. Xinghe grasped his nanoalloy steel knife. Chapter 19. Discovery of the armory. The group stood on high alert as the zombies were drawn in by the blaring speaker, swiftly converging upon the convoy, approximately 30 of them. The stout one brandished a shield in one hand, while thrusting a sidearm into the gaping maw of an approaching zombie with the other. He then thrust the shield forward, toppling two zombies behind him. The lean one surged ahead, swiftly dispatching the two reeling zombies with precise strikes to their skulls. Their seamless coordination drew nods of approval from Xinghe. Indeed, only through combat could they continuously improve. The duo had become significantly stronger compared to their initial encounters with the undead. Xinghe no longer watched. The three of them effortlessly dispatched the zombies. After extracting the crystal cores, the group took a brief respite before driving the vehicle to the entrance of the police station. The sudden appearance of the car startled the zombies inside, which rushed out in a frenzy. Among them, a powerful zombie charged forth at an incredible speed, quickly reaching the forefront. Just as Xinghe intended to confront this formidable foe, a yellow figure darted ahead. It was Big Orange, displaying an intense interest in the mutated zombie. Leaping high, it struck with a claw, leaving 3 deep gashes on the face of the powerhouse zombie. This act seemingly enraged the hulking creature, which let out a furious roar and pursued Big Orange. The nimble feline evaded every attempt, despite the brute's relentless onslaught. It could not lay a finger on Big Orange. If only the zombie possessed intelligence, it would surely be infuriated. Its futile attempts to catch Big Orange only resulted in further scratches on its massive body. The vast disparity in speed placed Big Orange in an invulnerable position, allowing it to strike at will. leaving deep claw marks on the powerful zombie's face and body. As their skirmish continued, more zombies surged forward, igniting yet another battle. Xinghe and his companions had been engaged in combat for a while when he suddenly realized something critical he had overlooked. Wait. Killing the mutated zombie yields 200 energy points. If Big Orange eliminates that powerful zombie, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? Noticing the dwindling number of zombies, Xinghe hurried toward the commotion where Big Orange was battling. Boss, where are you going? The stout one inquired after dispatching another zombie with a swift shot. Don't mind me. Just clear the remaining zombies and tidy up the battlefield. Xinghe's voice echoed from a distance as he dashed away. After a brief sprint, he finally spotted Big Orange and the powerful zombie in the adjacent street. At that moment, the formidable creature was on the brink of collapse. Its enormous body marred with wounds, the most severe being its head, which was a gruesome sight, blood and flesh in disarray. It appeared it could not hold on much longer. As the large orange cat prepared to launch its attack, Xinghe quickly called out to it, "Wait a moment." No sooner had the words left his lips than the cat abruptly halted, gazing innocently at him. Ignoring its curious stare, Xinghe grasped his nanoalloy steel blade and sprinted forward. He leaped onto a nearby trash can, propelling himself into the air, and swung the blade with all his might. The colossal head of the zombie severed and fell, rolling to the ground. It took a few seconds for the massive body of the powerful zombie to collapse. The orange cat ran over, nuzzling Xinghe's side. He gently patted its head, checking for injuries. The cat circled him twice, appearing unscathed. He proceeded to extract the crystal core, converting it directly into energy. By the time Xinghe and the cat returned to the battlefield, the others had already concluded their fight and were now searching for crystal cores. Boss, how did it go? Did you take care of that big fellow? The portly one inquired upon seeing Xinghe return. By the way, what was up with that zombie? Why was it so massive? The lean one handed a crystal core to Xinghe, his curiosity piqued. It's done. As for that zombie, it was a powerful variant, a mutation far superior to regular zombies, boasting extraordinary strength but comparatively slow speed. If you encounter it, do not engage directly, Xinghe advised. Moreover, the energy from this variant's crystal core is tenfold that of an ordinary zombie. Tenfold, exclaimed the portly one and his companion, their eyes gleaming with excitement. However, upon contemplating the giant size, they shook their heads. Perhaps it's best to stick to ordinary zombies for now. The crystal cores are tempting, but life is more precious. And we lack the strength of the boss. All right, have you finished checking the crystal cores? If so, let us head into the police station. With that, Xinghe led the orange cat into the station courtyard. Several police cars were parked in the yard, but all doors were tightly locked and nothing was found inside. After a thorough inspection, no abnormalities were noted. At that moment, the others joined them. Boss, we've completed our search without missing anything. Here are the crystal cores. The portly one announced, handing a bag of cores to Xinghe. Xinghe placed the crystal cores in his pocket, deciding to postpone their conversion until after they exited the police station. Leading the group inside, they entered a large hall featuring several small service counters. A few female zombies were clawing at the glass, easily dispatched by the group. Fatty and Slim, you take the left side. I'll lead Wang Yin and the others to the right. Let us clear this area first, and keep an eye out for the weapons room, Xinghe instructed. Understood. Boss. They divided into two teams to explore the police station. Inside, there weren't many zombies. The first floor served as a transaction hall, while the second housed public security offices, and the third contained criminal investigation offices. After a couple of rounds, they found nothing aside from a few zombies. The group reconvened in the hall. Boss, did you find anything? We came up empty, the portly one reported, disappointment evident on their faces. I didn't find anything either. Just as they were beginning to think their trip might be in vain, Xia suddenly spoke up. Is it possible there's something in the basement? I didn't see a basement, the portly one replied, puzzled. Let us check more thoroughly. Xinghe spoke up, prompting everyone to carefully search once more. Hurry, hurry. Over here, I found an iron door. The voice of the thin man echoed from the end of the corridor. Soon, everyone gathered before the imposing iron gate. During their previous inspection, the darkness had concealed this entrance from view. Upon closer examination, they noticed the words armory, unauthorized personnel keep out inscribed on the door. The robust appearance of the iron door was unmistakable, and beside it was a fingerprint and keypad lock. The group exchanged glances. Perplexed by the presence of a password lock, without a code or fingerprint, how could they gain entry? I know how to open this door, declared the stout man. You too. Bring every hand in police uniform from the precinct, whether human or zombie. The stout men suddenly understood. Our leader's mind is sharp. How did we not think of that? Without delay, They hurried to gather all the hands in police uniforms, testing each one in turn. Finally, when a middle-aged man's hand was placed on the sensor, the great iron door of the armory swung open, illuminating the interior with light. As the room revealed its contents, the stout man exclaimed, "Boss, we've struck gold." Chapter 20. Fully armed with basic alloy battle armor. Upon entering, they found a rack adorned with a row of special operations uniforms in various sizes. Tactical helmets, gloves, vests, daggers, bulletproof vests, and police binoculars were neatly arranged, along with a stack of riot shields. However, this was merely the beginning. As they ventured further inside, they discovered a pristine array of 54-style handguns and an entire box of ammunition, approximately 5,000 rounds. Continuing deeper, they encountered a row of 95-style assault rifles, and even an NSG-1 sniper rifle was displayed prominently on a table. In the corner of the room, several boxes of ammunition lay stacked, along with a box of grenades and a box of tear gas canisters. Curious, the stout and thin men began to explore the weapons. "Boss, with so many weapons, are we taking them all?" The stout man inquired. "Of course not. We cannot possibly carry all of this. Each person will take one combat suit, plus 2 spare sets, 1 handgun and 1 dagger per person, along with a 95-style rifle. We will take all the ammunition and grenades, 2 binoculars, and the riot shields." With that, they promptly changed into their combat gear and began to gather weapons. They managed to secure 10,000 rounds of handgun ammunition, 100,000 rounds of rifle ammunition, 2,000 rounds for the sniper rifle, and 3 boxes of grenades, taking only 1 box of tear gas canisters as a backup. Each vehicle was loaded with a portion of the equipment before they departed. Dressed in their new gear, the group looked formidable, with the exception of the stout man, who appeared slightly out of place. The others, particularly Wang Yan, looked strikingly impressive in their combat uniforms, drawing the attention of both the stout and thin men. The stout man fiddled with the 95-style rifle, prompting Xinghe to chuckle and ask, "What's this, stout man? Can you use a gun?" "Hey, boss, don't joke around. I've never even touched one before," he replied. "Come, let me show you." With practiced ease, Xinghe loaded the 95-style rifle, chambered a round, disengaged the safety, and aimed before firing. A bullet pierced the trunk of a nearby tree. "Wow, impressive, boss. Have you served in the military?" The stout man widened his eyes, and the others beside him appeared no better, all bearing expressions of astonishment. "Haha, not at all. However, during my military training in college, I practiced live-fire shooting, coincidentally with the Type 95, which is why I am so familiar with it." At this moment, everyone suddenly understood. Subsequently, Xinghe began to instruct them, step by step, on how to utilize the firearms and grenades. Everyone was diligently absorbing the knowledge, including Xiaoya. In the end, Xinghe cautioned, "Always ensure the muzzle is not pointed at your comrades to prevent accidental discharge." "Yes, boss." After fiddling for a while, and with the sun now high in the sky, Xinghe glanced at the tactical watch on his wrist. It was already 1 o'clock. He commanded everyone to rest in place and have their meal. After finishing their meal, Xinghe reclined in the vehicle, converting all his crystal cores into energy. "System, how much energy do I currently possess?" "You have a total of 2,207 points of energy." Xinghe pondered. His strength was currently adequate, and his vehicle had just completed its upgrade. However, to enhance it to a level 3 evolution would require 10,000 points of energy, which was beyond reach for the time being, as he still lacked a full 8,000 points. His utmost priority now was to ensure safety. Gazing at the combat suit he wore, he inquired, "System, how much energy is required to enhance the combat suit?" Ding. "Host, in light of your needs, the energy enhancement branch has now been activated. From this point forward, you may determine the enhancement direction of your chosen object, though the required energy for enhancement will vary accordingly. Decide on the enhancement direction?" "Indeed, host. This allows you to better tailor the enhancements to your requirements. For instance, you can choose to endow this combat suit with new functionalities, such as diving capabilities, invisibility, or flight, among others. Alternatively, you can enhance its foundational attributes, like defense, flexibility, fireproofing, or waterproofing, anything your imagination can conceive." Goodness, is this truly possible? What if I desire a suit of armor akin to Iron Man? How much energy would that require? This is categorized into low, medium, and high configurations. The low configuration utilizes titanium alloy, equipped with an advanced AI, requiring 2,000 points of energy. The medium configuration employs reinforced titanium alloy, fitted with a basic AI, requiring 20,000 points of energy, whereas the high configuration uses nanocomposite materials outfitted with an advanced AI, demanding 200,000 points of energy. The low configuration requires 2,000 points of energy, and I currently possess 207 points. System. Enhance my combat suit to the low configuration alloy armor, and please make it black. Acknowledged, host. Commencing enhancement now. A blue light enveloped Li Xinghe completely. Through the azure glow, he could faintly discern a black alloy armor gradually manifesting on his body, starting from his neck until he was entirely shrouded in the obsidian armor. As if he had stepped out of a science fiction realm, Li Xinghe gazed at his reflection in the rearview mirror, and a singular thought filled his mind. How incredibly handsome. He reached out to touch the armor, his heart brimming with excitement. What man wouldn't he wish to possess such a striking suit of armor? After reveling in his exhilaration for a while, Li Xinghe finally regained his composure and began to explore the functionalities of the armor. Crafted entirely from titanium alloy, this suit is equipped with an energy-dissipating device, enabling it to effortlessly withstand the assault of sniper rifles. Conventional firearms pose no threat whatsoever, and donning this armor allows one to endure the forceful blows of strength-based zombies with relative ease. Additionally, it is outfitted with an advanced neural interface that aids in analyzing the armor's status and identifying the weaknesses of adversaries. It also features an air purification system, oxygen conversion, and dozens of auxiliary functions, rendering it extraordinarily powerful. The sole drawback is its lack of flight capability, a feature exclusive to intermediate armor. After pondering for quite some time, it was only when the portly figure approached and tapped on the window that he realized it was time to depart. Lowering the car window, the stout man was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Xinghe clad in the armor, his eyes widening in disbelief as if he had encountered an extraterrestrial being. What in the world? Boss, what on earth are you wearing? His exclamation piqued the curiosity of onlookers, who swiftly gathered around. Recognizing the futility of concealment, Li Xinghe exited the vehicle, having had no intention of hiding his appearance, as the truth would eventually surface. My goodness, this is astonishing, boss. Where did you procure such magnificent armor? The slender figure leaned against Li Xinghe, inspecting the suit with eager hands, even tapping it to confirm its metallic composition. Good grief. The stout man was at a loss for words, as each surprise from their leader grew exponentially. Now, even if Li Xinghe were to unveil a spaceship, he would not be astonished. Wang Yan and Xiaoyu approached, equally mesmerized by Li Xinghe's striking appearance. Clad in black armor, complemented by his chiseled features, it was hard for any girl to remain indifferent, though sadly, he was already devoted to someone else. Chapter 21. Encountering survivors. You might be curious about the origins of my armor. Previously, I had mentioned to the stout man and his companions that I possess a unique ability, enhancement capability, which allows me to augment objects using energy derived from zombie cores. Pausing momentarily, Li Xinghe continued, the alloy knife I wield, the handguns used by my companions, the restorative potions, my vehicle, and indeed, this very armor you see before you are all products of my enhancement ability. Boss, you're incredible. Although you had previously disclosed your special ability, I never anticipated it to be this formidable, the stout man remarked, still in a state of shock. Boss, when will you conjure a set for us? The slender one chimed in playfully. Get back to driving. Do you think this is a vegetable market where you can simply wish for it? Li Xinghe retorted, delivering a light kick to the slender man's rear, who quickly scampered away, nursing his backside. All right, everyone, quickly get in the vehicle. We must prepare to set off. Let us see if we can access the expressway around the city tonight. As the convoy approached the edge of Zhaoyang district, an alarming sight presented itself. A group of zombies congregated outside a shop, with a man desperately fighting them off in the center, on the verge of collapse. Upon realizing that there was a survivor in peril, Li Xinghe promptly called for Deju to assist. The man surrounded by the zombies was Chen Jun, who, at the onset of the apocalypse, had contacted his wife, instructing her to secure the doors and windows, assuring her he would find a way back home. To his astonishment, the outbreak of the apocalypse led to a complete paralysis of transportation, compounded by the rampant presence of zombies. Fortunately, he was the heir to the Chun family Tai Chi knife technique, having mastered the art to an extraordinary degree, which equipped him with the means to confront the undead. When the zombie apocalypse erupted, he managed to evade becoming a mere meal for them. Subsequently, he sought various ways to escape this place, to leave Blue State. Yet, his strength alone could not contend against the overwhelming numbers. The zombies did not engage in one-on-one combat. Although formidable, he could only face 3 to 5 zombies at most simultaneously. It was not that he could not defeat more, but rather that he feared sustaining injuries. His observations over the past few days revealed a grim truth. Those bitten or harmed by the zombies transformed into their kin. Today, he could no longer bide his time. His wife and child awaited him, and if he did not devise a plan to leave for Huasher soon, he feared for their safety. He set his sights on a Volkswagen that stood open, its keys dangling from the ignition, likely abandoned by a driver who had succumbed to the undead. If he could swiftly eliminate the zombies in the corridor and dash to the car, he could drive away to safety. Initially, everything unfolded as he had envisioned. After dispatching several zombies in the corridor, he emerged onto the street. Just as he prepared to sprint towards the vehicle, 3 or 4 zombies unexpectedly rounded the corner, colliding with him. This was not particularly alarming, but as the shrill cries of the approaching zombies echoed, an increasing number began to emerge from the shadows. Among them was one remarkably swift zombie, which launched several attacks, nearly injuring Chang'an, while a dozen others surrounded him, forcing him back against the entrance of a shop. Damn it! How could this zombie be so fast? What bad luck! He cursed under his breath while desperately resisting with his Tai Chi knife. Was he truly destined to perish here today? The thought of his wife and child ignited a fierce will to survive within him, a drive that sustained him until the arrival of Xinghe and his companions. Suddenly, he noticed a young man clad in peculiar attire, wielding an alloy knife, accompanied by a large cat that appeared behind the zombies. With a swift motion, there was a sound of the blade being drawn, and one by one, the zombies before him fell to the ground, their bodies severed. Even the swift zombie could not evade this fate. Within mere moments, the 10 or so zombies were eradicated. Chang'an, regaining his composure, rushed forward to clasp his fists in gratitude towards Xinghe. Thank you, young brother, for drawing your blade to assist me. Without your timely intervention, I would have surely perished at the hands of these zombies. It is of no consequence, in these times of rampant undead, with humanity nearly extinguished. Those of us who survive must band together for warmth. Xinghe expressed his heartfelt thoughts. Your words resonate deeply, yet I, Chun, am but a humble individual, unable to ensure my own safety, let alone assist others. He had not anticipated encountering someone capable of enduring for so long beneath the onslaught of mutated zombies. This left Xinghe utterly astonished. It is worth noting that through the attribute inspection feature, he discerned that this was a mutated zombie with an attribute of 10,161 and a speed rating of 16, indicating it was a speed-oriented zombie. At that moment, Xinghe utilized the attribute inspection again to glance at Chang'an, revealing 111,210. This individual possessed exceptionally high physique and reflexes, suggesting he was a practitioner of martial arts. At that moment, the others approached, with the stout one asking, "Boss, what's the situation?" "It's nothing, just saved a survivor," Xinghe replied. The stout fellow glanced at Chang'an, who had bright, piercing eyes, a square face, and stood tall in martial attire, holding a Tai Chi sword, resembling a figure from a martial arts realm. "Hey, boss, is this person from a theater troupe?" The stout one chuckled. "Forgive my rudeness, but I can see this gentleman has mastered the art of swordplay. He must indeed be a martial artist," Xinghe inquired tentatively. "Indeed, I am Chang'an, the heir of the Chun family Tai Chi sword," he affirmed. "That has settled then. Among the zombies we encountered earlier, there was indeed a speed-oriented one. Brother Chen managed to endure under its assault for such a duration. That is quite impressive." "What? Boss, there are speed-oriented zombies?" the stout one exclaimed, turning back to search among the corpses, and indeed, he discovered a zombie that was markedly different from the others. This particular zombie was smaller, approximately 1.5 meters tall, its claws significantly longer and seemingly razor-sharp, with its feet having undergone a mutation, now much larger, indicating it crawled using both hands and feet. At this moment, the stout one realized the gravity of the situation. Glancing back at Chang'an, he thought, "Goodness, this individual is a master, capable of facing mutated zombies." He and the thin one had already evolved to level 1. Yet they had to be exceedingly cautious when engaging mutated zombies. "All right, this is not the time for conversation. Stout one, lead them to collect the crystal cores quickly." "Understood, boss." By the time they extracted the crystal cores, several zombies had already approached. "Brother Chun, you should take the thin one's vehicle," Xinghe suggested to Chang'an. "All right, young brother," Chang'an replied. Once they boarded the vehicle, a multitude of zombies surrounded them. Xinghe pressed the accelerator fiercely, hurling the obstructing zombies aside as the convoy surged out of Zhaoyang district. After approximately half an hour of travel, the ring road appeared before them. Chapter 22. The mutated sparrow. Upon entering the ring road, the group finally exhaled in relief, and the atmosphere lightened. "I wonder why Brother Chun was trapped outside by zombies?" the thin one inquired, puzzled. Shouldn't everyone be sheltering at home right now? My wife and child are in Xinghe City. I had intended to acquire a vehicle and dash out of Lanzhou, but I never anticipated being blocked by zombies outside, nearly costing me my life, Qinjun recounted. Brother Chun is heading to Xinghe City? What a coincidence. We are en route to Qinghe City, which is conveniently on the way, the thin one remarked, feeling the serendipity. Xinghe City lies to the west of Qinghe City, making the journey to Xinghe City pass through Qinghe. I notice you all are donning combat attire and wielding firearms. Are you special police? Although he asked this, Qinjun could not shake the feeling that they were not. The group comprised individuals of various physiques and ages, appearing quite eclectic. No, we acquired these from the police station. Upon hearing this, and recalling the earlier entrance of Li Xinghe and Big Cat, Qinjun understood that this squad was indeed formidable. And what of that big cat? Recalling the large feline, Qinjun inquired. Oh, you mean the big orange one? That is the pet of our leader, a mutated orange cat with formidable strength. A mutated cat? Indeed, a mutated cat. Not only have the zombies mutated, but animals have also undergone transformations, and even humans have acquired superpowers. Our leader. At this juncture, the thin man felt he had divulged too much. It was best to keep the leader's extraordinary abilities a secret for now. Qinjun pondered thoughtfully. This squad exuded an air of the extraordinary, particularly their leader. That mysterious young man, who seemed to possess unique powers. It was certainly preferable to journey with them to Qinghe City rather than venture alone. Noticing Qinjun beginning to meditate, the thin man ceased his chatter. The convoy was traversing the city's bypass, and as they distanced themselves from the urban area, the traffic dwindled, allowing the convoy to accelerate gradually. Except for the three drivers, everyone else dozed off. The sun began its descent, casting the clouds in vibrant hues of crimson. Li Xinghe, captivated by the scenery, suddenly spotted a small patch of dark cloud forming on the horizon, rapidly approaching them. As he squinted in curiosity, he soon realized it was not a cloud at all, but rather a flock of enormous sparrows. Trouble! It's a mutated bird swarm, Li Xinghe exclaimed. At that moment, the big orange cat, lounging in the passenger seat, also displayed a vigilant demeanor. Attention, everyone! Attention! A mutated bird swarm has appeared ahead. Maintain formation, secure the windows, and do not fall behind. The announcement startled everyone. Peering out the window, they beheld a dark mass ahead. An unknown avian horde surging toward the convoy. What a commotion! We barely left launching and already encountered mutated birds. Boss, what kind of birds are these? The plump man inquired nonchalantly. Mutated sparrows. Their attacking power should not be underestimated. If they decide to assault the convoy, we will be in serious trouble. A few scattered mutated sparrows flitted past his vehicle. Upon using his attribute detection, he found that most had attributes hovering around 3153, with some larger specimens boasting a strength of 4 points, a terrifying power for a sparrow, considering that a normal adult male only possesses a strength of 8 points. Initially, the plump man dismissed the threat. After all, how dangerous could a flock of sparrows be? However, upon noticing some of the larger sparrows measuring nearly half a meter in length, he fell silent. Goodness, have you ever seen a sparrow half a meter long? Is this still a sparrow? If such a creature were to attack them, they would surely face dire consequences. Everyone watched the flock cautiously, only to realize that the birds showed no interest in the convoy, allowing them to exhale in relief. The avian swarm gradually passed overhead, and the sky brightened once more. Finally, it's over, the plump man exclaimed, patting his chest. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, boss, a small group of mutated sparrows is turning back. In a state of panic, the slender man exclaimed as Li Xinghe glanced into the rearview mirror, discovering a small cluster of mutated sparrows detaching from the main group and heading towards their convoy. Accelerating the vehicle, he noted that these aberrant sparrows seemed intent on pursuing them. The portly man and his companion pressed their feet against the accelerator, rapidly increasing their speed. However, after a brief moment, the mutated sparrows continued to closely tail them, the distance between the flock and the convoy diminishing. What should we do, boss? They're closing in on us, and we can't shake them off. The slender man was genuinely alarmed, as he found himself at the rear of the convoy, directly in harm's way. Maintain our speed, Li Xinghe commanded, gradually decelerating to the end of the line. Boss, what are you doing? The portly man questioned, perplexed by the sudden change. At that moment, the mutated sparrows had reached Li Xinghe's vicinity, with several already pecking at his vehicle. Don't worry about me. You all go ahead. My car has been reinforced, and once I lose them, I will come to find you, he stated, easing off the accelerator. As Li Xinghe's car diminished in size within the rearview mirror, the portly man hesitated, contemplating slowing down. The slender man, sensing something amiss, quickly interjected, "Brother, don't disrupt the boss's plan. If we turn back now, his efforts will be in vain, and we'll all be trapped. We must move on and wait for the boss ahead." Heeding the slender man's words, the portly man shelved his intention to return. "Let us hurry and wait for the boss up ahead." Once Li Xinghe's vehicle came to a stop, the surrounding mutated sparrows converged upon it, incessantly pecking at the exterior, while he remained oblivious to their cacophony within. "Humph, you think you can intimidate me? Just because the tiger is silent, you presume I am a sickly cat. Big Orange, stay in the vehicle," he declared as his alloy armor enveloped him. With a sudden motion, he flung open the door and kicked a sparrow attempting to invade his space, sending it careening away and rendering it unconscious. "System alert, killed one mutated sparrow, awarded 2 energy points," echoed the system's voice. The remaining mutated sparrows, now fixated on Li Xinghe, lunged at him en masse. Wielding his nanoalloy steel blade, he dispatched the incoming sparrows with ease, akin to dumplings being tossed into boiling water, their bodies plummeting to the ground, while their futile assaults left no mark on his armor. Li Xinghe's decision to remain was well-founded. His vehicle's enhancements rendered it impervious to the sparrow's onslaught, and clad in alloy armor, he found their attacks merely akin to a tickle. A one-sided battle ensued. The corpses quickly accumulated, and the once bustling sky became sparse as the remaining mutated sparrows began to feel trepidation. One chose to flee, taking to the skies, and soon after, the others followed suit, abandoning the battlefield in droves. Chapter 23. Learning the Taiji sword technique, so you managed to escape swiftly. Li Xinghe mused inwardly as he flicked the blood from his nanoalloy steel blade. Crouching down, he began to search for crystal cores. None here. Not this one either. Goodness, could it be that none exist? After meticulously dissecting several mutated sparrows, Li Xinghe finally confirmed that these aberrant creatures indeed lacked crystal cores. System, what is happening? Why do all these mutated sparrows lack crystal cores? Damn it, what a futile effort. After all this time, not a single crystal core to show for it. Each one yields a mere 2 points of energy. Better off slaying a few zombies, he fumed, kicking one of the half-dead sparrows away. The creature flew a considerable distance before landing outside the highway guardrail, motionless and utterly lifeless. Host, these mutated sparrows have not reached the level of first-level evolution. The energy contained within them is insufficient to coalesce into crystal cores, hence their absence, the system explained. Ah, that makes sense. Li Xinghe mused. The power of these mutated sparrows was indeed lacking. Their sheer numbers could pose a challenge for ordinary survivors. However, with his alloy battle armor, he stood invincible. Since there were no crystal cores, there was no reason to linger, lest those ruffians summon a large troop and drive him to distraction. He hastily entered his vehicle and sped away, disregarding whether the others could keep up. Li Xinghe pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling his vehicle to a velocity of 300 kilometers per hour. The scenery outside whizzed by at an alarming rate. After about 10 minutes, he began to notice a plethora of abandoned vehicles on the road and gradually reduced his speed. Upon checking the road signs, he realized he was approaching the toll station. After passing the Lanzhou East toll station, he would reach the Lanqing Expressway. By the time Li Xinghe arrived at the Lanzhou East toll station, he found that Fatty and the others had already parked there. "Boss, you finally made it. We were about to head back to look for you," Fatty exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Li Xinghe's return. "It's nothing, just a bunch of insignificant little sparrows, and I sent them fleeing in disarray." "That's great. So, are we continuing our journey, or?" Fatty inquired. At that moment, the sky had darkened. Li Xinghe glanced at the time. It was 10 past 8. "Let's rest here for a while. It's getting late, and traveling at night isn't safe. Besides, everyone is tired after a long day. You and Shozi check the vicinity and clear the zombies from the vehicle. Wang Yan, start preparing dinner. Let's have something warm to eat." "Understood, boss," Fatty replied, leading Shozi to inspect the surroundings, while Wang Yan and Xiaoya began preparing the evening meal. "What about me?" Chen Jun's voice chimed in. "Brother Chen, don't rush. I have a few matters to discuss with you," Li Xinghe responded. "Oh, I wonder what questions you might have, young brother." "I assure you, I will share all my knowledge," Chen Jun replied earnestly. "Indeed, I have observed your exquisite mastery of the Tai Chi sword. And you mentioned being the heir of the Chun family Tai Chi sword style. Thus, I wish to seek your guidance. I must admit, despite my physical strength, I lack any finesse. My swordplay is crude, relying solely on speed and brute force. I would appreciate your insights." Young brother, you flatter me. In these apocalyptic times, with zombies rampant, I am not one to be pedantic. Since you seek knowledge, I shall impart what I know without reservation. Thank you in advance, Brother Chen. Li Xinghe said, clasping his fists in gratitude. Not at all. I see your weapon is also a sword. So it is fitting that I teach you the Tai Chi sword technique. After organizing his thoughts, Chen Jun continued, within the Chun-style Tai Chi, there are various weapon forms, including the single saber, double sabers, crescent blades, and the spring and autumn broadsword. My focus is on the single saber. In the Chun-style single saber, one hand wields the blade while the other complements the movements, appearing and disappearing in a fluid dance. The movements are simple yet profound, highly practical, allowing for both offense and defense. The techniques require precision in evasion, chopping, slicing, hacking, and thrusting, all showcased through the exquisite nuances of Tai Chi saber techniques, such as rolling hands, body movements, and wrapping motions around the head and waist. Chen Jun's narrative left Li Xinghe in deep contemplation. Once he observed that Li Xinghe grasped the concepts, Chen Jun picked up the Tai Chi saber and continued, Next, I shall teach you some simple yet practical techniques. The lifting cut. The blade is drawn upward from below, with force directed towards the tip of the blade, the forearm rotating outward, palm facing up, executing a graceful arc along the right side of the body. After demonstrating, Li Xinghe attentively watched and then took up a steel blade to practice. Chen Jun assessed his efforts, noting that while he had captured the form, he lacked the intent. Thus, he guided Li Xinghe in perfecting his posture. After several repetitions, he proceeded to explain the next technique. The sweeping cut. With the blade angled left or right, it is drawn back in an arc from front to side, maintaining a height between the chest and abdomen and directing force to the blade's edge. After demonstrating once more, Li Xinghe closely observed, mimicking the movements with his steel blade. This time, he seemed to grasp the essence more acutely, prompting Chen Jun to express his astonishment at Li Xinghe's remarkable insight. Next came the chopping cut, horizontal sweep, and thrusting cut. As Chen Jun elucidated and demonstrated, Li Xinghe absorbed the information and mirrored the actions. Gradually, he began to feel more attuned to the techniques, and eventually, Chen Jun ceased his demonstrations, allowing Li Xinghe to practice independently. The recent encounters had fostered a familiarity with the blade, and under Chen Jun's instruction, he began to seamlessly integrate all the movements. It felt as if he had entered a state of enlightenment, moving fluidly through the forms until he completed 3 full repetitions before stopping. Chen Jun, observing from the side, was immensely impressed. He recalled that he had trained for an entire month under his master to reach the level Li Xinghe had achieved in just over an hour. Truly, you are a prodigy in martial arts, having grasped the fundamentals of saber techniques in such a short time. Brother Chen, you flatter me. Perhaps it is due to the numerous zombies I have dispatched recently that I have developed a sense of the blade, Li Xinghe replied, a hint of modesty in his voice. He believed his rapid comprehension was significantly aided by his status as a second-tier evolved being, with physical attributes exceeding those of an ordinary person by more than double. Boss, it's time to eat, came Wang Yan's voice. Let us go, Brother Chen. It's time to dine, Li Xinghe said as he sheathed the steel blade. All right. The others had already dealt with the nearby zombies, and Wang Yan prepared instant noodles with mineral water, adding meat and vegetables. After a long day's work, everyone was famished, and savoring a warm meal felt like pure bliss. At that moment, the moon hung high in the night sky, and the stars twinkled, as the group relished the hard-earned tranquility. After finishing their meal, Li Xinghe resumed his practice with the sword, drawing envious glances from the stout and slender companions. However, their weapons were firearms, so Chen Jun took the opportunity to instruct them on the basics of gun handling and the techniques of force application, which proved immensely beneficial. They promptly began to practice in the open space in front of the vehicle, continuing until past 11 o'clock, when the group decided to rest. Chapter 24. A minor commotion at the gas station. Each of us will take turns keeping watch for 2 hours. I'll start, Li Xinghe declared. All right, boss. We'll get some sleep now. Wake us when it's our turn, replied the slender one. The others retreated to the vehicle to rest, while Li Xinghe sat alone by the campfire, observing the flames dance gracefully and adding more firewood to the blaze. System, how much energy do I currently possess? Host, you currently have 313 points of energy. Sighing, Li Xinghe lamented, only 313 points? When will I ever accumulate 10,000 points? This seems quite arduous. Ever since Li Xinghe had become an evolved being, he no longer required extensive amounts of sleep, needing only 4 to 5 hours a day. It was not until 2 in the morning that he roused the stout one. Boss, it's your turn to sleep. I'll take over. The stout one patted his chest in acknowledgement. All right, stay vigilant. The night passed without incident. As the first rays of morning sunlight broke through, Li Xinghe was already practicing his swordsmanship by the roadside. This young brother is exceptionally diligent, Starting sword practice so early, Jun remarked, having just awakened, unable to sleep. So I decided to practice. How about we spar, Brother Chun? Your guidance would be invaluable. Very well, Jun replied, retrieving a Tai Chi sword from the vehicle. The two began to spar in the soft glow of dawn. Soon, the stout one and the others awoke and gathered around, watching the two exchange blows as if witnessing a martial arts epic. After a while, Jun sheathed his Tai Chi sword and praised Xinghe, young brother. Your progress is remarkable. I believe it won't be long before you master the Tai Chi sword techniques. All thanks to Brother Chun's teachings, Xinghe replied, then turned to the onlookers. All right, let us not linger. Let us have a simple breakfast and prepare to depart. 20 minutes later, everyone returned to the vehicle, officially entering the Chang'an Expressway. Along the way, they occasionally spotted abandoned vehicles, remnants of drivers who had succumbed to becoming zombies. The group cautiously maneuvered around these obstacles. After more than 2 hours of travel, they encountered several overturned semi-trucks blocking their path, completely obstructing the road. What should we do, boss? It seems we cannot pass, the stout one said, disheartened by the sight of the vehicles piled up. Xinghe exited the vehicle and surveyed the situation for a while, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. It was indeed impassable. He quickly checked the map to see if there was an alternative route nearby. The stout one opened the map obtained from the police station and, after a brief search, exclaimed, Boss, there's a junction where we can exit the expressway. We can then navigate along the road to bypass this section, and after traveling over 100 kilometers, we can rejoin the Chang'an Expressway. Xinghe examined the map and confirmed the stout one's assertion. In that case, let us turn back and exit the expressway at the upcoming junction. Thus, Xinghe and his companions traveled back for over 10 kilometers, exiting the highway, and continued along the road. The journey was fraught with obstacles, as numerous vehicles obstructed their path, necessitating that they disembark and collectively push the obstructing cars to the roadside in order to proceed. After a series of interruptions, they finally traversed an additional 30 kilometers when a modest gas station came into view. It was not large, with only 2 vehicles parked within its premises. Upon approaching, they discovered the presence of survivors, 2 cars and 5 individuals, 2 men and 3 women. Among them was a young couple. The man, clad in a sleeveless vest, bore a tattoo on his shoulder and sported a head of bleached hair styled in a mohawk. He casually embraced a woman while a cigarette dangled from his lips. The other group consisted of a middle-aged couple accompanied by a girl of about 15 or 16. It was apparent that the 2 groups were unfamiliar with one another, maintaining a respectful distance as they fueled their vehicles. At that moment, the middle-aged man noticed the young man with the cigarette and promptly cautioned him against smoking at the gas station, deeming it a perilous act. Should an explosion occur, it would spell disaster for them all. The young man, upon hearing this admonition, retorted with a crude insult, questioning the elder's authority. The middle-aged man, taken aback by the insolent response, especially with his wife and child present, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He thought to himself how ungrateful the youth was, as his warning was intended for everyone's safety. The young man spat on the ground and defiantly declared that he had dispatched several zombies, implying a readiness to resort to violence if provoked further. The middle-aged man was about to respond, but his wife quickly interjected, shaking her head in disapproval, urging him to refrain from engaging in conflict, especially with their daughter, Yaya, present. Let us just finish refueling and leave. If they wish to court danger, let them, she advised. Seeing his daughter's concern, the man sighed and chose silence. The young man, overhearing their exchange, became incensed, contemplating retrieving his machete from the vehicle. Suddenly, 3 more vehicles arrived at the gas station, and upon observing Xinghe and his companions, especially their attire, he felt a surge of cunning. With a grin, he approached Xinghe. The words of the overweight individual filled Huang Mao with indignation. He had already concluded that Xinghe and his companions were soldiers, yet they denied being members of the People's Army simply because they were unwilling to provide food. This denial drove him to the brink of irrationality, prompting him to approach the vehicle in search of sustenance. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and Huang Mao was sent flying, landing on the ground, clutching his abdomen and curling up like a shrimp, his complexion pale. A young woman rushed over to check on Huang Mao and shouted at Xinghe, "You soldiers refuse to provide food, but how dare you strike him?" Xinghe found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Daju leaped out of the vehicle, its large head turning towards the woman. Startled by the sudden appearance of Daju, the woman fell silent, though her eyes still burned with anger. On the ground, Huang Mao lowered his head, resentment evident in his gaze. Xinghe, however, remained oblivious to all of this. And even if he had noticed, he would not have cared, as they were merely ordinary individuals. Chapter 25. The Mutant Wild Boar Disregarding Huang Mao and the Woman. Li Xinghe drove the vehicle into the gas station and instructed the others, "Let us take a break here for lunch. Fatty, you two go fill up the tank. Brother Chun and I will scout the area." "Understood, boss." "Come on, Brother Chun, let us take a look around." Li Xinghe intended to survey the vicinity for any potential safety hazards. "All right, let us go." With that, the two departed, while Huang Mao and the woman returned to the vehicle. By this time, Huang Mao felt somewhat better, though his stomach still throbbed painfully, as if his insides had been brutally kicked. If Li Xinghe had exerted any more force, he might have been gravely injured or worse. "Dog brother, what shall we do now?" the woman inquired, referring to Huang Mao by the nickname he had earned while navigating the underworld. Huang Mao gasped for breath, still struggling to inhale. "Just give me a moment. That bastard. I will have my revenge." Meanwhile, the previous middle-aged couple and the young girl huddled together, engaged in hushed conversation. After a while, upon seeing Li Xinghe and Chun Jun return, the middle-aged man hurried over. Recognizing Li Xinghe as the apparent leader of the group, he beseeched, "Sir, do you have any surplus food? Could you spare us some? My family hasn't eaten a single bite in over a day, and we have no water left. We are on the brink of collapse." As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. "Alas, we all face hardships," sighed Chunjun Xinghe. "Why not share some food with them? Who among us is without troubles?" Seeing the middle-aged man's distress, Chun Jun felt a pang of compassion. "Indeed, I was already considering helping them. In this apocalyptic world, we should lend a hand where we can. Fatty, please provide this gentleman with some food and water." "Of course, boss." Fatty and the thin man lowered their heads, unsure of what to say, occasionally glancing at the little girl. Upon hearing Li Xinghe's command, they promptly agreed and hurried to retrieve enough provisions for 3 people for 2 days, handing them to the man. Thank you. I cannot express my gratitude enough," the man exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as he accepted the food. "It's no trouble at all." Watching the man depart with the provisions, Chun Jun grew concerned, wondering how his own wife and child were faring and whether their supplies would suffice. "Do not worry, Brother Chun. Have you not already cautioned them? As long as they remain sheltered at home, they can endure for quite some time," the thin man reassured. Shortly after the apocalypse struck, all mobile phones lost signal, and the internet showed interruptions, rendering it impossible to contact family members, leaving them oblivious to their current plight, which undoubtedly caused great concern. In truth, Li Xinghe was equally anxious about Xiao Wanner's situation. He had advised her to stock up on food and stay indoors, yet he remained unaware of her current condition. "All right, Brother Chun, worrying is futile at this point. Our immediate task is to hasten our journey to Qingxue City and rescue them," Li Xinghe declared, addressing both Chun Jun and himself. No longer dwelling on these matters, the group commenced their lunch. The aroma of the meal wafted towards Huang Mao, whose stomach betrayed him with an insistent growl, while the women fared little better. "How infuriating! Why do they deny us food while providing it to those 3? Huang Mao fumed, slamming his hands against the steering wheel, inadvertently honking the horn, the loud sound echoing through the gas station. The bystanders turned to look, but paid no heed upon recognizing Huang Mao's vehicle. Unbeknownst to them, this blaring horn attracted an unwelcome guest. Moments later, an urgent need to relieve himself overtook Huang Mao, prompting him to exit the vehicle and venture into the nearby thicket. He walked a short distance until he was out of sight of the gas station before unzipping his pants. Just as he found a moment of respite, a colossal figure suddenly loomed before him. Slowly, he raised his gaze to behold an enormous head adorned with 2 long tusks. It resembled a wild boar, yet he had never encountered one of such immense size. Startled, Huang Mao barely had time to zip up before he turned and sprinted back, shouting, "Help! A wild boar!" Initially, the crowd at the gas station remained indifferent, thinking it merely a wild boar. With so many people present, armed as they were, how could they fear such a creature? However, as Huang Mao burst from the underbrush, a massive shadow followed closely behind, a 2-meter-tall boar-like figure that caused the ground to tremble with its every stride. The onlookers, including Fatty, quickly recognized that this was no ordinary wild boar, but a mutated one. The mutated boar relentlessly pursued Huang Mao, who cleverly circled around his vehicle. The creature, seemingly lacking in intelligence, mirrored his movements, unable to catch him. Meanwhile, the women inside the car began to scream in terror, drawing the boar's attention. With a powerful thrust of its formidable tusks, it rammed into the small car, flipping it over and pinning the women beneath, their groans echoing in distress. "Xiaohong!" Huang Mao cried out, and in that instant, the mutated boar turned its focus back to him. Shocked, he glanced around, finding no place to hide. Suddenly, a flash of malice crossed his eyes as he glanced toward Li Xinghe's group, and he turned and sprinted towards their convoy. "Oh no, boss. This guy is truly despicable. Drawing the mutated boar towards us." The rotund individual observed the actions of the blonde and muttered curses under his breath. The blonde, already exhausted, was running in a straight line when he was swiftly overtaken by a mutated wild boar. In an instant, the creature charged from behind, its sharp tusks piercing the blonde's body, followed by a violent toss that sent him crashing to the ground like a rag doll. Though the blonde lay on the ground, clinging to life, his gaze remained fixed on Li Xinghe, blood frothing from his mouth as he intermittently uttered, "You all shall perish, you all shall perish. Open fire. Do not let it approach." Li Xinghe began to respond, but what unfolded next compelled him to shut his eyes in disappointment. He witnessed several Type 95 rifles firing simultaneously. The mutated wild boar had barely reached them before it was reduced to a bloody pulp, collapsing onto the ground. Ha! Indeed, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. The rotund man exclaimed, puffing out smoke from the barrel of his weapon with a smug expression. "You're right, big brother." The slender one chimed in from the side. Li Xinghe paid no mind to the two jesters and approached the carcass of the mutated boar. It was still not fully dead, a testament to its formidable defenses. Upon inspecting its attributes, he discovered it shared a level with the mutated powerhouse zombies, 18,102. With a swift thrust, Li Xinghe plunged his blade into the enormous skull of the mutated boar, ensuring its demise. As I understand, wild boars are social animals, since one has appeared here. There are likely more nearby, he speculated after extracting the crystal core. "Ah, no way, boss, not just one." The rotund and slender men ceased their banter, their expressions turning serious. Just as they wished to inquire further, the ground trembled violently, and they exchanged worried glances. Chapter 26. The pack of mutated wild boars. The rumbling of the earth intensified. "They are coming," the rotund man said, urging the slender one to maintain formation. "Keep an eye on Wang Yin and Xiaoya, and be cautious, Brother Chen." With that, Li Xinghe donned his battle armor, brandishing his nanoalloy sword and positioning himself in front of the group. "What is this? Battle armor?" Chen Jun was rendered speechless by the revelation. What he initially perceived as eccentric attire was, in fact, armor. "Indeed, this is battle armor, the boss's alloy suit. Impressive, isn't it?" The rotund man chimed in, his excitement making it seem as if he were the one adorned in the armor. Still in a state of shock, Chen Jun suddenly recalled the slender man's earlier words, pondering if this armor was related to special abilities. With a roar, several mutated wild boars burst forth from the woods, drawn by the earlier gunfire. 4 of them emerged in total, 1 large and 3 smaller ones. The large boar was significantly larger than the one previously slain, while the smaller ones were half its size. Observing the situation, the rotund man surmised, these mutated wild boars must be part of the same group. The larger one should be male, while the one we killed was female, and the 3 smaller ones are piglets. Upon spotting their fallen companion, the mutated wild boar's eyes turned crimson with rage, and they charged toward Li Xinghe, who stood at the forefront. Their attributes revealed a strength greater than that of the previous one, 19,112. Li Xinghe contemplated in silence, observing the charging mutated wild boar as it prepared to strike. When the beast reached him, he swung his nanoalloy steel knife, clashing it against the boar's tusks. The momentum of the creature forced Li Xinghe to stagger back several steps. With one hand gripping the knife and the other pressing against its spine, they found themselves in a stalemate. At that moment, the remaining 3 mutated wild boars surged forward. Chen Jun, perceiving the dire situation, exclaimed, "I shall assist." He left those words behind as he brandished his Tai Chi knife and charged into the fray. Meanwhile, De Ju leapt down from the vehicle's roof, racing towards the battleground. Wang Yin and the others took refuge behind a pillar, with the stout and slender individuals on guard, vigilantly surveying their surroundings while occasionally glancing at the battlefield. After entering the fray, both Chen Jun and De Ju intercepted a mutated wild boar each, while the last one turned its attention towards a family of 3 huddled in a corner, hastily scrambling into their car in a bid to escape. However, after several futile attempts to start the vehicle, the 3 inside trembled in fear, too frightened to exit. Fortunately, the mutated wild boar, lacking in intelligence, only pushed against the car's front, unable to breach their defenses for the time being. Returning to Li Xinghe, after a moment of deadlock with the mutated wild boar, he suddenly thrust forward, creating some distance between them. His strength measured at 20 points, whereas the boar's was 19, they were evenly matched. Yet his speed far surpassed that of the beast, eliminating the need for a direct confrontation. With this thought in mind, As the boar charged again, Li Xinghe propelled himself to the left, executing a swift upward strike that left a gash across the creature's neck. As the boar turned, he delivered another diagonal slash, inflicting yet another wound from which blood flowed freely. Thus, the mutated wild boar became a rather unfortunate sparring partner for Li Xinghe. While he honed his technique, the stout individual and Qin engaged in combat with their respective wild boars. Qin, having trained in martial arts for many years, possessed physical prowess that far exceeded the average. His Tai Chi knife moved with precision, effortlessly countering a juvenile, mutated wild boar without any pressure, inflicting several injuries upon it. However, the boar's tough hide, especially that of the mutated variety, rendered these wounds mere surface damage, insufficient to diminish its fighting capability. On the other hand, the Ju fared much better. Its speed allowed it to easily contend with the sluggish mutated wild boar. With a few agile leaps, it had already blinded the creature, which, now deprived of one eye, struggled with its sense of direction. This rendered the boar helpless against the Ju, and with its razor-sharp claws. It was merely a matter of time before the wild boar met its demise. Suddenly, the boar attacking the family of the middle-aged man appeared to gain some cunning. Turning to ram against the car door. "No, please don't eat us. Don't eat us." The mother and daughter screamed in terror. "Hurry, think of something," the husband urged, panic-stricken. "If this continues, we'll be devoured by that wild boar." The middle-aged man, equally frightened, shouted towards Li Xinghe, "Help! Officer, please help!" Li Xinghe, witnessing the imminent danger faced by the family of three, decided to cease his engagement with the mutated wild boar. Seizing the moment as the creature charged forward, he leaped onto its back, driving his nanoalloy steel knife forcefully into its ear. The blade penetrated through the creature's brain, emerging from the other side. With a final surge of momentum, the boar staggered forward a couple of steps before collapsing onto the ground. A notification chimed in his mind. Level 1 mutated wild boar killed. Earning 250 energy points. Ignoring the system's announcement, Li Xinghe jumped down and hurried towards the family. In a swift motion, the mutated wild boar's tusk pierced through the car door, flinging it aside and breaching the last line of defense, targeting the girl. "Yeah, please don't eat me. I don't want to die." The young girl, terrified, burst into tears, shrinking back into her mother's embrace as they huddled in the back seat, uncertain of what to do. As the boar charged, they braced themselves for the worst. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as Li Xinghe delivered a powerful kick, sending the wild boar sprawling against a pillar, which lost a corner upon impact. The creature convulsed on the ground, attempting to rise again, only to find a foot pinning its head down, followed by a steel knife plunged into its brain. After effortlessly dispatching the small mutated boar, Li Xinghe returned to assist Qin in dealing with another one. Upon glancing towards the direction of Daju, he noted that the battle there had concluded as well, and they proceeded to extract the crystal cores from the defeated wild boars. "Thank you, officer, for saving our lives," the middle-aged man expressed gratefully as he approached Li Xinghe. "Not at all. It was a simple act." Li Xinghe waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Xinghe, what exactly are these things you've extracted?" Qin inquired, pointing at the crystal core in Li Xinghe's hand. "These are crystal cores, found within the brains of zombies and mutated creatures. Absorbing the energy within can enhance one's physique, transforming them into a fortified being." "I see." Qin finally understood. It was likely these cores that had empowered Li Xinghe. "Here, take this one," Li Xinghe said, producing a slightly smaller crystal core and handing it to Qin. As Qin hesitated, Li Xinghe firmly placed it into his hand. "Thank you, Brother Xinghe. Just swallow it to absorb its energy." Li Xinghe instructed him on the consumption method. At that moment, the rotund companions approached. "Boss, is everything resolved?" the plump one asked as he arrived. "Yes, all has been taken care of. Let us gather our belongings and leave quickly. The commotion here may attract other threats." "Understood, boss." "Officer, could you take us with you? Our car broke down and won't start," the middle-aged man pleaded. "All right, you can squeeze into the vehicles with the others," Li Xinghe replied. "Thank you, officer. Thank you." The family of three sighed in relief. Without Li Xinghe's assistance, they would have been at a loss on how to leave without transportation. Before long, the convoy departed from the gas station. The scent of blood from the gas station wafted into the air, soon attracting an unwelcome assembly of mutated sparrows. They seemed to inhabit this area, descending in droves upon the carcass of a mutated wild boar. In no time, the ground was strewn with a few skeletal remains, including that of a yellow-haired body. The convoy moved sluggishly along the road, with abandoned vehicles littering the path, rendering any increase in speed nearly impossible. After traveling approximately 20 to 30 kilometers, they encountered a bus blocking the way. As was customary, the passengers prepared to disembark to move the vehicle. Suddenly, 5 or 6 burly men surged from both sides of the road, some brandishing firearms, swiftly encircling the convoy. A total of 7 individuals were present, 2 wielding handguns while the others brandished nightsticks and short blades. "What is going on, boss? Are we facing bandits?" The stout man exclaimed, bewildered. "They probably aren't bandits. I noticed a labor reformatory nearby on the map, called Blue Clear Prison. Judging by their attire, they seem to be inmates," was the response. Just as the two were conversing, one of the armed men began shouting, "Everyone in the vehicle, get out now, or I will open fire." The others began banging their weapons against the car, and when the occupants remained unresponsive, one of the knife wielders struck the side of Li Xinghe's vehicle, bellowing, "Did you hear that? Get out immediately. I'll go first. You all assess the situation," Li Xinghe instructed through the intercom. As someone exited, the leading man approached. Sporting a crew cut and clad in prison garb, he immediately attempted to shove Li Xinghe, demanding why he hadn't exited yet. Warning, don't try any tricks, or I'll finish you off. The man's demeanor shifted as he realized that pushing Li Xinghe felt akin to shoving a wall. Was he a trained fighter? Even if he were, the man consoled himself with the thought that he was armed. "Hurry and let everyone out of the vehicle, or I will shoot you all," he threatened, brandishing his handgun at Li Xinghe. "Are you certain?" Li Xinghe replied coolly. "Stop with the nonsense and hurry." The man retorted impatiently. "Everyone get out." As soon as he finished speaking, the stout man and others emerged, brandishing their Type 95 rifles. Those standing beside the vehicle, seeing the long gun barrels pressed against their heads, hastily discarded their weapons, raising their hands in surrender. The crew-cut man, realizing these individuals were clad in combat attire, staggered back in shock, his trembling hands betraying his inner panic. Li Xinghe observed him with a bemused smile. "What do you wish to say now?" A glint of malice flashed in the crew-cut man's eyes as he raised his firearm, intent on firing at Li Xinghe. Unaware that every move he made was under Li Xinghe's scrutiny, before he could pull the trigger, Li Xinghe lunged forward, seizing the handgun from his grip and delivering a swift kick that sent the man sprawling. "Ah!" The crew-cut man cried out, rolling on the ground while clutching his abdomen, gazing at Li Xinghe in disbelief. "How are you so fast? Could it be? What could it be?" Li Xinghe inquired, now intrigued. "Are you an ability user?" The man gasped, catching his breath. "An ability user? Have you encountered other individuals with supernatural abilities? Why should I divulge that information?" The man with a buzz cut remained obstinate. Li Xinghe brandished a nano-alloy steel knife and approached him, calling out, "Big Orange, come here." Upon hearing Li Xinghe's summons, Big Orange leaped from the vehicle and dashed between the two men. The buzz-cut man was startled by the sudden appearance of such a large cat. Fearing that Big Orange might crush his skull, he hesitated. I'll talk. Speak," Li Xinghe urged. "Our leader, Lei Jun, is indeed a supernatural being." When the zombies emerged, chaos erupted in the prison. Lei Jun suddenly wielded the power of lightning and effortlessly destroyed the prison gates to escape. Many of the guards had transformed into zombies. After eliminating the guards, he seized their firearms and subsequently released us all. At that time, many inmates were confined to their cells, so the zombies were swiftly dealt with. Now, the entire prison is under Lei Jun's command, and everyone follows his orders. We were sent to intercept passing vehicles, bringing all confiscated supplies back to the prison. Listening to the buzz-cut man's explanation, Li Xinghe grasped the situation's intricacies. It seemed that this Lei Jun was a lightning-type evolved being, though it remained uncertain if he possessed any additional powers. "What shall we do with these individuals?" the rotund man inquired as he and his companions began to bind the captives, tossing them into the front of the bus. "I plan to visit the Blue Clear prison." After glancing at the buzz-cut man, who lay half-reclined on the ground, Li Xinghe plunged his knife into the man's chest. The buzz-cut man's eyes widened, blood frothing from his mouth, disbelief etched across his face. He had not anticipated Li Xinghe's ruthless resolve to kill him. "Did you think you could harbor murderous intentions against me and still hope to live? Your dreams are too grand. Brother Xinghe, it may not be safe for you to go alone. Allow me to accompany you." Chen Jun expressed his concern. "Do not worry, Brother Chen. I am clad in alloy armor. Mere mortals cannot harm me. You all wait here." "Understood, boss. Please stay safe and inform us of any developments," they replied, raising their firearms. After descending from the highway, Li Xinghe followed a narrow path for about 5 minutes, discovering a road that led into the mountains. Consulting his map, he noted that a 2-kilometer trek along this road would lead him to the Blue Clear prison. This prison, situated at the junction of Lanzhou and Xinghe City, was aptly named Blue Clear Prison and had been in existence for over 30 years. The facility was constructed against the mountains, with steep cliffs behind it, effectively deterring any escape attempts. Attempting to flee through the front gates was akin to scaling a mountain, and in the prison's 3-decade history, no inmate had successfully escaped. When Lei Jun was incarcerated in this prison, he, like the others, had lost hope of ever being released. All of them faced life sentences or death row, with even the lightest sentences requiring a minimum of 20 years. Lei Jun had been imprisoned for discovering his wife's infidelity, leading him to murder both the unfaithful couple, resulting in a death sentence, which was later commuted to a 2-month reprieve before execution. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse has descended upon the world. Most of the prison guards have transformed into zombies, and he discovers that his hands possess the ability to unleash lightning, effortlessly shattering doors. Thus, he slays the zombified guards and releases the incarcerated criminals, leading them to eliminate the remaining undead within the prison. He subsequently subdues the surviving guards, establishing himself as the ruler of the prison, reveling in authority and indulgence, enjoying food and women before anyone else. Initially, he envisioned this lifestyle to persist indefinitely. However, the supplies within the prison are limited. When informed by his subordinates that food is running low, he quickly dispatches individuals to seek sustenance. While a crew member attempts to intercept passing vehicles on the highway, boss, trouble is brewing. A young man has arrived outside the prison and has already injured several of our brothers. A frantic subordinate bursts in. What is it? Why the panic? Did your mother die? Lei Jun is currently engaged in a passionate encounter with a woman, her sun-kissed skin and short hair framing a face glistening with tears of humiliation. Boss, a young man has come to the prison, and he is incredibly formidable. None of our brothers can withstand him. Are you all fools? What are guns for? No matter how powerful he is, he must fear bullets. He retorts, groping the woman beside him. Boss, you must listen. That kid has somehow acquired armor that renders bullets ineffective, the subordinate continues. At this moment, Lei Jun senses something amiss. Armor that cannot be penetrated by bullets? What is going on? I must investigate. Lead the way. I want to see who dares to cause trouble, he commands, disregarding the woman beside him as he follows the subordinate outside. Upon hearing the mention of their leader being an extraordinary individual, Li Xinghe's interest is piqued. Initially reluctant to intervene, he is suddenly informed by the system. Host, eliminating an extraordinary individual can yield substantial energy, and they possess a core that holds a 70% chance of granting their abilities upon absorption. This declaration astounds Li Xinghe. I can acquire their powers? What am I waiting for? He decisively sets off, knowing that the target is a murderer, which alleviates any moral burden. When Li Xinghe arrives at the prison, he contemplates how to stealthily enter. After observing for a while, here before he could even swing the knife, he was met with a forceful kick from Li Xinghe, causing him to sweat profusely. He turned to the group of prisoners behind him and shouted, Brothers, let us all go together and take this guy down. Let us teach him a lesson. Armed with knives or clubs, the group charged at Li Xinghe, their cries of pain echoing. Oh, my face, my stomach, my leg. The air was filled with wails and groans. This kid is something else, the bald man exclaimed from the back, astonished by Li Xinghe's formidable combat prowess. Quickly, bring out your leader. I have limited time. Observing Li Xinghe's audacity, the bald man brandished a pistol, aiming it at him. You may be strong, but I have a gun. Kneel and apologize, or I'll put a bullet in you. Li Xinghe remained silent, advancing steadily towards him. Damn it. If you take another step, I'll shoot. With that, the bald man fired his weapon. To his shock, Li Xinghe was enveloped in a layer of black alloy armor. The bullets merely sparked upon impact, leaving no mark. Unfazed, the bald man fired several more shots, yet they had no effect, leaving him dumbfounded as Li Xinghe approached. You were told to bring your leader out, and you still dare to shoot at me? A cold glint flashed in Li Xinghe's eyes. With a swift motion, he seized the bald man's throat, eliciting a hoarse gasp filled with terror. With a sharp crack, Li Xinghe twisted the bald man's neck and discarded him onto the ground. The surrounding onlookers were rendered mute with fear. You there, go fetch your leader, Li Xinghe commanded a trembling man seated on the ground. Why yes, I'll do it right away. The man scrambled to his feet and hurried into the prison. The others gazed at him enviously, relieved he could escape the clutches of this terrifying young man. He was a veritable monster, capable of crushing the bald man with a single hand. They wondered if their leader could possibly contend with him. Thus, the crowd watched Li Xinghe with trepidation while he contemplated something. At that moment, he was engaged in a dialogue with the intellect of his armor, inquiring whether it possessed resistance to lightning strikes. The AI responded affirmatively, stating the armor could withstand up to 100,000 volts, indicating that typical lightning would not significantly harm it. He pondered the implications. If the armor's resistance to lightning were inadequate, he would need to reconsider eliminating Lei Jun. If struck by Lei Jun's electric power and rendered defenseless, it could spell disaster. Fortunately, the armor's capability to withstand lightning, particularly at such high voltage, reassured him. He doubted that a newly emerged ability user could wield energy surpassing 100,000 volts. While Li Xinghe was deep in thought, the man who had rushed inside returned with Lei Jun. Upon seeing Li Xinghe clad in armor, Lei Jun was taken aback. Although he had heard his underlings extolling Li Xinghe's prowess, he had not taken it seriously. After all, he possesses formidable lightning powers. What is a mere battle armor to him? In the face of such elemental might, it would merely be rendered as scrap metal. Young man, have you come seeking me? How did you come to know my name? Lei Jun inquired with a puzzled expression. Hee. Your subordinates intercepted passing vehicles on the highway and brought them crashing to our heads. Pray tell, how could I not know your name? Understanding dawned upon Lei Jun. It was clear that his lackeys had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, and now the adversary had come knocking at his door. I see now, dear brother. It is all a misunderstanding. I was left with no choice. A multitude of brothers are waiting to be fed, hence this desperate measure. Lei Jun chuckled heartily. Wearing the guise of a good-natured fellow, noticing the youthfulness of Li Xinghe, he sought to placate him, hoping to lower his guard. Once close enough, he intended to strike with his lightning powers. Given that the two were still 50 meters apart, he harbored uncertainties about his ability to reach Li Xinghe. Should he fail, allowing the young man to flee would be disastrous. There is no misunderstanding. Since it was your arrangement, you, as the leader, must bear the consequences. What do you mean, young brother? Are you suggesting that we need to discuss matters with Lei? As the distance between them diminished to 30 meters, Li Xinghe utilized his attribute scanning ability to assess Lei Jun's capabilities. He discovered that Lei Jun was a level 1 lightning elementalist, capable of unleashing tremendous bolts of lightning from both hands, possessing the power to easily obliterate steel plates of 20 millimeters in thickness. Upon reading this, Li Xinghe felt reassured. The threat was not as formidable as he had initially feared, though it was still significant and typically insurmountable. Yet, he had his alloy battle armor to rely upon. As the distance shrank to 10 meters, Lei Jun hesitated no longer. He raised both hands, unleashing 2 massive bolts of lightning. With a crackling sound, the lightning surged towards Li Xinghe, causing the hair on the nape of his neck to stand on end. Keenly aware of Lei Jun's every movement, Li Xinghe prepared to evade the attack. As the lightning illuminated the air, he had already leapt from his previous position. In the very next instant, the bolt struck the ground where he had just stood, creating a deep crater that left him momentarily speechless. Good heavens! Although his battle armor's intelligence system assured him it could withstand 100,000 volts, witnessing such destructive force firsthand left him astounded. Had the lightning struck him directly, even as a level 2 evolved being, he would likely have sustained grievous injuries. Indeed, the power of lightning was not to be trifled with. At that moment, Lei Jun was equally astonished. This individual had managed to evade his attack. The speed of the lightning was considerable. From the moment he unleashed it to the moment it struck the ground was no more than a second. Yet this young man had emerged unscathed. Frowning deeply, he concentrated his focus. It seemed this opponent would not be easily subdued. Li Xinghe's initial expression of shock slowly transformed into delight. The stronger Lei Jun's lightning powers, the more elated he felt, for there was a high probability that absorbing Lei Jun's crystal core would awaken his own lightning abilities. What are you smiling about? Lei Jun questioned, bewildered by Li Xinghe's mirth. Did he believe victory was already within his grasp? No, it was merely a sudden recollection of a delightful incident. Observing the relaxed demeanor of Li Xinghe, Lei Jun could no longer contain himself. How dare he underestimate him? With this thought, he raised his hand and unleashed 2 bolts of lightning towards Li Xinghe once more. Yet, Li Xinghe effortlessly evaded them, swiftly closing the distance with a series of leaps, compelling Lei Jun to retreat in haste, all the while continuing to discharge lightning from his hands. Each time the lightning struck the ground, Li Xinghe managed to dodge just in time, intensifying Lei Jun's fear. How could this individual be so remarkably swift? Was his power related to speed? At last, the gap between them narrowed to a mere 3 meters. Li Xinghe brandished a nano-alloy steel blade, aiming for Lei Jun's neck, intent on finishing him off. Suddenly, a shield composed of lightning materialized between them, causing Li Xinghe to stare in astonishment at the electric barrier. The blade struck the shield, sending a tingling sensation through his hand. Lei Jun had once again surprised him. This lightning could also serve as a defense. Retracting the blade, Li Xinghe swung with renewed vigor against the lightning shield, eager to test its defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Lei Jun, positioned behind the shield, was in a state of distress. What manner of creature was this? Not only was his speed astonishing, but his strength was formidable as well. Each blow from the nanoalloy steel blade required him to expend considerable energy to sustain the shield. If this continued, he would not last much longer. In a moment of desperation, he shouted at his subordinates surrounding them. "What are you all staring at? Hurry and assist me. Shoot this guy down." The subordinates, already in a state of shock, were taken aback by how this young man had dominated their leader throughout the encounter. It seemed their boss had not laid a finger on him. Upon hearing their leader's command, they hesitated, debating whether to open fire. After all, the young man showed no fear of bullets, yet failing to act could lead to dire consequences from Lei Jun. After a brief moment of contemplation, one of them took the initiative and fired. Gunshots rang out, and soon others joined in, bullets raining down upon Li Xinghe's armor. Apart from the clattering of metal, there was no noticeable effect. It was only then that Lei Jun recalled what one of his subordinates had mentioned earlier, that the young man's attire was bulletproof. Internally cursing, he muttered, "How the hell am I supposed to fight like this?" As Li Xinghe continued his relentless assault, the lightning shield flickered and began to weaken, revealing Lei Jun's increasingly pale visage, likely a result of energy depletion. "Stop. I concede. Do not kill me. I am willing to be your loyal follower. You can see my strength. I could serve as your enforcer." Fearful, Lei Jun realized his energy reserves were nearly depleted, and if Li Xinghe struck the shield a few more times, it would shatter. "Apologies, but I have no need for underlings." With a resounding crack, the lightning shield was obliterated. Lei Jun, drained of energy, collapsed to the ground. With a swift motion, Li Xinghe brought down his blade, severing Lei Jun's head. Ding! You have slain a level 1 lightning ability user, earning 500 energy points. After locating Lei Jun's crystal core, Li Xinghe nonchalantly departed. The surrounding subordinates exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, one of them inquired, "What shall we do now? What else can we do? Lei Jun is dead, and this young man appears disinterested in prison. Henceforth, the prison will be under our command," remarked another man of some standing. The crowd gravitated towards him, eager to curry favor, while Lei Jun's lifeless body lay on the ground, overlooked. On the way back, Li Xinghe struggled to suppress his desire to absorb the lightning crystal core immediately. No, he decided. He would wait until he returned to the convoy. Who knew what might transpire after absorption? If he were rendered immobile and ambushed by zombies or mutated beasts, he would be left in despair. He scrutinized the crystal core in his hand. Unlike ordinary ones, this core emitted a flicker of lightning within. Once Li Xinghe had left, the others devised a plan to move the bus. Fortunately, it was still operational. After maneuvering it to the roadside, they unceremoniously tossed several bound prisoners inside. Then, the stout man and the lean one engaged in conversation. "Brother, what do you think the boss went to the prison for?" The lean one tossed a cigarette to the stout man, lighting both their smokes. "Who knows? But I suspect it has something to do with that ability user, Lei Jun." "Just mentioning that buzzcut ability user seems to intrigue the boss," the stout man replied, taking a deep drag. "I wonder how these ability users came to be, and what the boss's ability is like. I'm not sure, but there's no denying that the boss's power is formidable. I wonder how strong that Lei Jun was." The stout man mused, flicking the ash from his cigarette. "If only we could have abilities too." He playfully slapped the lean one on the head. "What a dreamer. It's much more reliable to slay zombies and absorb their crystal cores to strengthen our bodies." "Ouch, you're right, brother," the lean one replied, rubbing his head. As the sun began to set, a figure emerged from the distance, clad in battle armor that gleamed with metallic reflections in the fading light. "The boss has returned." The crowd stood up, watching as the young man approached slowly. "Boss, where have you been?" the lean one asked curiously. "I dealt with that Lei Jun." "Wow, that was quick. Was Lei Jun that weak?" the stout man exclaimed. No. Lei Jun was quite powerful, with formidable lightning abilities. 10 of you combined wouldn't stand a chance against him," Li Xinghe jested. "Boss, you shouldn't drag me into this. Just describe it without including me." The stout man lamented, covering his face. "Ha, you crack me up." The others burst into laughter. After a while, once the laughter subsided, Li Xinghe spoke, "Given the twilight, we cannot leave tonight. We shall stay here for the night. I need to attend to some matters in the vehicle. Please do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary." "Understood, boss. We'll ensure no one interrupts you," the lean one replied, suppressing his laughter. "Why is the boss so mysterious all day?" the stout man murmured to himself. Back in the vehicle, Li Xinghe eagerly retrieved the crystal core, commanding the system, "Absorb the energy of the crystal core." The host, with an air of anticipation, absorbed energy in a manner unlike any before. A crystalline core hovered mid-air, from which a pure essence of energy flowed forth, penetrating Li Xinghe's brow for a span of 10 seconds. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld flashes of lightning deep within his gaze, a wondrous occurrence. As he had directly grasped the power of lightning with a 70% likelihood, fortunate that fortune favored him this time. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of electricity materialized in his palm, dancing as if animated by life itself. Yet Li Xinghe understood that it was merely a manifestation of his control. To his delight, he discovered an enhancement in his attributes. Originally, 202,021, they had ascended to 232,325. Both strength and speed had increased by 3 points, while his mental fortitude surged by a remarkable 4 points. Next, he sought to explore this newfound lightning ability, but the confines of the vehicle proved too restrictive. Stepping outside, he observed the plump and lean friends practicing their marksmanship. Evidently, they were motivated by some recent impetus to strengthen themselves. Not wishing to disturb them, he ventured into the depths of the forest alone. Approaching a grand tree, Li Xinghe concentrated the lightning in his palm and released it, resulting in a sizable indentation upon impact. Not too great, yet not insignificant. He then formed a lightning sphere in his palm, this time taking a bit longer to coalesce. The sphere pulsated with a wild energy, and upon release, it unleashed considerable force, cleaving half the massive trunk in one blow, leaving the remainder teetering precariously. It appeared that the longer the energy was concentrated, the more potent its release became. Continuously compressing the lightning sphere, he felt it teetering on the brink of chaos. Realizing the impending danger, he hurled it away. The sphere tore through 3 tree trunks before finally creating a crater in the 4th. In that moment, he had compressed the sphere to its limit, sensing that any further attempts would lead to uncontrollable energy. The power unleashed had exceeded his expectations. Inspired by the lightning shield used by Lei Jun, he endeavored to replicate it. Extending his hands, electricity surged forth, gradually forming a shield composed of lightning in front of him. This shield could continuously replenish its energy, augmenting its defensive capabilities. Continuing his experimentation, he sought to cover other objects or his own body with lightning to discern the potential benefits. Remarkably, he discovered that lightning could adhere to his nanoalloy steel blade, thereby inflicting electrical damage alongside physical strikes, capable of briefly incapacitating foes. Additionally, when lightning enveloped his feet, he felt a remarkable increase in agility, enhancing his speed by an impressive 20%. For the time being, he found it challenging to control the lightning in other areas. In summary, this lightning ability offered both offensive and defensive capabilities, along with supportive effects, truly extraordinary. The absorption of this lightning ability has compensated for Li Xinghe's lack of long-range attack capabilities. After testing its limits, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, likely due to excessive energy expenditure. This energy appears to be linked to mental strength. The greater the mental power, the more energy one possesses, allowing for more intricate control. As he continues to enhance his physique and elevate his mental prowess, this lightning ability should also grow stronger. It remains to be seen what transformations may arise in the future. Unable to continue, the depletion of mental energy caused a dull ache to settle in his brain, prompting him to return to the vehicle for rest. 2 hours later, Li Xinghe opened his eyes to find that night had completely fallen, the clock reading 8:30. Outside, a bonfire illuminated the clearing where everyone sat chatting. "Boss, you finally emerged. If you hadn't told us not to disturb you, I would have come to get you," the chubby one inquired with concern. "I'm fine. Has everyone eaten?" Li Xinghe stretched his body, feeling invigorated. "Not yet, boss. We were waiting for you," Wang Yin replied softly. "Then let us get to it. Everyone must be hungry." With that, he retrieved his nanoalloy steel knife and began practicing in the clearing. Slice, chop, cleave, thrust. The alloy steel knife sliced through the air, producing a continuous sound of cutting. "Why do I feel like the boss's swordsmanship has become more refined?" the slender one remarked enviously. "Really? I can't tell." The chubby one scratched his head, lacking any innate talent for martial arts. The slender one is right. Brother Xinghe's swordplay has indeed improved, and judging by his striking momentum, it seems his strength has also increased. Wow, the boss truly lives up to his title. That's incredible. Just as the chubby one spoke, he felt a sudden pain in his head. "Ouch, did you just call me a freak? Do you want to get beaten?" The chubby one turned to find Li Xinghe had appeared behind him without his noticing, prompting him to rub his head and chuckle foolishly. Since they had retired early the previous night, the convoy set off before dawn the next day, traveling along the road for 50 kilometers before deciding to rest briefly at a roadside village. The convoy halted at the village entrance. "Boss, the slender one and I will go check the situation inside and replenish some supplies," the chubby one declared as he jumped out of the vehicle, armed with a blast shield and a short gun. "All right, be cautious." Call us if anything arises. Understood, boss. After dispatching a few wandering zombies at the village entrance, the two of them slowly ventured into the village, which appeared small and sparsely populated. Meanwhile, Li Xinghe and the others sheltered beneath a large locust tree at the village entrance, seeking refuge from the intense early summer sun. It was unbearable to remain in the vehicle without air conditioning. After sipping some water, they settled down to rest under the tree. However, as time passed, the two who had entered the village had yet to return, having been inside for over half an hour without any sign of them. Li Xinghe glanced at the time, his brow furrowing with concern. What if something has happened? Jun expressed his worries. Boss, help! Boss! Just then, the cries of the chubby one and his companion echoed from deep within the village. Chapter 31. The mutated pear tree. Upon hearing their cries for help, Li Xinghe sprang to his feet. Chen De and I will go assess the situation. Wang Yan, stay here and watch the vehicle. As he spoke, he seized the nanoalloy steel knife and rushed into the village alongside Jun. Following the shouts of the two hefty individuals, they navigated through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a courtyard, where a colossal pear tree stood. The two robust figures were ensnared in the branches of the pear tree. Upon seeing Li Xinghe and Jun, the two initially expressed joy, but their expressions swiftly shifted to alarm as they urgently cautioned, "Be careful, boss. Don't come any closer. This pear tree has come to life. Its branches can move with remarkable speed and strength." Despite their desperate struggles, their efforts proved futile. Without needing the hefty individual's warning, Li Xinghe had already discerned the nature of the pear tree upon entering the courtyard. It was identified as a level 1 mutated pear tree, 25,152. Possessing a robust vitality and bearing fruit that could enhance physical attributes. The tree's formidable strength, rated at 25, was overwhelming for the likes of the hefty individuals, and even Li Xinghe found it challenging to contend with. However, the prospect of the pear fruit enhancing physical capabilities stirred his interest. Yet, the immediate concern was to rescue the two hefty individuals, as their prolonged suspension was untenable. "What should we do, Brother Xinghe?" Jun asked, startled at the revelation of the tree's sentience and the sight of the two individuals ensnared by its branches. "I believe they are not in immediate danger. Let us first test the attack range of this mutated pear tree," Li Xinghe replied, brandishing the nanoalloy steel knife as he cautiously approached the tree. When he was approximately 10 meters away, the branches began to sway. He halted his advance, and after a moment of inactivity from the tree, he proceeded forward once more. As he closed the distance to about 7 or 8 meters, a branch suddenly shot towards him with great speed. Reacting swiftly, Li Xinghe leaped backward to evade the strike. The tree, undeterred, launched another branch at him. This time, Li Xinghe did not retreat. Instead, he wielded the nanoalloy steel knife and executed a swift slash, severing the branch, which fell to the ground and twitched momentarily before becoming still. The remaining branches of the pear tree seemed to recoil in pain, retreating hastily. Standing still, Li Xinghe contemplated his next move. The speed of the tree's branches was formidable. Attempting to approach and rescue the two hefty individuals could result in his own entrapment. Yet, how could he save them without closing the distance? "Brother Xinghe, I observe that the tree's speed is extraordinary. How shall we rescue them?" Jun remarked, realizing that his own intervention would likely be futile. How could I forget about my electric powers? I can use lightning spheres to rescue them," Li Xinghe exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he began to gather electric energy in his palms. "Brother Xinghe, what are you doing?" Jun questioned, astonished. "Don't worry, Brother Chun. Let us save them first," Li Xinghe replied, sensing Jun's impending inquiries and hastening to reassure him. "Indeed, rescuing them is paramount." Li Xinghe continued to concentrate, forming two lightning spheres that gradually took shape. Jun, standing nearby, could feel the dangerous energy emanating from the spheres, recognizing that he could not withstand the volatile power contained within them. As the moment approached, Li Xinghe hurled two lightning orbs, sensing imminent danger. The willow branches extended in an attempt to obstruct them, only to be pierced through instantaneously. Before they could react, the orbs struck the branches binding the two hefty individuals, causing them to snap without delay. The two fell to the ground, disregarding their aching backs, and hastily scrambled to escape as the mutated pear tree began to stir. 5 or 6 branches shot forth, swiftly reaching behind the two, with one ensnaring the heavier man once more. Despite frantically moving his legs to flee, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body, only to realize he was about to be pulled back by the pear tree's branches. At that moment, a flash of cold light appeared, severing the branch, and he landed back on the ground. "Stop dawdling, hurry and go," Li Xinghe's urgent voice rang out, prompting the hefty man to finally react and dash away. Several pear branches flew through the air as Li Xinghe wielded his nanoalloy steel blade, retreating swiftly. The broken branches scattered across the ground until they had retreated to a safe distance of 10 meters, where the branches could no longer reach them. Allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief, the hefty man leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. "Boss, where did that lightning come from? It was incredible." "Indeed, boss. Truly spectacular. It's a long story, we'll discuss it later. For now, we must find a way to deal with this mutated pear tree." With the hefty men unharmed, Li Xinghe's mind was entirely preoccupied with acquiring the fruit from the tree. "Boss, why bother? Let us just leave," the lean man remarked, puzzled. They had both been saved, so why was their leader still seeking trouble with the mutated pear tree? "Do you wish to grow stronger?" Li Xinghe turned and replied coolly. "Of course, boss. But what does that have to do with the mutated pear tree?" The hefty man answered without hesitation. "The fruit of this mutated pear tree can enhance our physical attributes. Now you understand why I want to eliminate it." "No way, really, boss? Then what are we waiting for? Let us take it down." The hefty man, thrilled at the prospect of enhancing his abilities, recalled how he and the lean man had been struggling recently and were determined to grow stronger. The opportunity was right before them. Why delay? "However, boss, how do we deal with it? What if we just set it on fire? It should be afraid of flames, right?" the lean man suggested from the side. "Oh." Before he could finish, the hefty man kicked him in the rear. "Use your brain a little, will you? Do you want to burn the fruit along with it?" "Oh, right. Almost forgot about the fruit," the lean man sheepishly replied, rubbing his backside. Ignoring the antics of the two, Li Xinghe gazed intently at the mutated pear tree from a distance. The tree was as thick as two people embracing and stood over 10 meters tall, with glimmering golden fruits visible among its branches. It was clear that without dismantling this pear tree, obtaining the fruits above would be impossible. As he pondered, Li Xinghe conjured a lightning orb in his hand and hurled it at the trunk of the mutated pear tree. However, the tree was highly vigilant, immediately extending its branches to intercept. The orb passed through the branches, losing much of its power, and upon striking the trunk, merely removed a bit of bark, leaving no significant impact. Li Xinghe frowned in discontent. "Brother Xinghe, I believe we can first capture its attention, and then you can employ the lightning sphere to strike its trunk, thereby enhancing our chances of success," Chen Jun suddenly reminded. "Indeed. Brother Chen's suggestion is excellent and merits consideration. Thus, Fatty and Thin, you two should gather more stones or bricks." "Understood, boss. I see a construction site ahead with plenty of bricks. We shall procure some. Be swift in your return." After a brief interval, Fatty and Thin rushed back, each pushing a handcart filled to the brim with bricks. Chapter 32. A bountiful harvest. With a clang, Fatty tipped the cart, spilling bricks onto the ground. "Boss, what shall we do next?" "You three take a brick each and hurl it at that mutated pear tree. I will handle the rest." "All right, this is simple." Li Xinghe began to gather energy for the lightning spheres, while Fatty and the others each took a brick and tossed it. At Li Xinghe's command, 3 bricks soared toward the mutated pear tree. As the tree extended its branches, Li Xinghe threw the 2 lightning spheres in his grasp. Just as the tree's focus remained on the bricks, the 2 lightning spheres struck fiercely against its trunk, creating 2 bowl-sized dents from which a pale green liquid began to seep. The bricks shattered upon impact with the branches, confirming the effectiveness of their attempt. Fatty and Thin couldn't help but cheer. "Excellent. Fantastic. Boss, let us continue." "Yes, onward. Prepare. Throw." With each resounding crash of bricks and the subsequent strikes of the lightning spheres, the robust trunk of the mutated pear tree was repeatedly battered, riddled with dents. "Let us pause for a moment. I sense my mental energy is waning significantly," Li Xinghe remarked, his complexion slightly pale. "Boss, are you all right?" Fatty inquired with concern. "Indeed. Brother Xinghe, your countenance appears quite poor." "It is nothing, merely a depletion of mental energy. A brief respite will suffice." Li Xinghe waved his hand dismissively. He pondered whether the recovery potion could replenish his mental energy. System, can the recovery potion restore mental energy? Certainly, host. The recovery potion can comprehensively restore the physical state of the drinker. Upon hearing the system's affirmative response, a smile illuminated Li Xinghe's face. "Thin, please fetch the recovery potions from my vehicle." "At once, boss." Thin turned and dashed out of the courtyard. After a few minutes, Thin returned with a dozen bottles of recovery potion clutched in his arms. "Here, each of you take a bottle," Li Xinghe instructed, and after opening the cap, he consumed 3 bottles in quick succession, instantly feeling his mental energy fully restored. "What is this?" Chen Jun, noticing the improvement in Li Xinghe's demeanor after consuming the potions, asked curiously. "This is a recovery potion produced by our boss's extraordinary abilities. It restores physical stamina, Fatty explained with a grin. He then opened a bottle and took a swig, exclaiming, refreshing. Xinjun, somewhat skeptical, opened a bottle and drank it down. The taste was mildly sweet. And as the warmth spread from his stomach throughout his body, he felt all fatigue dissipate, leaving him astonished. What an extraordinary item. Indeed, when crafted by our boss. It is undoubtedly a masterpiece. The stout man extended his thumb and remarked, "All right, let us continue." After everyone had finished their drinks, Li Xinghe rose to speak. "Prepare. Throw." With a loud crash, Li Xinghe consumed 3 bottles of restorative potions to replenish his mental fortitude. Under the relentless bombardment, only a third of the trunk of the mutated pear tree remained intact. As the final 2 explosive orbs struck, the towering mutated pear tree, over 10 meters high, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Ding! Killed a level 1 mutated pear tree, earning 1,000 energy points. Wow, we finally took this guy down. It was incredibly resilient. The stout man complained. This is a highly aged mutated pear tree. Its trunk is exceptionally tough, so its prolonged endurance is quite reasonable. Having said that, Li Xinghe picked up his nanoalloy steel knife and approached the fallen pear tree. The stout man and his companions followed closely behind until Li Xinghe stood a meter away from the trunk without any unusual occurrences. At which point, everyone finally exhaled in relief. The stout man stepped forward and poked the trunk of the mutated pear tree with his short gun, discovering it remained still, thus confirming that the tree was indeed finished. "Boss, is everything all right?" the thin man inquired. "Yes, all is well. Everyone, let us collect the fruits from the tree." After Li Xinghe finished speaking, the stout man dashed forward, searching for fruits among the branches, prompting Li Xinghe to shake his head in disapproval. 10 minutes later, the 4 of them sat at a small stone table in the courtyard, which was laden with golden pears that emanated a refreshing aroma just by being near them. "Boss, you should divide them," the stout man said, wiping the drool from his mouth, tempted by the fruits. Not to mention that these pears could enhance strength. Their mere appearance and fragrance were already enticing enough. Let us each have one to test it. Li Xinghe wasted no time. He too was curious about how much the fruits from the mutated pear tree could enhance their attributes. Once Li Xinghe spoke, each person took a pear and began to eat. The stout man, with his large mouth, finished in just 2 bites, yet still appeared unsatisfied. Li Xinghe took a pear and bit into it, finding it exceedingly sweet and juicy. However, more importantly, once swallowed, a wave of gentle energy surged within him, causing an involuntary shiver. Upon utilizing the attribute inspection function, he noted 262,628, with each attribute having increased by 3 points. Looking at the others, the stout man had 151,414. The thin man had 141,514, and Xinjun had 131,412. Both the stout and thin men saw an increase of 2 points in all their attributes, while Xinjun, who had not yet evolved, experienced a more limited enhancement of just 1 point. It appeared that the fruits enhanced strength proportionately to the individual's power. "Boss, I feel significantly stronger," the stout man exclaimed joyfully, with the other 2 also beaming with smiles. Li Xinghe nodded with a smile, realizing that everyone had reaped substantial benefits. He glanced at the remaining 10 fruits on the table. Suddenly, Li Xinghe slapped his thigh, realizing he had not thought to use the system to enhance them. "System, how much energy is required to enhance this fruit?" Li Xinghe quickly picked up one of the fruits and inquired. "Host, what enhancement direction do you choose?" Li Xinghe pondered briefly before responding. "Enhancement efficacy. To fortify the effects of the mutated fruit partially requires 300 points of energy, while a complete enhancement necessitates 500 points." Li Xinghe stroked his chin, pondering the contrast. 300 points for half the effect and 500 for the whole. Complete enhancement. He declared. "Affirmative, host." Commencing enhancement. A blue light enveloped the mutated fruit, and moments later, it shrank to half its original size. "Wow. Boss, is this your enhancement ability?" The others, including the chubby one, were stunned at the sight of Li Xinghe demonstrating his enhancement powers, astonished at how the fruit had seemingly diminished in size. Indeed, it consumed 500 points of energy. And now the effect is doubled. 500 points, goodness. "We only need 1,000 points to advance to level 2 evolution," the thin one remarked, his mouth agape in disbelief. Li Xinghe promptly consumed the fruit, but then furrowed his brow. The 3 surrounding him felt a tightening in their chests. "What's wrong, boss? Did it fail?" the chubby one inquired, leaning closer. "Not exactly. However, the effect seems to be less potent than the previous half. The enhancement only marginally exceeds the prior effect," Li Xinghe explained. "Could it be that the second fruit yields a diminished effect?" Xinjun speculated. "Everyone, eat another one and let us see." All right. The three complied, each consuming another fruit. The effect has indeed noticeably diminished, the chubby one remarked after assessing the enhancement. Li Xinghe examined their attributes. The chubby one had 161,515. The thin one 151,615, and Xinjun remained at 131,412. This time, the chubby and thin ones experienced only slight enhancements, while Xinjun saw no effect at all. Given his own status of 282,830, without enhancement, it was merely a point, indicating that if each person consumed a second fruit, their attributes would only improve by half of the previous increment, and those with lower strengths might even experience no effect. I suspect that consuming more would yield no results. Li Xinghe concluded. Boss, why don't you give it a try? If it doesn't work, we won't waste any more, the chubby one suggested. Concerned that if everyone were to eat without effect, it would be a waste of such valuable resources. Very well, Li Xinghe acquiesced, consuming yet another fruit. After swallowing it, he felt a slight warmth, but, as expected, his attributes remained unchanged. Upon seeing Li Xinghe shake his head, disappointment flickered across the group's faces. Nonetheless, they quickly realized that the enhancement they had already received was significant enough to be grateful for. I will keep these 5 fruits for now and distribute them later. Let us head back. Those waiting outside have been patient long enough. The 4 departed the courtyard and returned to the village entrance. Wang Yan, come here. Li Xinghe called as he approached the vehicle. You should eat this mutated fruit. It will enhance your strength. Well, you all should eat it. I lack combat power. Wang Yan replied, her hands nervously clasped together. No worries, we have all eaten. Hurry up and eat it. Gaining strength will prevent you from holding us back. Li Xinghe encouraged with a smile. All right then. With that, she took a few bites of the mutated fruit. Instantly, she felt warmth coursing through her body, and her strength noticeably increased. The enhancement was indeed effective. Li Xinghe observed her attributes, now at 101,011, each stat having increased by 1 point. Thank you, boss. Wang Yan exclaimed excitedly. It's nothing, we're all friends here. Hurry and prepare the meal. After we eat, we shall continue our journey. Once Wang Yan departed, Li Xinghe took out a fruit and fed it to the orange cat, whose current attributes stood at 172,110. All right, go play now. I will remain in the car for a while. After shooing the orange cat away, Li Xinghe climbed into the vehicle. System, how much energy do I currently possess? Host, your total energy is now 2,387 points. Not bad. We've been on the road for the past couple of days, and I didn't expect to accumulate so much energy. At present, he was a level 2 evolved entity, with his weapon, a nanoalloy steel blade, reinforced, and his armor, an alloy battlesuit, rendering him invincible at this stage. His mode of transport was a Chang'an vehicle, and he also possessed electrical abilities. There was no need to consider advancing to a level 3 evolved entity in the near future. The nanoalloy steel blade was sufficient for now, and the alloy battlesuit required no further enhancement. Thus, he was left to contemplate his vehicle and electrical abilities. System, how much energy is required to enhance the power and control of my electrical abilities? Enhancing power requires 500 points of energy, while enhancing control also requires 500 points. A total of 1,000 points is necessary. That's ample. Proceed with the full enhancement. Initiating enhancement. Li Xinghe felt a delightful tingling sensation coursing through his entire body, as if electricity were flowing within him. He closed his eyes to quietly absorb the experience, extending his hand as bolts of lightning coalesced within his palm, spreading to his arms, upper body, lower body, and finally enveloping him entirely in electricity. At that moment, he sensed his mastery over lightning had increased exponentially. Previously, it took a considerable amount of time to condense a lightning sphere in his palm, and the lightning shield felt rather cumbersome to form. Now, he could condense the lightning sphere at least twice as fast, and the speed at which the lightning shield formed had also significantly accelerated. His defensive capabilities had escalated to a new level. In addition to these enhancements, he could now cover his entire body in electricity, which not only bolstered his defense, but also added an electrical effect to his attacks, and greatly improved his mobility. The investment of 1,000 points of energy proved truly worthwhile, significantly amplifying his electrical abilities. With 1,387 points of energy remaining, he turned his thoughts to his vehicle and inquired of the system. What enhancement options do we have for the vehicle? Host, you may choose enhancements in defense, attack, or functionality, the system replied. However, I would prefer a comprehensive enhancement, so the vehicle can be improved in every aspect without any weaknesses. Naturally, this would also require more energy. How much energy is needed for a complete enhancement? Additionally, Is there an option for autonomous driving? I have had enough of driving every day, Li Xinghe eagerly asked. A complete enhancement requires 1,000 points of energy. This enhancement will also include an upgrade of the vehicle's systems to artificial intelligence, allowing for autonomous driving. Excellent. Let us proceed with that. Commence the enhancement. Understood. Enhancement in progress. As Li Xinghe sat in the vehicle, he felt it vibrating and expanding, as if the entire car were transforming. Had he been outside, he would have witnessed the vehicle morphing like a transformer, with all its components undergoing reinforcement. In a mere 10 seconds, what once resembled a Chang'an vehicle was now unrecognizable. The entire vehicle is enveloped in a sleek black hue, exuding an aura of science fiction. Its form is sharp, reminiscent of a battleship, with a glossy exterior that reflects light brilliantly. All windows are tinted, concealing the interior from view. The vehicle stretches an impressive 58 meters in length, 25 meters in width, and stands 24 meters tall, akin to a compact mobile home. Inside, significant transformations have occurred, introducing numerous new functionalities and amenities. The driver's seat is reduced to a solitary chair, and the steering wheel has vanished. The dashboard and central display are seamlessly integrated with the windshield, showcasing all data on the expansive screen. Suddenly, a charming little sprite appears on the display, adorned in a green dress with a pair of colorful wings fluttering behind her. Flitting about the screen. Greetings, Master. I am the artificial intelligence, Little Color. It is a pleasure to serve you. Please, proceed to name your vehicle. Li Xinghe, still reeling from the alterations to his ride, now faced the task of naming it. A daunting endeavor indeed. After much contemplation, he decided that since the system was named Apocalypse, it would be fitting to call the vehicle the same. Let us name it Apocalypse, he declared. Very well, Master. With this enhancement, your vehicle Apocalypse has added the following features: a resting area, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a storage zone. Seated in the driver's position, Li Xinghe did not initially notice these facilities, but sensed a significant increase in space. As he prepared to rise and explore, the AI, Little Color, interjected, "Wait, Master." No sooner had she spoken than the driver's seat rotated 180 degrees, revealing the interior to Li Xinghe. The previous rear seats had rotated 90 degrees against the vehicle's body, transforming into a 2-meter-long, 1-meter-wide single bed, thus forming the resting area, as Little Color explained. Opposite the bed lies a simple open kitchen, equipped with a sink, an induction stove, a small refrigerator, and a range hood. Beyond the resting area and kitchen, to the left is a compact bathroom, and to the right is a storage area for various supplies. As Little Color continued to elaborate, at this moment, Li Xinghe sat in his seat, gradually absorbing the entirety of his surroundings. After a brief pause, he stood and inspected the interior. The vehicle boasts a height of approximately 2 meters, allowing his 1.8-meter frame to stand upright without stooping. The kitchen and resting area offered little to marvel at, but upon opening the bathroom, he discovered limited space, featuring a toilet and even a shower, a delightful surprise. Quite impressive, far superior to before. Li Xinghe nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Master. Not only has the interior undergone remarkable changes, but the exterior has as well, Little Color remarked, projecting a 3-dimensional image of Apocalypse onto the windshield. Li Xinghe beheld the entirety of the vehicle's exterior, its dark shell, opaque glass, and an unmistakable sense of advanced technology, akin to an extraterrestrial warship. Master, your vehicle Apocalypse is now constructed entirely from aerospace materials, with a shell coated in a solar energy conversion layer that provides continuous energy to the vehicle around the clock. This ensures that all interior facilities' power requirements are met, while any excess energy can be stored to facilitate the vehicle's operation. Furthermore, the power system has been upgraded and is no longer reliant solely on fuel. As she spoke, Little Color zoomed in on the underside of the vehicle on the screen. This is the energy conversion system, capable of utilizing all conventional energy sources to power the war vehicle: gasoline, diesel, electricity, and even crystal cores. Xinghe has synchronized the data regarding crystal cores. An ordinary level 1 zombie crystal core can sustain the vehicle for approximately a week. After stating this, Xinghe activated the vehicle's energy system, revealing that it currently possesses 18% energy. Please replenish the energy promptly, Master. Using a crystal core for energy replenishment would be foolish. We should wait until we encounter a gas station to fill it up, Li Xinghe remarked thoughtfully. By the way, could you describe the situation regarding the control console and the driver's seat? Where's the steering wheel? Li Xinghe returned to his seat and inquired of Xinghe. Certainly, Master. The control console is now integrated with the windshield, displaying various data of the vehicle, such as body status, power system, and energy reserves. As for the steering wheel, The vehicle now supports autonomous driving, and the steering wheel has been concealed within the body. If you require it, you can summon it at any time. Excellent. This way, I won't have to endure the burden of driving. The vehicle can navigate itself while I leisurely sip tea. What a delightful thought, Li Xinghe mused contentedly. Radar detects an approaching human. The artificial intelligence Xiaokai suddenly announced. The screen then displayed the external scene, revealing a plump figure leaning against the vehicle. Open the door. What is the matter, fatty? Wow. Boss, have you enhanced the vehicle again? It looks significantly more impressive than before. Fatty exclaimed, gazing at the technologically advanced war vehicle with envy. Indeed, what brings you here? Wang Yin has prepared a meal. I came to summon you for dinner. Fatty peered curiously into the vehicle. Goodness. The changes inside are astounding, boss. It's practically a luxurious RV. May I have a look inside? Go ahead. But hurry back after. All right. With that, he immediately climbed into the vehicle. Hello, Fatty. Who is it? The sudden female voice startled Fatty. Could it be that the boss has a hidden beauty? At that moment, Xiaokai appeared on the windshield, revealing that it was her voice that had startled him. Fatty stared in wonder at Xiaokai. Who are you? I am the artificial intelligence Xiaokai. By the time Fatty returned, everyone had already begun dining. Big brother. Why are you so late? The thin one asked. Let me tell you, the boss has enhanced his vehicle again. Is that true? Wow, let us eat quickly. I want to take a look too. Upon hearing that there was an artificial intelligence involved, the thin one could no longer sit still and resolved to finish his meal swiftly to see for himself. Brother Xinghe, what was that lightning ability you used earlier? Chen Jun finally voiced the question that had been lingering in his mind. Yes, boss. How did you suddenly acquire the lightning ability? I hadn't seen you use it before, Fatty added, equally curious. Well, you see, I went to eliminate Lei Jun previously, and upon hearing there were other ability users, I intended to investigate the situation. As it happened, Lei Jun was a notorious villain, so I dealt with him. I hadn't anticipated that upon returning and absorbing the crystal core, I would suddenly possess the lightning ability. It must be due to Lei Jun's crystal core granting me this power. After sharing this, Li Xinghe carefully observed the expressions of those present, ready to extinguish any flicker of greed that might arise. Fortunately, everyone's expressions appeared relatively normal, merely tinged with a hint of envy. Boss, when will you grant us brothers some extraordinary abilities? I'm utterly envious. The lean fellow spoke up. And that artificial intelligence, it tempts me greatly. The rotund man swallowed hard. All right. You all focus on exterminating the zombies. Once we gather enough crystal cores, I shall arrange something for you. However, for the time being, it would be prudent for you to enhance yourselves to the second stage of evolution first. Observing the gluttonous look on the chubby man's face, Li Xinghe expressed his disdain. Brother Chan, do make haste in absorbing the crystal core energy, so that you may soon attain the first stage of evolution. Understood, Brother Xinghe. By the way, boss, that family has been with us for some time now. Should we continue allowing them to follow us? The chubby man inquired suddenly. It was then that Li Xinghe recalled the middle-aged man and his family among their convoy. He approached them, asking, what are your plans? Where do you intend to go? The middle-aged man, with a wry smile, replied, to be frank, we are not military personnel. These clothes were merely provided by the police department. Our family escaped from Lanzhou and now finds ourselves at a loss, with zombies lurking everywhere. We can only move towards wherever seems safe. Li Xinghe nodded in understanding. To be honest, our convoy is headed to Xinghe City, and we still have a considerable distance to cover. It would be rather inconvenient to have you accompany us. How about this? Once we reach a safe location, I shall drop you off. That sounds fair. Thank you, young brother. All right, everyone, hasten your preparations. We shall depart in 10 minutes, Li Xinghe called out to all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the blazing hot highway, 3 vehicles sped past, the wind lifting the trash bags on the roadside, tumbling them over before they slowly settled atop a corpse lying by the road. Boss, if we drive ahead for another 10 kilometers, there's a town where we can rest for the night, refuel, and replenish our supplies. The chubby man's voice crackled through the intercom. Chapter 35. The mysterious man in black. Very well. We shall recuperate in the town ahead tonight, Li Xinghe replied. At that moment, he reclined in his seat, sipping on ice-cold cola, with music playing in the car. It was an utterly delightful experience. The war vehicle was being driven by artificial intelligence, far more steadily than he could manage. Xiaokai, target the town ahead. Received, master. And please refrain from calling me master. It feels rather awkward, as if I possess some unsavory proclivities. From now on, refer to me as boss. Understood, boss. Much better. That sounds more fitting. The screech of brakes echoed as the war vehicle halted at the town square. Li Xinghe and the others disembarked. Boss, this town seems quite welcoming. As soon as we stepped out, a horde of zombies eagerly rushed towards us. Stop your nonsense and swiftly eliminate the nearby zombies before nightfall. They brandished their Type 95 rifles and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The approaching creatures were merely ordinary first-stage zombies. One bullet to the head would suffice to end their wretched existence. The gunfire reverberated through the square as the zombies within the town continued to amass. Boss, this isn't looking good. The number of zombies is increasing, and it appears the nearby ones are converging on us. The chubby man expressed his concern about the overwhelming number of zombies potentially breaching their defensive fire. There is no need for concern. You may proceed to fire your weapons. In an instant, he enveloped himself in alloy armor and leaped into the throng of zombies, wielding his nano-composite steel knife with great finesse. With each swing, a zombie fell, unable to come close to him. Even when a few managed to graze him, they could not breach the armor's formidable defenses. The Tai Chi swordplay unfolded gracefully, continuously honing his skill and deepening his understanding. Subsequently, the agile feline, Big Orange, leapt from the rooftop into the fray, nimbly darting across the battlefield. Each strike of its claws felled a zombie, while the undead could not lay a finger on it. Together, the man and the cat drew the attention of most of the zombies. How exhilarating it is for the boss and Big Orange. I too wish to charge in and wreak havoc, remarked the thin man, seizing a moment to glance at Xinghe and Big Orange while reloading. Stop dreaming. You'd be no match for even a single zombie with that physique of yours, scoffed the stout man. The thin man indulged in a moment of bravado, fully aware of his limitations. Lacking alloy armor, a single zombie wound could spell his doom. Xinghe attempted to envelop his steel knife in lightning, the blade slicing through the zombies with newfound ease, instantly charring the wound as arcs of electricity danced across the fallen bodies, which twitched sporadically. He could feel the blade glide through the zombies with greater fluidity than before, encountering significantly less resistance. After half an hour, the number of zombies in the square had diminished considerably. The stout man set down his gun, picked up a riot shield and a sidearm, and charged into the horde. Closely followed by the thin man, and Chunjun Wang Yin and Xiao Ye lingered behind, dispatching any lingering zombies while searching for crystal cores. The stout man raised his shield, directly colliding with two zombies standing side by side, while his sidearm relentlessly pierced through them. These first-level zombies were no match for him. The thin man flanked him on the left and Chunjun on the right, the trio advancing in a triangular formation, covering one another. The square was littered with corpses, the stench overwhelming. Zombies continued to surge forth from the streets until sunset, and as darkness descended, the onslaught finally ceased. Oh dear, I can't go on any longer. While it was exhilarating, my body can't withstand it, exclaimed the thin man, resting on a stone pedestal with his sidearm in hand. You rascal, even at this moment, you're thinking of driving. The stout man replied, exasperated, as he too found a stone pedestal to sit on. Brother Chun, come over and take a break. Have a smoke, called the thin man. Here, one for each of us, he said, tossing a cigarette to both the stout man and Chunjun. They settled on the stone pedestal, indulging in clouds of smoke. Hey, where's the boss? The stout man suddenly recalled that Xinghe had mysteriously vanished. He had been seen earlier amidst the chaos. I didn't notice either. The battle was too intense. The thin man shook his head. I believe I saw Brother Xinghe heading down that street. He might have discovered something and should return shortly, Chunjun remarked as he took a drag from his cigarette. The scene shifted back to Xinghe, who was reveling in the slaughter among the zombies when he caught sight of a peculiar figure standing at the street's edge. Shrouded in a dark cloak, its nature uncertain, piquing his curiosity. Ignoring the nearby zombies, he charged directly towards the figure in the black robe. Upon noticing Xinghe's advance, the figure turned and fled into the alleyway. In that fleeting moment, Xinghe caught a glimpse of the half-exposed face, which appeared unnaturally withered, reminiscent of a zombie, yet slightly more humane. What could this being be? As the black-robed figure vanished at the alley's entrance, Xinghe quickened his pace in pursuit. By the time he reached the spot where the figure had stood, he realized it had already retreated deep into the street, and intriguingly, the zombies along the way did not attack it. Could it possibly be one of them? Pondering this, Xinghe continued his chase. When he reached the midpoint of the street, the black-robed figure suddenly darted into a narrow alley. Cautiously, Xinghe approached, only to find the alley branching off in multiple directions, devoid of any sign of the figure. Clearly, this individual was well acquainted with the area, judging by its movements. It seemed human. Yet, why did the zombies refrain from attacking it? And if it were human, why the black robe? Moreover, the resemblance of its half-visible face to that of a zombie was perplexing. How strange. With no fruitful discoveries, he decided to return, retracing his steps to the square. Upon arrival, he found that the remaining zombies had been dealt with, and the others were seated on stone stools engaged in conversation. With the large orange cat already sprawled atop the vehicle, Li Xinghe approached them. "Look, the boss is back," shouted the thin one. "Boss, care for a smoke?" The rotund one offered, waving a cigarette box. "No thanks, I quit long ago." "Brother Xinghe, why did you suddenly run off? Did you see something?" Chen Jun inquired, a look of confusion on his face. "It's quite a tale." Li Xinghe began recounting his recent encounter. The rotund one expressed amazement. "Boss, could it be another one of those mutated zombies?" He recalled the strange zombie they had encountered in Lanzhou, which exhibited the ability to command others, displaying a level of intelligence that allowed it to flee. "I doubt it. From Brother Xinghe's description, this figure in the black robe behaves more like a human, yet its half-visible face bears a perplexing resemblance to a zombie. Alas, in these times, all sorts of bizarre entities have emerged," the thin one lamented. "Indeed. Reflecting on our journey thus far, zombies, mutated animals, altered plants, superhumans, and now this enigmatic black-robed being. It's a far cry from our days as security guards." The rotund one, smoking, gazed into the distance, a look of one who has weathered many storms. "Enough of that. Let us focus on clearing the battlefield and find a suitable place to spend the night." "Right away, boss." With that, the rotund one flicked the cigarette but into the open mouth of a zombie, switched on the headlights, and the group hurriedly collected crystal cores before settling in at a nearby and shortly after entering the town. As night fully descended, unknown insects chirped among the grass, and the inn's lights stood out conspicuously in the darkened town, drawing several pairs of watchful eyes. "Master, it is these intruders who have slain the zombies at the town's entrance," one figure stated. "Damn them, these outsiders. We shall eliminate them tonight." The one referred to as Master replied fiercely. "What shall we do, Master?" "Listen to me, like this, and then like that." "Very well, my lord." The voice of the Lord echoed through the night sky, silencing even the chirping of the insects. Chapter 36. The zombie tied in the hotel lobby. The tables were piled high with crystal cores, the spoils from vanquishing the undead, totaling 666 cores. Everyone looked at Li Xinghe with eager anticipation. Even the large orange cat drooled in a corner, waiting expectantly. "All right, I know you are all anxious. I will now allocate the rewards. We have a total of 666 crystal cores. Given the teamwork involved, I shall take half, while the remaining half will be divided among the others. The fatty, the slim one, Brother Chun, and the large orange cat will each receive 1/10, and Wang Yin and Xiaoyu will receive 1.5/10 each. Does anyone have any objections?" "No, Brother Xinghe. No objections, boss. I believe you deserve 60. "Absolutely, boss. I have no objections." "Meow." The crowd expressed their agreement, recognizing that Li Xinghe had contributed the most effort and, as the leader, deserved a larger share. "Good. Since there are no objections, fatty, please distribute the crystal cores according to the proportions we discussed." "Understood, boss." "Hee, I love doing this." Fatty's grin was so wide it seemed his mouth would reach his ears. "Boss takes half, which amounts to 333 crystal cores. The slim one, Brother Chun, and the large orange cat each receive 66 cores, leaving us with 69 cores for distribution. Wang Yin gets 35, and Xiaoyu receives 34. As Fatty spoke, he counted out the crystal cores and placed them in front of each individual. "All right, the cores have been distributed. Everyone, go back and absorb them. I will take the first watch tonight," Li Xinghe instructed. "Understood, boss." Once everyone had returned, only the large orange cat and Li Xinghe remained in the lobby. The cat began devouring the crystal cores one by one. After consuming them all, it successfully evolved into a level 2 mutated beast, gaining a significant boost in its attributes. Its speed was now comparable to Li Xinghe's. After its transformation, the large orange cat grew 30 centimeters taller, nearly reaching Li Xinghe's chest, and its length increased by an entire meter, surpassing 3 meters in total, far more robust than a cheetah. Its golden fur was interspersed with strands of white, barely noticeable at first glance. Its head had also grown larger, filled with sharp teeth that instilled a sense of dread. Seeing the large orange cat's imposing form, Li Xinghe was suddenly overcome with an impulse to ride it, but restrained himself, prioritizing the absorption of the crystal cores. System, convert all crystal cores into energy. Understood, host. Conversion commencing. A total of 330 energy points were generated. Excellent, host. How much energy do I have in total, including what I gained from defeating zombies? Your total energy amounts to 717 points. At that moment, Li Xinghe felt a surge of excitement. He had finally amassed a considerable fortune. With just 283 more points needed to enhance to a level 3 evolutionary form. He was tempted to rush out and slay more zombies to level up. But the urgency to reach Xinghe City held him back. As Li Xinghe sat before the table, his emotions gradually settled. Upon reflection, he realized that his supply of recovery potions had dwindled, prompting him to return to his vehicle and fortify 10 bottles of recovery elixirs. Suddenly, he recalled that he possessed 3 bottles of enhancement potions, which had yet to be utilized. It was not that he lacked the desire to use them. Rather, there had been no pressing need until now. Nevertheless, he decided to strengthen 10 additional bottles for safekeeping, reassured by the abundance of energy at his disposal. With time to spare, Li Xinghe began to practice the Tai Chi sword technique in the hall. Meanwhile, the others had returned to their quarters, having absorbed the crystal cores. The portly man and the slender one felt their physical attributes significantly enhanced, sensing that with just 100 or so more crystal cores, they could ascend to the second level of evolution. Chen, Wang Yan, and Xiaoya had all successfully entered the ranks of the first level evolved beings, experiencing remarkable boosts to their physical attributes. Now, every member of the team had reached at least the first level of evolution, resulting in a substantial increase in overall strength. After the initial excitement had diminished, everyone gradually calmed down and took the opportunity to rest. 2 hours later, Li Xinghe relieved the portly man, who then took over for Chen. It was not until the early hours of the morning, around 2 o'clock, that the slender man, who was on watch, began to feel drowsy. Suddenly, he was nudged by Big Orange. "I'm not asleep, Big Orange, please don't tell the boss," he murmured. At first, the slender man assumed Big Orange was merely cautioning him against dozing off. However, when Big Orange approached the door, adopting a vigilant stance, he understood that trouble was brewing. He vividly recalled the last time Big Orange had assumed such a posture. It had been during the standoff with the boss in the underground warehouse. Now, seeing Big Orange in this defensive stance, the slender man realized there was a potential threat. His eyes widened in alarm. This is bad. Big Orange is a second-level mutated beast. If he senses danger, the situation must be dire. Reacting swiftly, the slender man activated the prearranged alarm. The alarm echoed through the air, and within a minute, everyone had gathered in the lobby, armed and ready. The middle-aged man and his family descended as well. "Boss, something feels amiss. We may be in trouble," the slender man urged anxiously. Without needing further prompting, Li Xinghe noticed Big Orange's unusual demeanor. Approaching the entrance, he faintly heard the distant roars of zombies, preparing for battle. At that moment, the others also caught wind of the ominous sounds outside. "Boss, how could there be so many zombies all of a sudden? Didn't we just clear the area this afternoon?" the portly man questioned, bewildered. Li Xinghe, equally perplexed, pondered the situation. "I don't know, but it seems we are in for a fierce confrontation tonight." A collective shock rippled through the group, and they tightened their grips on their weapons. "Portly man, open the door," Li Xinghe commanded. "Understood, boss," came the reply. The portly man cautiously approached the door, and as it swung open, an overwhelming swarm of zombies surged forth at the hotel entrance. Despite their preparedness, the sheer mass of bodies took them by surprise. A veritable sea of zombies stretched as far as the eye could see. Seeing so many humans inside the hotel, the zombies surged forward, clamoring to breach the threshold. "Open fire," Li Xinghe shouted. With a command from Li Xinghe, a chorus of gunfire erupted as several Type 95 assault rifles discharged simultaneously, mowing down zombies like wheat in a field. An open space quickly emerged at the entrance of the hotel, prompting the group to venture outside. As the confined quarters hindered their movement, leading the charge, Li Xinghe dashed out, with his companions closely following. Upon exiting the hotel, he beheld zombies congregating at both ends of the street, and in the distance, he spotted several towering figures, his companions, and mutated zombies. The fat one's pupils constricted in alarm. "Oh no, there are several of them. Have we inadvertently stirred a zombie nest?" The thin one, while firing, cursed vehemently. "You too, guard the east. Chen Xiaoya, and I will defend the west." "Understood, boss. Here is a little surprise for you," the fat one declared, producing a grenade and throwing it. After a few seconds of silence, the thin one timidly inquired, "Boss, did you forget to pull the pin?" "Oh crap, I think I did," the fat one replied. "No worries, I'll throw another." He retrieved another grenade, this time remembering to pull the safety pin before hurling it away. The ensuing explosions were deafening, reverberating through the air. Everyone felt a buzzing in their ears, taking a moment to recover. "I say, fat one, could you throw it a bit farther? Are you trying to deafen us?" Li Xinghe's voice rang out from behind, filled with irritation, leaving the fat one looking sheepish. As Li Xinghe continued to shoot, he was startled by the sudden blast behind him, finally grasping the meaning of the fat one's little surprise. As the group maintained their barrage, the line of zombies gradually faltered. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Several powerful zombies, previously lurking behind the horde, pushed their way to the front, advancing despite the hail of bullets. The rounds struck their bodies, creating a mist of blood, but their resilience was formidable. Xinghe shouted, "But our aim is mediocre." Though his marksmanship was slightly superior, it was clear that he alone could not dispatch so many powerful zombies. Damn it. It seems we'll have to resort to close combat. Chapter 37. Fierce battle. The alloy battle armor enveloped him instantly, and a nanoalloy sword found its place in his grip. You handle the ordinary zombies. I'll take on the mutated ones. With that, he propelled himself forward, leaping several meters towards the powerful zombies. After dispatching a few level 1 zombies, Xinghe confronted the first of the powerful zombies. It raised its massive hands to seize him, but with a swift upward strike of the nanoalloy sword, those enormous hands were severed from its body. Given the current potency of the nanoalloy sword, dealing with these level 1 powerful zombies was akin to slicing through vegetables. With a powerful kick, he sent the nearest powerful zombie crashing down, driving his combat knife deep into its skull, causing its raised arms to gradually lower. In quick succession, a throng of level 1 zombies surged towards him. The combat knife swung relentlessly, each swing bringing down another zombie. Fixing his gaze on the powerful zombie not far away, he unleashed a lightning sphere with his left hand, watching as the creature's head exploded in an instant. A bolt of lightning was hurled towards the powerful zombie in the distance. This time, it did not strike its head but exploded against its shoulder, obliterating half of it and causing one arm to fall away. Nevertheless, this did not hinder its relentless advance towards Xinghe, indicating a marked decline in accuracy beyond 50 meters. Xinghe, dismissing the nearby first-level zombies, leaped and landed a powerful stomp on the head of one, propelling himself onto the head of another first-level zombie. The skull he crushed shattered instantly, and as it collapsed, he had managed to close the distance to the one-armed powerhouse zombie to about 10 meters. Just as he prepared to unleash another lightning bolt, a figure dashed towards him from the adjacent street, prompting him to abandon his assault on the powerhouse. It was a speed-type zombie, raising a nanoalloy steel knife in defense. The claws of the speed-type zombie scraped against the blade, producing a hissing sound. With a swift kick, he sent it reeling back. However, it quickly regained its footing and lunged at Xinghe once more. At this moment, the powerhouse zombie had also approached, swinging its remaining arm down with great force. The scene appeared dire for Xinghe, yet he remained unfazed. He raised his alloy steel knife to block the powerhouse's assault, then swiftly extended his left hand, seizing the head of the speed-type zombie. Its claws continued to claw at his chest armor, yet left no mark. With a slight exertion, he heard a muffled pop as the head of the speed-type zombie exploded. In his right hand, a lightning bolt gathered, and with a resounding crash, the one-armed powerhouse zombie fell to the ground. At that moment, two figures clad in black robes, positioned 500 meters away from the battlefield, witnessed this spectacle. Damn! How can he be so formidable? Two powerhouse zombies and a speed-type zombie were dispatched with such ease. If this continues, the ordinary zombies will soon be annihilated. One figure remarked, "Master, it seems we must unleash the hunter." The other replied, "So soon to deploy our trump card? Master, now is the opportune moment. If we wait until they eliminate the ordinary zombies, our chances will diminish." Very well, release the hunter. Tear them apart. After dealing with the two mutated zombies, Xinghe was about to eliminate the remaining powerhouse zombie when a sharp whistle captured his attention. That whistle again. Xinghe frowned. The previous appearance of the mutated zombies coincided with the sound, and now it had returned. Was there yet another threat? Daiju, go and bring me that whistling scoundrel. Upon hearing Xinghe's command, Daiju dashed forward towards the rear of the zombies. I shall uncover the identity of this hidden menace. Xinghe remained in place, hesitant to leave, fearing that a formidable character might suddenly appear after his departure, which would complicate matters for the portly individual. At that moment, an unusual figure emerged from the horde of corpses, illuminated by the moonlight. Xinghe could vaguely discern that it resembled a dog. As the mutated canine approached, he realized it was a zombie dog, standing approximately 1 meter in height, nearly reaching his chin, with dark liquid dripping from its mouth onto the ground. Upon scanning its attributes, he discovered, Level 2 Zombie Dog, 25,235, beware of its jaws, which possess formidable biting power. With a strength of 25 points. It was indeed a force to be reckoned with, and its speed was commendable, rendering it a nearly equal adversary. With a fierce growl, the zombie dog opened its mouth and lunged towards Xinghe, leaping high from a distance of 5 or 6 meters. its foul maw aimed at his head. Li Xinghe leaned back, planting one hand on the ground, while his other hand thrust the nanoalloy steel knife upward, eviscerating the creature. Its entrails spilled onto the ground. Yet this had no effect on the beast. Upon landing, it swiftly turned and charged at Li Xinghe once more. By the time it pivoted, Li Xinghe was already on his feet. As the zombie dog lunged again, he deftly sidestepped to the left, evading its perilous assault, and then plunged his knife into its flank, ripping away a substantial chunk of decaying flesh. Frustrated by its failed attempts, the zombie dog turned, digging its claws into the earth, and unleashed a terrifying roar, the putrid air assaulting Li Xinghe's senses and causing him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. Charging once more, it opened its mouth wide, aiming for Li Xinghe's head without hesitation. He raised the nanoalloy steel knife and thrust it towards the oncoming zombie dog, piercing through its entire skull with the blade's length. Ding! Level 2 zombie dog slain, earning 1,000 points. At last, it was vanquished. Its incessant leaps had been quite bothersome. With that, he withdrew the nanoalloy steel knife. Some time had passed, and he wondered about the fate of the orange feline. At that moment, the orange cat had identified the source of the whistling, a figure clad in a black robe. Stealthily, it crept up behind the robed figure. And by the time the figure became aware, it was too late. The orange cat bit into the robe's waist, lifting the figure off the ground. After a series of leaps, the orange cat arrived before Li Xinghe, depositing the robed figure onto the ground. It was then that Li Xinghe utilized the attribute examination feature to discern the true nature of this shadowy figure. Level 1 Living Dead, status, half human, half corpse, 141,510. What exactly is a living dead? The system. Li Xinghe was still puzzled by the concept of the living dead and ultimately had no choice but to seek assistance from the system.